Paramount to the Attlee-Truman discussions, 1 million people cram New York's Central Park to hear the president outline America's stand on atomic power.
There has been talk about the atomic bomb. We must find the answer to the problems created by the release of atomic energy. Indeed, the highest hope of the American people is that world cooperation for peace will soon reach such a state of perfection that atomic methods of destruction can be definitely and effectively outlawed forever.
Осталось 10, 9, 8, 7, 1, старт, 0. Нажатие кнопки, все осветилось ярчайшим.
Far beyond normal shipping routes they lie, and until 1952, only pearl fishing boats entered the blue waters and left the cliffs surrounding their shores.
Censored by the French authorities, but this picture is impressive evidence of the bomb.
The great result of the cooperation of education with research. This is another victory.
Emergency alert system capabilities.
This is an emergency action notification.
National Alert and Warning Authorities, in coordination with emergency alert system participants.
My fellow Americans, as you know, our attempts at preventing nuclear war have failed.
Finally, Mars has accepted my sacrifices and unleashes me.
I see you, enemy. I see you, enemy. Enemy! Enemy! You are my enemy! And I swear total resistance to you with everything I've got. Disingenuous, fake, false, broke back, twisted, a defiler, a betrayer, a backstabber, a devil! You will pay. Yeah, you think I don't see your face, scum? You don't think I don't see you? I see you, you understand me? I know what you think of me and my family. I see you right back. You understand that? You understand that? You will fall! You will not bring humanity down! God is going to destroy you!
Yo. Brokeback. What's up, Turbo? How you doing? What's up, bud? I think it's been like a week, 4 or 5 days since I've been on. Just don't got the drive like I used to have. I just don't give a shit about streaming anymore. I just do it when I'm bored. I could care less about this shit mostly. I do enjoy seeing you guys, but, you know, sometimes I just sign out of work and then I just look at this setup and I'm like, oh, God, I'd rather just fucking go lay down on the couch or play a fucking game or something. Driving home? Nice. Nice. Drive safe. You coming back from the States, or where are you coming from? You know, what's up, Great Design? All right, yeah, I figured that. Friday night, Turbo's hitting the town, coming to the States. Put on a little bit of Trump aura, and then come back to Canada. You know, smelling like America. Seattle, yeah, nice. I haven't been to Seattle. I've been to, what is it, Spokane, that's right outside of Seattle? I went somewhere right outside of JBLM, which is a Joint Base Lewis McChord, when I was in the Army. I think we flew into Seattle, and then we drove to JBLM, but I think I went to like Spokane or something like that. I guess it's, oh, Tacoma. Yeah, that's what it was, Tacoma. Tacoma was actually pretty cool. Oh, you were born there? Oh, nice, very cool. I remember we went to this one spot. I don't know. We walked around. We ate at a restaurant. We weren't there very long because, you know, we had to get back to fucking training and shit. But they gave us like, you know, like 5 or 6 hours to just go out and do something. But I remember just being in this one spot. I guess there's like a major port over there or something. I don't know. It was like a massive cliff and just like all kinds of like shipping infrastructure everywhere. Yeah, the Army base is right there. Yeah. I think it's like maybe like 20 minutes outside of Tacoma. It was pretty close. It wasn't far. Port Angeles, yeah, I remember it was you know, it was kind of stunning to look at, you know, but yeah, we had fun in Tacoma. It was cool. All right. Well, I plan on doing absolutely zero high-level intellectual shit tonight, okay? The title of this stream is Rage Bait Boomerposting, so if you're not here for that, you can go fuck off, okay? It's gonna be slop. It's just gonna be slop, alright? If I do want anything intellectual, it's gonna be about space, because I love space. But other than that, I'm not doing anything fucking intellectual tonight. We're just gonna be like slop politics, slop drama. And I'm just gonna be playing video games and fucking enjoying myself. That's the plan. All right. Slop culture war. We're just fucking rolling around in the shit tonight. That's all I want to do. I just want to chill and play Zelda and fucking take in some fucking slop, dude. Had a couple of heaters with bleep. I don't know. I have that I have that bleeped out. Is that PPG? Is that what those stars are? A couple of heaters. I've only even heard of that of fucking what's his face recently, because he was like talking to Casey and fucking some other guy until like 4 in the morning in Discord on Casey's stream. Other than that, I haven't fucking heard a word from fucking PPG. I banned him from Kick, so I don't even see him when I go into Kick. Yeah, I believe that too. Yeah, you know, after the whole Discord shit, he jumped in my stream and he started just drunk raging in my stream for like 2 seconds, and I was like, ban. And I don't even fucking ban people, but as soon as I saw him, I was like, man, this is gonna feel really good. Fucking ban, instant ban. So he doesn't even pop up on my feed anymore. And who knows what the fuck he is on Twitch, so. But I've heard a couple conversations with him, maybe in the past few weeks, that he's had with like Casey at like 4 in the morning and like some of the random people in Discord. I don't know. It's just still, it's all the same fucking drunk fucking toxic fucking same shit. Being overly sexual, talking about female streamers, and just the usual crap. He's banned from kicking in Discord? Yeah. Yeah. What else? Alright, let's see. What do we got here? I wanted to play Gears of War, but there's like no matches. Every time I get into Gears of War and I try to get a match going, it takes fucking forever, and it never fucking logs, never gets me into match. So let's do some chill Zelda. All right, what do we got here? Let's see. Oh, there was some stuff that I just found that I wanted to watch. What was it? Oh, maybe you guys might like this one. This is a Rob Nora video. It's only like 20 minutes. A very confused communist calls into debate. You guys might, maybe we'll like this one. I don't know. Rob Nora videos are like 50-50. Sometimes they're hilarious. Sometimes they're like, eh. So we'll see. Maybe it turns up the spice level a little bit.
So I've actually like reasoned through different policies. So you need to allow private property to exist so that people start businesses and don't like run into this problem where you.
I'm basically a minarchist, small government. You're the person that's saying not only do you believe that we should tax people and take their money and wealth for projects you like, but that even includes massive projects overseas, even if it means that people back here struggle. That's your argument. So you are making the argument that, yes, we should personally take from EOD and Rob and give it to fight AIDS in the Congo. I'm not saying that. That's you. I'm asking you what your priority.
It's easy. It's very easy. So number one, I'm not a nationalist or a civic nationalist. So like I believe, or I have more general world view on like what's good.
That's
and
right.
Then number two, I guess. Yeah. So number two would be. Yeah, absolutely.
A communist, I would say. Yeah.
No, a communist? Holy shit! Fuck no.
Are you a socialist?
Yes.
So you're a globalist socialist.
Tomato.
As a socialist, do you define socialism as government should own the means of production?
No.
Okay, how do you define socialist?
Worker-owned means of production.
So workers should own the means of production.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How are you going to facilitate that?
Okay, so if the workers should own, but you're a globalist, so you believe that we should have no nation states?
No.
We shouldn't have nation states.
Well, I think I'd like to live in a world without nation states. I don't think that's ever achievable.
Okay, but if that's your utopia, then how do we solve AIDS in Africa? If there's no nation states, then there's no one to tax. So you would need the workers to all voluntarily give up part of their means of production labor to solve AIDS in Africa?
Which we already demonstrated wouldn't happen because you wouldn't give the money that would make your children suffer to the kids in Africa, right?
I honestly don't think that's like a realistic goal. I think that's like a utopia view.
Okay.
Workers,
so then
what I more advocate for is like workers collectively owning businesses.
Coconut swallow coconut tree. Yeah.
Competing on a market.
Is that a Vosh reference? I remember Vosh being kind of famous for having some kind of like coconut example or something. Or is that like generally? Is that like some kind of a general meme that's out there?
That could already happen, right?
Yeah, there's just banks generally worker co-op, depending on where you live though.
I forgot.
Banks are
Yeah, you're
usually
right.
not preferential when it comes to giving loans to co-ops.
Okay, so co-ops can't exist, but banks don't give loans. Well, should banks be forced to give loans to co-ops?
Oh, I just think tax incentives for co-ops and then some kind of subsidy program.
So then, so you're not. So you acknowledge that you want a world without nation states, but it's not possible that there will be a government, but you want to be globalist. So what does that mean? The United States exists, but not for the benefit of the people of the United States, first and foremost. It exists to be a good world citizen and help the people of the world out?
The principle I go by is however much we can help the rest of the world without being a detriment to us. So.
But who gets it? Okay, so then why aren't you, like, for me, maybe this isn't the same definition. Socialist would...
However much we can help the rest of the world without being however much we can help the rest of the world without being a detriment to us. So.
But who gets it? Okay, so then why aren't you, like...
What does he have? I mean, what do you do? Just plug it into a formula? I mean, how do you determine that? Who sets the threshold for something like that where it's like, oh, there's the detriment. We meet the detriment threshold now. I'm not opposed to alternative economic methods, but we should be secular republics focused on individual rights, not on people. Okay, so are you kind of like a devout individualist or anti-collectivist?
For me, maybe this isn't the same definition. Socialist would be someone that says the government or workers should own the means of production. Communism goes a step further and says basically you shouldn't have private.
Yeah, that's like the Marxist-Leninist view.
Okay, so do you believe people should be? Do people have a right to private property in your vision?
Yeah, in my vision of a government, yeah.
You'd support that. But you think that the government should be allowed to take a portion of that?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not for private property. I just don't see a world in which it cannot exist.
Wait, what do you mean? So in your utopia, there wouldn't be private property?
Yeah.
Well, then.
Well, private property is like private property is the means of production.
Private property is the means of production. So. I wouldn't own it. The quote workers would.
Yes.
Who are the workers?
The workers who work in the business. So like personal property would be like a house. You only use that means of production. But something that's like collective.
But you're saying I wouldn't own my house. The workers would.
No, you would own your house because.
Well, that's private property. I own my house. I could do.
The workers aren't working. That's I distinguish that as personal property. That's what I would call it.
So there's a difference in your vision between private property and personal property.
Yes.
Okay, define private property then.
I say private property is where like the means of production and multiple people work on a means of production, but one person is really seeing the benefits from that.
Well,
and then, like, personal
in our
property,
current system, if I start a company right now, right? Let's say my channel, let's say all of a sudden it blows up and I'm making $100,000 a month. And I say, you know what? EOD, you know what? Yeah. Let me get your name right again here. Scratch. I think everyone liked our show last night. I'm going to start this show. It's going to be all my money going into it. I'm going to get the computers, the monitors. I'm going to rent a space, but I want to rent you guys an apartment, move you out here. Let's do this show every fucking day. I'll pay you each $200,000 a year. I shouldn't have the right to do that. You shouldn't have the right to voluntarily engage in that working relationship.
If you're in a utopia, yeah, but I think that's completely unrealistic, right?
What do you mean? That's literally the status quo. The status quo is if some business...
it's unrealistic. What that disincentivizes innovation to the point of like any economy.
What are you talking about? I'll give you an example. One of the first jobs...
If somebody knew the second they started a business, that and they hired a worker on, that worker would then have equal proportion saved in the business, why would anybody?
That's the goal, bud. Rage bait. That's the goal tonight. I'm just fucking baiting with the rage. That's what we're doing tonight. I want to piss off as many people as I can in chat with all of the slop. It's gonna be great. And for private property, individual rights and individual autonomy being increased, not decreased. Individual autonomy being increased, not decreased. I'm gonna just read it over here. It'll be easier. Being increased, not decreased, by being in a collective. So no sacrifice for collective is reasonable if it entails guaranteed loss of autonomy. That's why I oppose forced military service or forced vaccination mandates. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I think it goes without saying that my view of individual, I mean, you know, mixing in private property there. I know they're talking about that, so, but I was just talking about just strictly the relationship between individualism and collectivism. But I know, like, one of the things I think is super cringe, especially because I'm in a lot of like commie versus libertarian debate groups on fucking social media or whatever, or like ANCAP and ANCOM or left versus right, all kinds of just fucking rage bait groups, where the libertarians are like just religiously devout fucking individualists. And I'm like, well, I mean, like, you know, there's no such, I don't think there would ever be such thing as like strict individualism. You know, groups, humans have structured themselves within organizations for fucking hundreds, if not thousands of years. It's just the way it goes. I mean, unless you live on an island, that's the only way I think to be a real individualist. That being said, I fucking hate fucking hive mind groupthink bullshit, and I think collectivism can really, really tend in that direction. So maybe I have like a cringe centrist view of that relationship, but I think there's a good balance that could be struck. But I know you're incorporating private property and all kinds of stuff in there. Personal property, yes. Private property, no. Got it. Yeah. I think that's actually, I think that's NOK's view as well. That's actually, I think, some of the first conversations I had with NOK were about exactly that topic. So I think you guys are on the same wavelength.
But you want to start a business?
Well, those things happen. That's called a partner.
Yeah.
There are plenty of people that enter into business relationships.
For every single person.
I was in a business relationship just like that. I was actually 3-part partners to a software development firm.
Yeah.
Why
so, like,
I
don't understand the argument. The argument you're making here. You're saying we're talking about what your ideal society is.
Right. Yeah.
Your
Exactly.
ideal society is that you could have personal property.
Yeah, I mean, that was exactly his take. You know, him and I spent like a few hours where he like essentially drew out a map of what, you know, NOK land or NOKville would look like, or NOK stan. And the concept of private property, or at least commercial land use, came up a lot because there was none. I mean, there was some because there was like business districts and things like that, but I think that was for more like multi-story, multi-use type properties instead of like owning, 40 acres and, putting an Amazon plant there, that kind of thing. I guess maybe you could like in Anoka stand, you could have like 40 acres and have a farm, but you couldn't have like an Amazon warehouse,
But not private property, and you haven't really articulated what the difference are. And the workers own the means of production. And when I'm like, well, what does that mean? And you're like, well, everyone that works gets profit. off of that production. And I'm like, but that's the
everybody has an equal share of equity.
Well, wait a minute. So why? That's my question. So why should it be illegal for you to volunteer if you're only putting 20% of the effort, but you say, you know what, I'm more than happy to work for 20% of the equity? Why should that be illegal?
It's not.
In your system, it would be. You said we all have to have equal.
In my realistic system, in the utopia, I guess it would be fine.
Okay, but doesn't that seem nonsensical?
I do think it's nonsensical. I think the ultimate ends of that aren't great. So I've actually like reasoned through different policies. So you need to allow private property to exist so that people start businesses and don't like run into this problem where you like hire on 30 workers to do menial labor and they immediately somehow have a share of your business, and where you have all these like weird problems with people just like putting in very little effort. Right, so that's why.
So you just changed your complete worldview after like?
No, I didn't.
As soon as
I didn't. I literally I said from the start of the conversation that I wasn't for abolishing private property, but under an idealistic system, I guess, if everything was just perfect for some reason.
But you just said that even under your idealistic system, it would be a disaster. Because it would be stupid to allow someone that does 10% of the work to have like 40% or 50% of the company. That wouldn't be unworkable.
Assuming literally for some reason literally everybody's on board with everything and nobody cares, I guess it'd be fine.
But you can say that about any system,
how anything
right?
Parts out in reality. Exactly, which is why I don't advocate for the abolishment of private property.
But then why would you call yourself a socialist if you're like, well, socialism, but it'll only work if for some reason every human being becomes homogenized and equal in ability. Then it would work.
That's not what I advocate for. I said again, I advocate for tax incentives, I advocate for subsidies to worker co-ops. So
but advocacy, you seem to be drawing a distinction. You're like, okay, my ideal world isn't what I advocate for. That's what you're saying now, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
My point is like, why even bring up the ideal world then? Because the amount of changes to human nature and ability that would require for your ideal world to function, literally at that point, any system could be functional. A dictatorship could be functional.
You were asking me about it.
No, but it makes no sense to even bring it up because I could say, well, I believe in an authoritarian dictatorship. And you'd say, well, that sounds horrible. And I say, well, no, because in my world, everyone thinks exactly the same and has the same ability. So if one of us is the leader, it's the same as all of us being the leader. We would all agree anyway. Like
my position's kind of like the libertarian who's like, I think the government is necessary for like the police, but I prefer they didn't exist.
Okay, but then you're the opposite of a libertarian if you're saying that we should tax people in the United States and then send that money to the Congo.
Well, yeah, that's just an analogy. I'm not a libertarian.
Okay, but it's not that you're like a libertarian. You're the opposite of a libertarian.
No, like it's that same framework where I have the logical ends of this is where I like the system to go, but I don't think that's realistic.
Okay, so you want the system to go to sort of like libertarian, and so because that's not possible, you're advocating for the exact opposite.
No, that's not. Oh my gosh.
But you understand, like it sounded like what you said is like you would like people like in your ideal system. If I could be as generous as possible, I think you're kind of struggling thinking through this. But if I could be in generous.
Oh, what's up, Edgewax? How you doing? Trouble with the world is that the stupid are cocksure and the intelligent are full of doubt. Bertrand Russell, there you go. How you doing? Welcome in.
Generous as possible. I think what you're basically saying is this: you would like workers to come together and have equal profit share, and you get into the company, or you take out of the company what you put in. So if you're only spending 5% of your labor in this company, well, you're getting that proportion of it out of that company, and basically you could decide what to do with your own money and stuff. Fair? That seems to be what you're suggesting. Mm-hmm. But then in that world, the idea is like, okay, but if I don't want to help people in Africa with AIDS, what happens? And that's why you're saying, because what I just explained is pseudo-libertarian-esque, it's at least in the vein of it, and I think that's what you're speaking to, then my question is, but if that's the world you would like to envision, why are you advocating for the exact opposite of it? Because now what you're advocating for is like, no, actually, it doesn't matter. That you're probably putting more into the government than you're getting back from it. Because you're putting in all of your labor to benefit, and a huge portion of it's going to the government, and then the government's not even having the pretense of spending it on people in your community. Instead, they should spend it globally, whatever helps the most people globally. That's sort of the opposite of the society that you're claiming to envision.
Well, you're kind of disregarding like the principles which I'm founding upon why I even believe in like the socialist system, right? You're saying if my only motivations were like people to get what they put in under that kind of like worldview, or and my own motivations were like more like individual freedom, like I guess then that would be a contradiction. But it's mostly I want the maximized well-being for all of society, and I think this economic structure and system works. But I also think that involves taxes and making sure other people in other countries aren't suffering.
So your idealistic system would be a system that prioritizes the well-being of everyone.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide that?
Exactly. Exactly. The first thing I fucking brought up when he started talking about, like, you know, helping everybody until it becomes a detriment, you know. Who gets to decide where the detriment threshold is? I'm for ownership of private property, as in owning more than your house and personal belongings. Owning more than your house and personal belongings because it increases autonomy. I think it sounds like Turbo might disagree. Well, I know he'll disagree with you, but I think he would take issue with some of the language there because it increases autonomy. You need more than you. Blah blah. Why am I reading over there? No, I have to read over there because this text keeps disappearing. You need more than you have a need to have. You need more than you have a need to have. You need more than you have a need to have opportunity. Okay, I think it was maybe two twos there. Have opportunity to make income if you choose to, more than you need for living a short time. So ideally, everyone would have opportunity to achieve tens of millions of dollars in net worth. Okay. Well, let me keep going real quick. Private property includes the right to grant an advantage, privilege, or position to relatives and friends. Private property and assured equal opportunity are not compatible realities. I support stock market, and that's actually what I was just going to ask you. You know, I was just going to ask you about this exact thing. I support the stock market and more public investment funds where private money is safe, guarded by state putting money, as well as individual investors for investment in more risky areas of business where they are still underdeveloped, so we can close the gap between well-developed urban areas and the rest. I think for the most part, I don't disagree with that. But I do have an issue with like fucking massive like capitalist institutions. Don't get me wrong. I live in America. Capitalism's doing fine for me, so I'm not complaining at all. But you know, shit like BlackRock and Vanguard and things like that. Private equity, which will fucking literally walk into struggling businesses, fucking take on debt in their name, fire everybody to fucking mitigate liabilities, and burn entire fucking burn entire companies to the ground, basically. Shit like that is predatory, man. I'm fucking not a fan of predatory. So, you know, so then the conversation becomes, okay, well, how do you prevent that, right? How do you put guardrails on it? How do you put rules against it? Where's the threshold? You know, could somebody be, you know, a billionaire or 100 millionaire or a fucking 50 millionaire? I mean, you know, there's all those conversations, but if you have ideologically captured judiciaries, you can't enforce anti-monopoly legislation. Yeah, that's true. True. All right, let's get through this. I think there's like 9 minutes left in this, but I got it on 1.25, so maybe it's like 7 or 8 minutes.
I think through democratic structures would be probably the best way. If the other way is what happens, we see things like the USSR and Russia.
And what does a democratic structure create? What do we call that? A government, right?
I'm gonna go put on the AC real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. So then it seemed as if you were basically saying your ideal system would be the abolishment of government. It would just be workers own the means of production and there's no nation states. Now you're saying, okay, so would there be one nation state?
No, the workers would own the means of production. Okay. There could be multiple different governments. And governments could then contribute to each other.
But wait a minute. If workers own the means of production, how are the governments getting funded?
through by taxing the co-op.
So then they don't own the means of production. Part of the ownership goes to the collective, to the government.
Yeah.
Okay, so then your ideal system isn't that the workers own the means of production.
They own most of the means of production, but
what's that?
I'd say most of it. Like even in a worker co-op, something like as basic as saving for the future to invest in the future. Technically, you're taking part of the means of production away so you can invest in the future. Does that mean it's not socialism? I guess if you're being like so, I don't know, if you're like, oh, that amount, yeah, I guess you could say that.
Hey, wait, Garrett, thanks for the 10 memberships. I will get to all the super chats when I'm done here tonight, but I'd like to give the person I'm talking with the courtesy of not interrupting him and saying all the super chats. But I do appreciate it. I'm sorry, Scratch, to interrupt you. I just wanted to let that be known. So.
Yeah. But what I was saying is that, like, the government. You could say the government's also the collective of the people who live in the country. So technically, they own they own that means reduction, and they're agreeing to be in that. You could say that. I guess I don't know how much I agree with that worldview, but I would say that the amount of control and production that you're given by just existing in a co-op with the government is enough to define as socialism. But you can.
But what doesn't make sense to me is like, okay, like let's say I'm in a co-op, right? You'd be a favor of co-ops, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say us three enter into a co-op, just the three of us, so we split everything in thirds, right? Why should we be forced to then contribute to a cause we don't believe in?
So, like, the majority of the other workers say that they're going to do something else?
What other workers? It's just us three working our job.
Just us three?
Yeah. We have a business together. We're freaking hobby farmers. We make eggs.
And the government's coming in and taxing you?
Right. Why do they have the right to tell me how I should spend my money on other stuff?
Absolutely,
especially if it's something I don't believe in.
We need to maximize the well-being of society. Absolutely.
Who decides that? Again, I don't understand that. You say we vote.
People would vote through people would vote.
So they voted for Trump in our country, so he decides it.
Yeah.
So you're cool with that?
Yeah, Trump could get elected in our country. Yeah, I'm not.
Well, he is elected.
Well, like in the theoretical, whatever we're making right now.
Okay, but if we apply the theoretical now to the real world, that's what happened. Your theoretical, like, I don't even understand how your theoretical country is different to the status quo. Like, I guess you would say that.
Well, I tailored my worldview to be able to be implemented in this line, right? That's why the policies I advocate for are actually realistic to advocate for.
Okay, so given that, then Trump.
What frustrates me about other socialists is that they advocate for a revolution now, and I'm like, what are you talking about? There's actual things we could do.
So Trump gets elected, right? And he says, we don't want to help the rest of the people of the world. Now what? We're just going to focus on America.
I disagree.
You disagree, but you lose. You're part of a co-op that voted for Trump.
That's the wonderful thing about democracy. You got to wait and vote on somebody next year.
Okay, so then your argument quite literally is you think that it's perfectly fine for our government to be globalist and not care about the people of this country any differently than people around the world. And so if you could save 10 people's lives, it doesn't matter if it's 10 Americans or 10 people from Zimbabwe, it's equal. If you could save 11 in Zimbabwe, then that's better than saving 10 American lives. Is that a fair?
That's a fair assessment.
Okay. I think that's batshit crazy. I think that's the equivalent. If we go back to the workers owning the means of production, that's the equivalent of an individual saying, if I could send 3 kids to college with the same money that I could send my 2 kids to college, I'll send those 3 random kids. We should prioritize those which tribes we were in. Family being the most important of that, obviously. But if the government is going to take money from me, then the contract should be that they're spending money on other people that are in that same contract. Similarly, if you own a business, you shouldn't be forced to fund some other random business with dividends that come from that. You should be able to put that back into your own business as your priority. Because all the government is, even especially you, what you're doing, is just the collective will of the people.
To some extent, I'd agree.
So what's stopping? And
maybe I could see, maybe idealistically I'd say that I'd like the 11 people, but reality would be is that we should save the 10 people, and then whatever's left over, we should send overseas to.
But why don't people voluntarily do that? No one, like for example, no, you could pay more into taxes, right? The IRS isn't going to say no, you overpaid. They'll say thank you, right? So do you? pay the minimum in taxes?
Yeah, I don't know.
Even people that I assume you sound like you'd be a Bernie Sanders fan. He takes every tax loophole he can get. We saw that from his tax. He paid less of a percentage of taxes than Trump most years.
Are you seeing? I don't know. He had the one of what was it? It was the there's like a Green New Deal thing he was trying to get passed, and it was actually pretty authoritarian in my view. But
fair enough. But I'm not obviously not saying that you support everything that he does. The point is, though, it seems like a lot of people that claim to have a big heart, and they're like, well, the government should fund things around. I think EOD hit the nail on the head earlier. Yeah, when it's other people's money, but what about when it's your money? You could pay more. Right. You could send money.
I'd be fine getting taxed more. I'm not like against that.
Sure, but what you're no. I don't accept.
I like work at a soup kitchen and stuff.
I don't accept that. If you would be fine getting taxed more, then you would just pay more. Nothing's stopping you. So go ahead. Why don't you pay more if you're fine with it?
Yeah. Why don't you give more than $20 to fucking Africa? Like, what the fuck's up with that?
At the moment,
it costs you $20 to eat lunch every fucking day.
There's two things. I guess number one, I realize that by making sure that I'm doing well right now means that I can actually have a bigger income in the future.
Yeah, we heard that already.
Yeah, but you already admitted that you'll need $30,000 a year to live, but you're not going to spend all the rest of that money on Africa. You already admitted that.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a lot of it though.
How much?
I can.
You know, can I tell you the truth? And I'm not saying this to insult you. I'm actually enjoying this conversation. You might be too young to realize this, but by the time you get presuming you do, you get a good paying job, this is going to be all bullshit. It's going to be all bullshit. You're going to be like 99% of other people. You're going to say, you know what? I like this apartment, but boy, it'd be nice if I had a bigger one. It'd be nice if I had my own car. Oh, it'd be nice to take that girl out to a fancy vacation. Oh, it'd be nice to have kids. Hopefully you would think that at some point. And it turns out these pie in the sky 16, 17, 8-year-old dreams of, I only need $30,000 to live, and then I'm going to just donate all my money to Africa. It turns out that's bullshit. And you know how I know that? Because no one does that.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. I was just reading what you guys said and then said hello. And it sounded like that younger guy was talking about it, just like a massive form of mutual aid. You can't donate money to any third party and ensure that money is allocated correctly. I don't know about that. I mean, are you saying that's impossible? Is that what you're saying? I don't think it's impossible. I mean, you could be the treasurer of a charity or some kind of NGO or, third party. You could be the treasurer, donate to your own cause and ensure it's going where it's supposed to go. Now, once it gets there, are you watching exactly that, where that it's doing what it's supposed to do? Well, that's a different story, I guess. I just don't think it's impossible. Oh, this Joven guy. I forgot about this Joven guy. Actually, but who brought up coconuts before? Was that Grand Design? I know you said it was Kamala, but that was like a pretty famous Vosh meme about coconuts or Coconut Island or something like that. Let's see. I think it was called Coconut Island or something. If you want to argue the outlier, but most of the time you don't have hands over there. Yeah, I know. I was just that was a total outlier. I know that. And I'd argue that hands-on control of the money is personal. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of I think there's a difference between getting the money where it needs to go and doing what the money needs to do. You know, I don't think it's impossible to ensure that, you know, one charity gets, you know, enough money to a starving village, you know, somewhere in the third world. But once it gets to the third world, you know, is it doing what it's supposed to do? Is it going to line the pockets of a warlord, or, you know, I don't know. So I don't know. Maybe, I think there's a difference there between, you know, getting where it needs to go and doing what it needs to do. So I understand that, but you think, yeah, you think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Is a rhetorical question raised by United States Vice President Kamala. Yeah, no. I remember the coconut thing from her. I just the first thing that popped in my mind when you said the coconut thing was this. This is like a famous Vosh lore meme, where he does like a coconut analogy.
Can I explain something really quickly? By the way, there are a lot.
Look at that old school Vosh hair. This is when he started to lose weight, but he's got that old school Vosh haircut.
A lot of people in my community who don't seem to understand the coconut analogy, which is really frustrating for me. I actually had a guy at Freer Future Fest come up to me with questions about like the intent and the ability of the Coconut Island analogy to like address some concerns vis-a-vis capitalism, and a lot of them involved in understanding that they apparently he'd heard like a bad version of this. So like, let me talk with this about you guys, okay? The point of the coconut, I'll repeat it in case you haven't heard it, okay? The idea is that your plane, a plane you're on, crash lands on a desert island, okay? And you wake up to find that somebody else on that plane, the only other survivor, woke up before you. That person who woke up before you has gathered all the coconuts on the island, the only available food source. Keep in mind that this is a hypothetical, you know, or I guess it's sort of
know very little about Vosh lore. I mean, I think the only thing you really need to know is his whole lolly arc. But he has a lot of arcs. He has the Fortress arc. He has the TYT arc. He has the fucking Cat Black arc. He's got the early days when he was defending fucking CP. He's got a lot of arcs for sure. I don't know. This is not an arc. This is just more like a meme, but
sort of an analogy, really. But it's the only available food source on the island. Okay, so anyway, you wake up. You need to eat or drink because coconuts can let you do both. And the guy has all the coconuts, and he says he'll share some with you if you suck his dick. The question is that a free transaction? Is that a transaction that you are making freely? Okay. Now, I want to be perfectly clear. Okay, this is the best hypothetical ever delivered to illustrate a political point, but it's important to understand what it can and can't do. Okay, this hypothetical does not defeat capitalism. Apparently, there are people in chat or people in my community who seem to believe that this hypothetical invalidates capitalism or something like that. That's not what it's about. It invalidates the idea of free trade, of free transactions. It invalidates the idea of, acting out of mutual self-interest when there's a power imbalance between two people or two groups, or when one group has access to a necessary commodity and the other group doesn't. That's what it's about fundamentally. It's not about defeating capitalism. It's about indicating there's no way. Because the coconut analogy, as far as I can tell on my stream, I first said it while talking with an anarcho-capitalist, right? Kokesh, a former libertarian presidential candidate. The thing that frustrates me when I talk with right libertarians is they make the argument that when you say, for example, when you buy something from a company, okay, fine, excuse me. That was before I was even streaming. That was before I streamed. Whenever you buy something from a company or get a job or whatever, that is a free exchange. Like it's something you're doing entirely of your own volition. There's no coercion involved. In reality, there absolutely is, because, of course, in our society, you need to work or you live a meager existence, assuming you don't have any trust fund money stored away somewhere. That's the example, okay? It's an argument against the idea that there can really be non-coercive free exchanges, okay? In reality, coercion is present in virtually every interaction between people to varying extents, okay? So, for example, I would say that if you have a friend who doesn't get out that much and is feeling a little bit lonely, and you ask them if they can drive you to do an errand, there is an element of coercion in that exchange. It seems odd because it's like you're a friend asking something freely of a friend. You're not threatening them or anything, but there is an implicit threat to them, a threat against their feeling of social well-being that you are leveraging unintentionally or intentionally to secure some favor from them. It's a mutually beneficial transaction, but it's one where people are going in with slightly different investments in what might or might not take place. Every exchange, every interaction has the potential to be at least somewhat coercive, okay? Including work under socialism. Guys, do you not think even if you abolished money and like work, there would not still be a social pressure to perform labor for the benefit of society? You don't think there would be something a little bit coercive about, even if you're on a commune or something, like there would absolutely be a coercive element to, you have to perform some degree of work or you might get socially ostracized, even if there's no real threat against you, even if all of your material needs are paid for or taken care of on their own. Coercion is always present, okay? The argument I'm making with the island is just that it's impossible to remove it entirely, okay? Now, if a person argues that it would be ethical in that situation where they're gatekeeping the coconuts behind fellatio, the best thing you could do is to like bludgeon them over the head and steal their coconuts. That would be an argument in favor of proletarian revolution. What you're essentially arguing is that if a necessary interaction is exploitative or coercive enough, you have the right to use violence to seize whatever commodities you need, whatever systems you need, in order to mitigate that threat, to eliminate that coercive element. So that's a fun little side position there, but yeah. Anyway, please just keep this in mind, okay? Because I've had too many conversations with people through DMs, emails, in person who have been like, but in socialism, wouldn't there still be coercion? Yes, of course there would be, okay? Now, I think it would be much less. I think lessening the coercive element is essential. I think that improves things significantly, but
yeah, what's up, Conrad? What's up, bud?
And it's a work.
We're watching your buddy right now. Your favorite bro.
Worthwhile endeavor. Lessen it. What if there are no resources on the island? It's just you two. Well, then you can die. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's a pretty difficult one right there for me to answer. I don't know if there's a solution to that necessarily. Anyway, do you all understand now? Good? Good. Okay, thank you. That's the point of the analogy, okay? It's not anti-capitalist. It's pro-acknowledging the coercive element in transactions when there are power imbalances between two entities. Okay. Thank you very kindly.
So that's the coconut Vosh meme. All right, what's next? This guy, this fucking Joven guy. Let me see if he's got something annoying. Lined up here. There's nothing but rage bait slop going on tonight, all right? Nothing but rage bait slop. Let's see. Paul never learned about pronouns. You won't believe how this caller describes trans people. Ian gets put in debate timeout. Self to doubt. Let's do this guy. Paul sounds like he's about to talk to some kind Some kind of magatard. I thought I had something. I think that was something I had. I think that was something on Instagram I had for you, Mr. Conrad. Let me see. What was it? Did I have something here for you? Oh my God. Has anybody seen this fucking Gavin Newsom podcast? Holy fucking total fucking grift, bro. Everybody, all of them. Democrats are like fucking lost right now. They are struggling to figure out some kind of formula. Where was it? I saw this fucking cringe ass old lady. Yeah, this lady right here. She's fucking going around Congress and she's trying to talk like a millennial or a Gen Z, or using all kinds of like fucking slang, like, you know, yo, that shit's bap, or yo, that shit's on fleek, or yo, that's strong aura, or that's massive L. She's like fucking 90 years old. She's talking like a Gen Z, or they're all like doing this grift now where they're trying to act fucking hip and young, like they all got a fucking podcast or they're relevant or something like that. I'll get back to what I was looking for in a second here, but I want to play this because this is just fucking cringe.
Yo, this is the Ranking Rizzler on Appropriations, serving Connecticut's 3rd District. It's time to enter your dark academia Congress era. All right, besties. House appropriation is the money moves in Congress. We are not chasing the bag, we are the bag. Democrats are making life smoother through government funding. It's giving skibbity. So Sigma.
She said it's giving skibbity, bro. I don't even know. I've only seen the skibbity meme once, but I know people have been fucking saying skibbity like fucking crazy. She goes, it's giving so skibbity. So she's saying here, so Sigma, main character energy, bro.
Main character energy. But Republicans' Project 2025 is mad sus. Eliminating the Department of Education? Negative aura points. Basically, the biggest phantom tax on the environment, on your education, and your rights. Big L posting it online, buddy. Democrats understood the assignment, but go off.
But go off.
See how I keep you informed? Very cutesy, very demure.
God, I've seen a bunch of shit like that. Oh my God, where is it? I don't know. There was something I wanted to say. I think I had something here for you. Whatever. This is the same thing. This is fucking. They're you know, it's just Charlie Kirk talking to Gavin Newsom on Gavin Newsom's fucking podcast. They talk about transports, and Charlie Kirk puts him in a corner and makes him admit that fucking, you know, trans women competing against cis women would be like completely unfair. He makes him admit it, and then the next day he still signs a law. He signs a bill into law that I think grants trans women the right to play sports in California or something like that. But he's starting this podcast to seem fucking hip and relevant, and they all are. It's fucking. Oh, this was it. Did you see this thing in Germany? Did you see this crazy guy in Germany that fucking, was it Germany? Maybe it was Russia. I'm not sure, but this fucking guy that held people at knife point in a fucking train station or something. What's that? So I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't know why he's doing what he's doing, but this is the first part of the video. I'm not going to play the rest of this because it's just her screaming the whole time. But essentially what happens is, I'll play the next portion of the video. Some guy comes up and he says, "Hey, listen, let her go. You can take me. I'll be your hostage, but you know, just let her go. You know, let's make an even trade here." And then he fucking pulls this fucking ultra fucking Sigma move on this guy. He's like, I heard he's like a retired boxer or something like that. So this is when he had the woman. And then he goes fucking absolute John Wick on this guy. You gotta watch. This is where this is where it gets interesting. He sees the knife. He realizes the guy's like not paying attention to the situation while he's talking to the cop or whatever. And the guy that he's holding hostage is like a retired boxer, I think. Fucking grabs the knife like a fucking Sigma right out of his hand. Completely disarm the situation. That's what I'm talking about. Man, there was something I had here for Conrad. I forget what it was though. Oh, I think maybe it was this. I don't know if you know Ayan Hirsi Ali, but she gave like a pretty base speech. And it was about like, you know, Europe, obviously, but she dives into specifically Sweden. She kind of rips into Sweden a little bit. Yo, what's up, Shang? How you doing? Very bad play on the knife ins part. Yeah, it was sloppy. It was sloppy. You know, he was just kind of like all over the place with it. And, you know, good thing it wasn't like a double-sided blade or whatever. Because I guess it doesn't even matter. I think no matter what kind of blade it is, if you have an opportunity to grab it and fucking take it away, even if you risk injury in the process, it's still better than that guy having not only control of you, but also an edge weapon. You know? But this is Ayan Hirsi Ali talking somewhere about Europe. You know.
So what do you make of the concept of re-migration?
Re-migration is having, as in Sweden. Yes, Sweden had this wonderful experiment of becoming a moral superpower. And if there is one country that's openly left Christianity and ridiculed Christianity, it is Sweden. And so they were going to replace it with something else and show all of us there would be this wonderful, wonderful moral superpower. Well, today they are not a moral superpower. I think they have now been called several times the rape headquarters of Europe, maybe even, I couldn't say the world, but I will most definitely say Europe. They've opened their borders to allow everyone to come in who wanted to come in, and they found that at least sometimes it's 60 or 70% of young men coming from places that are very un-Swedish, like Afghanistan and Somalia and Syria and the Congo, and on it goes. And the Swedes were just really telling all of us how awful, what terrible racists we were. Well, now they're at a place where they have said, we cannot succeed in assimilating these numbers, and they're paying the people that they had invited in. They're offering payments, what was it, $36,000 to go back home to your country of origin. Do you know what's going to happen? They will take the $36,000 and not go back home. And it serves them right. But I do feel very, very sorry for the poor women in Sweden and the poor citizens of Sweden. And when I say I have no pity whatsoever or respect for the Swedish politicians who made those choices, and they've never been held accountable for that.
So what do you make of the concept of
trading women you can hold by the hair for strong looking guys. Terrible. Yeah, it was a bad move. Bad move. Was there anything else? I mean, I got a bunch of stuff here, but I don't want to go over this. I'll save this for a little bit later when we need a break. We just need some fucking slop to go through. You can see we got like a Dr. Manhattan version of Nick Fuentes right here. Yeah. Let's see.
Hello, are you here to debate?
Hello. What's up, buddy?
What's up? You here to debate?
Yeah, sure. I'm with it.
All right. What is your name, age, and pronouns, please?
My name is Paul. My pronouns is a man, and I'm 35.
A and man aren't pronouns. What are your actual pronouns?
I don't even know what pronouns are, dude.
Oh.
That's like new stuff. So
What did you say your name was? Your name was Paul?
Correct.
How old did you say you were?
I'm 35, Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know your name. Yeah. 35. I just saw you on YouTube, so I just figured I'd call.
No problem, Paul. I'm just concerned. Like, what state did you grow up in? If you don't mind me asking.
You asked me. Well, I do mind because you asked me two things first. You asked me my name, you asked me my age and my pronouns, and I was a man, and he said no.
Well, yeah, man aren't.
I don't know.
A and man aren't pronouns. So what I'm asking what state you were in because what state you were raised in. I don't care where you live now, but I wanted to know like what state you were raised in because it's concerning to me that like the public education system didn't teach a 35-year-old what pronouns were. So I'm just wondering what state you were in.
Now I think you're being silly because we all know that the pronoun movement became a thing a couple of years ago. Am I not right in saying that?
What is the pronoun movement? What is that?
Well, they teach you about pronouns, I'd say, within the last 3 or 4 years in education system. They never used to do it when I went to school. That's a new thing.
They didn't. Well, that's why I'm asking you what state you were in because I guarantee you they taught what pronouns are.
Oh, they didn't. I graduated in 2007. The pronoun movement didn't become a thing until I'd say about 2016.
So 2007, you would have been 18. So you would have been in school between 2007. You would have been in school from like 90.
I graduated, but I get what you're saying. Go on.
So you'd have been in school from like 1990, 93, 94 to 2007? Give or take?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
and in all that time, they didn't teach you what, like, I learned pronouns in kindergarten. They didn't teach you...
Yeah. When you say that you're, 20 years old, 21 right now?
I'm 31. Well, that's a lie. I'll be 32 in 8 days.
Okay.
So we went to school around the same time.
Yeah, so then you probably heard pronouns when you were taking a foreign class, when you would say, like, for instance,
nope. Kindergarten, they taught me, like, first-person pronouns versus, like, possessive pronouns versus, like, third-person pronouns. They taught me that stuff.
Yeah, but that is that's speaking in form of, like, a sentence. That's not identifying with... what you identify with.
Paul, pronouns are directly used to identify you. That's like the purpose of them, is for identification.
So you're telling me that the world isn't using pronouns to identify women that are born women as men because they identify as such, right? That's not what you're saying.
For instance, if someone says their pronouns are she, her, that is going to imply that they are a woman in whatever sense of the word they use woman. So, like, we would use pronouns to imply that they're a woman.
Okay. But why do you need pronouns to apply something? Shouldn't common sense dictate what the person is? Like, if I saw a woman with long hair, I wouldn't need to guess her pronouns or ask her that. So that's
Paul, can I see you?
Excuse me?
Can I see you right now?
I told you that I'm a man, and you said that wasn't good enough.
Well, no, you said your pronouns were a man. Those aren't pronouns.
Yeah, and
unless you use neopronouns. If you use neopronouns, then I apologize for the confusion.
Do you know why I did that?
Oh, I assume it's because you don't believe in pronouns. But
not a belief. Why would you believe in pronouns? I know that pronouns are not used in that way. They just started to.
You know that pronouns aren't used in a way to refer to somebody in the third person?
No, they aren't used to define somebody's sex in what they're being used nowadays. They are.
They're used to gendered pronouns like he, him, she, her, they, them. Like those are used to refer to people in the third person, specifically in a gendered way. If you don't want to be referred to the third person in a gendered way, I can use neutral pronouns and call you they, them.
But you know my name, so let's move past that and let's actually have a conversation. I don't think we should be stuck on this semantics about pronouns. I think it's very silly.
You think it's silly to be stuck on pronoun stuff?
Yeah. I gave you my name, and I don't know why you need to address me anything else but my name.
Are there people, question for you, because you called in, so I assume you saw the stream. Are there people watching the stream that are not me?
Yeah, but you asked people to call you to debate, right? So that's talking.
Yeah, I'll be so honest with you. The questions, the pronoun question specifically, is a litmus test.
Exactly.
To whether or not the person calling me is going to.
Oh, I knew it. He's admitting it. My theory is true. He's admitting it. It's not even about the actual pronouns. It's a litmus test. I knew it. It's a fucking moral threshold security checkpoint. I was fucking saying this before. I'll say it again. And now he's fucking just admitting it.
Yeah, I'll be so honest with you. The questions, the pronoun question specifically, is a litmus test.
Yep.
To whether or not the person calling me is going to be like disingenuous or not, or if they're just going to say, "Here are my pronouns." So the ball is in.
I don't know. So I mean, look, I knew I was right about the litmus test, but I think that he could say that and whatever. I mean, I'll take him at his word. But I think there's more to it. I think there's some kind of element of will you follow this command? I'm demanding something. I'm not asking you. I'm demanding what your pronouns are. If somebody asked me, "Do you mind if I ask what your pronouns are?" That's a completely different story, and I'd be completely happy for you to ask me that. And I might even indulge you with some pronouns, especially if it's if I think it's going to be like an actual good faith conversation. I'll be like, okay, whatever. I'm him, But I don't think it's just a litmus test to, protect yourself from fucking evil right-wing trolls. I think there's like some kind of subconscious, this is me just putting on my Alex Jones tinfoil hat, but I think there's like some kind of subconscious demand aspect to it where it's like I'm telling you to tell me tell me your pronouns. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you to tell me. What's up, Is? Elon Musk's pronouns are he, him, and there you go. I think Elon Musk, I think one of the fun things that happens from time to time is that like somebody will comment, there'll be like some kind of discourse about cis, and he'll be like, "Oh, cis is a slur," and then like they'll get instantly banned or whatever for calling him cis or whatever. Bisky, do I know you from fucking? I want to say it's like PPG stream or something. Name sounds super familiar. Are you in a PPG stream from time to time? I have one problem. Yeah, what's up? What's your problem? Probably, I think Baron is cute. Baron's a Sigma, man. That guy is gonna fucking take over. He's like a mix between like Bruce Wayne and fucking Patrick Bateman. If you took Bruce Wayne and Patrick Bateman and put them in a pot and stirred up, you have fucking you have Baron. Do I like Elon Musk? I enjoy Elon Musk. I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I wouldn't say I like him. I wouldn't say I hate him. I enjoy him. I enjoy that he does he's involved in some pretty crazy things, right? I mean, everybody's like, he's not a real genius. He's the son of an emerald miner. He never made any of his own money. He fucking He didn't, you know, develop PayPal. He bought it. He didn't fucking develop Tesla or SpaceX. He bought all of it. All right, I get all that. But he's involved in it, right? If we end up at Mars, if we end up on Mars at some point, I guarantee it's going to be because of something he did or was involved in. But I enjoy that he's like relevant. I enjoy that he is. You can't go one day. You can literally not go one day without hearing about that guy. So I appreciate his relevance, whether you like him or hate him. He's so hot. Ignore that. You hate him. Such a terrible person. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Shang. Oh man. What's that word in Chinese? Is it like baizu? There's a word for like spoiled Western degenerate or something like that. I think it's called baizu. You know the word I'm talking about? Baizu? Yeah, I think about Baizua. Yeah, I remember that word. Can I refer to as Baron's girlfriend? Sure. You got it. That's your new identity.
Your court to prove that wrong, but
yeah, I think it's disingenuous when I've already told you that I'm a man and you said that I'm wrong.
Well, you didn't say you were a man.
I said I
you
was
actually
a man.
you actually didn't. I asked what your pronouns were, and you said my pronouns were a man. That's not saying you're a man. That's saying your pronouns are a man. That's not saying you're a man.
Okay. Well, you know my name is Paul. So unless you've met a woman in your 32 years on this God's green earth that was named Paul, then I would think that you're bright enough to know that you're speaking to a man.
You think women can't have the names of men?
I never said that. I said, have you heard a woman named Paul?
I'm sure there's a few.
No, I
sure
said
there's plenty.
You.
Me, whether or not I've heard somebody have a name, it doesn't mean that person might not exist.
Now we're playing silly games. Let's just get to the debate.
We're playing silly games. Okay. Sure.
Yeah,
what did you want to?
Because well, we could start over the top, and the prompt is. I think the prompt was about something about transgender or something of that sort. Correct.
Something about transgender.
Trans men, women are men. Are you saying trans men and women are men and women?
Yes.
That's your claim, and how can you claim that? How is that possible?
How is it possible that trans men are men and trans women are women?
Yeah,
because women and men would be sociological categories that link to like identity qualifiers, and I would say they fit into those qualifiers.
No, because if they were trans, that means they're transitioning from something to look like something
Trans
else,
doesn't mean
correct?
transition.
Then why
Trans
would you
means
use the word
transgender. Trans is short for transgender.
And
not
they
transition.
Mean trans. Okay, now you're being pedantic. You're trans.
Pedantic.
Trans what? Trans what?
Gender.
You're transitioning from what? Gender to
Transgender.
another. So
no,
you're
trans
changing your
trans
gender.
means So I just to give you a quick little etymology lesson. Trans is an ancient Latin phrase which means like on the opposite side of. So when we add trans as a prefix to gender, what we're saying is your gender is on the opposite side of your sex. You're trans. Your gender and sex are not aligned. They are opposite of each other. Not that you transition.
Okay, so let's ask you something.
Because trans is also the prefix in transition. Like the transatlantic didn't transition into the Atlantic, right?
Now you're picking and choosing when you want to be right about the word.
I'm picking and choosing.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying.
Okay, are trans fats
It's okay to be
transitioning
trans, yeah.
fats?
Obviously, they're not actual fats, but
Okay. They're not actual fats. Trans fats aren't actual fats?
Source.
Meaning, what I mean by that, trans fats means are like made up compounds. They're not real. Like if you think about vegetable oil and compare it to olive oil, they're two different things. like as far as them being good for your body.
Are
For
they both
instance,
fats?
olive oil is way better. What?
Are they both fats?
Seed oils are bad for you in general.
I'm not asking if they're bad for you. I'm asking, are they fat?
You just asked me, are they bad? And I said, yes.
No, I said, are they fats with F-A-T-S? Are they fats? Are trans fats fats? The answer is yes.
They're not real. They're not real.
Trans fats are real,
They're
yes.
not real. They're not real. Because
They're not
if they were
invisible.
real,
They're not
they
made up. They are real, yeah.
Well, explain it to you because it's obvious
Sure, go
you
ahead.
don't understand what I mean by it.
Sure.
And I think it would be better if you let somebody explain instead of just arguing a point
Sure,
you
go
don't
ahead.
understand. So what I'm saying is that the reason why they are bad for you is because they are trans fats, meaning that they're not from an actual natural source.
Incorrect.
Meaning that no, it is correct because
it's
vegetable
not.
oil is just as bad as crude. Vegetable oil is just as bad as crude oil was if you were to ingest it. What are you talking about? Do you know how vegetable oil gets made? Well,
So
go
that's
ahead.
so that's my
Wait, I
Latin.
just want to confirm.
My Latin is non-existent. The only thing I have outside of my my inglés is my español. Porque yo vivo en la ciudad de Miami para toda mi vida, para 30 años. Y toda la gente de Miami no habla inglés. Toda la gente de Miami nunca practica el idioma de este país, de los Estados Unidos. Oh. So my Latin is horrible, but I do speak a hella mean Cuban Spanish.
Confirm. It's not natural, but it's made from vegetables.
And most of the vegetables that they use are GMO, so they're not natural. Correct. Now you're starting to learn. Great. I'm glad that I'm
So
glad
if
that
you
you're
make
picking up what I'm putting
trans
down.
fats out of vegetables without GMOs, then what are they?
They wouldn't make it. They wouldn't make it.
My question is not whether they would make it or not. My question is, what would you call it?
Trans fats.
Okay. Did you know trans fats naturally occur in some foods? Did you know that? Like they just occur naturally in the food?
What food has trans?
Oh, sure. I'll tell you. Trans fats occur naturally in food products from ruminant animals. So milk, butter, cheese, and meat products. So milk, butter, cheese, and meat can have trans fats in them.
Trans fat. That is not trans
Yes,
fat.
I'll say it
bro.
again. I'll say it again. Trans fats also occur naturally in food product from ruminant animals, milk, butter, cheese, meat products.
You're just saying that, but that is not trans fat. Those are natural fats provided by the
Oh,
animal.
I'm sorry. I'll just read this again. Trans fat. Trans fat. Okay, let me read this again because maybe I'm reading it wrong. Trans fat also occurs naturally in food. You know, I read it again, and that crazy word trans fat was there again.
I heard what you said, but I could also read a book from 1995 that said.
Oh,
boys have
okay. I
penises and
see the confusion. I see the confusion. This isn't a book. This is the FDA's website. This is the FDA. This is the Food and Drug Administration.
And Drug Administration. So you're taking advice from the Food and Drug Administration.
The administration that focuses on food? Yeah, I think that might be a good source. The administration that focuses on food?
It would be a good source, but let me ask you something.
Uh-huh.
If it's such a good source, then why do they not tell everybody that when they go to the grocery store that what they're actually buying? Why is it? Do you know the difference in barcodes?
Have you not looked at a nutrition label before? Did you not know that those exist?
But I do
Okay, here.
know that.
I'll give you so I have a bottle of ketchup near me. If I look on the back of that ketchup, oh man, isn't that crazy? Trans fat, 0 grams. Oh wow. We have a handy thing we have this handy dandy thing that's like regulated by the Food and Drug Administration that tells us if trans fats are in things.
Beautiful.
I didn't know.
Okay, so
I didn't know.
Because I think you need some knowledge, I'm going to give you some information.
Oh,
so
sure.
The next time you go into the grocery store, I want you to look at the difference between the bananas. Something benign is bananas, right? You'll see two different options over there. Look at the barcode. You'll see that says 4011, and then you'll see another one that has a barcode that starts with a 7, 8, or 9. Do you know the difference between those two?
You tell me.
No, I'm asking you a question, then I'll tell you. That's how this works.
Well, I'm telling you I don't know, so go ahead and I don't know. You tell me.
So say just like how you were being kind of, firm with the guy.
Shit.
Say it's a yes or no.
You guys will never guess what I just
saying
found. You'll never guess. Hold on, Paul. You'll never guess what I just found. I'm on heart.org, and I just found that small amounts of trans fats occur naturally in some meat.
The way languages are generally taught seems kind of trash, I think. Yeah, I think there's two ways to think about it. The first way to think about it for me is the best way to learn is to fucking immerse yourself with people that speak that language. And then there's the way that's taught in schools where it's really proper, right? You learn all of the conjugations of every fucking verb and shit like that, past, present, future, participles, all that shit. And when I speak Spanish, I don't use any of that at all. I don't use any. I don't use any. I'll use me, you, they, them, and not in a well. I guess it is in a gender. No, it's not. Not in a gender way. Not in a gender inclusive way, but in a literally like ellos, ellas, like that kind of thing. Like literally saying they, them. But I don't do fucking multiple conjugations of verbs. I talk in present tense. I never talk in future or past. But anytime I engage in a conversation with somebody in Spanish, I'll tell them, hey, listen, like my Spanish is not that great. Like I am a fucking gringo. Okay, so just dumb it down for me, please. Like I have a spiel. I will literally say, discúlpame por favor, porque yo soy un campeón mundial de los gringos y mi español es muy mal. Pero yo tengo muchas palabras, pero necesito practicar la idioma español un poquito más. Yo tengo 30 años en la ciudad de Miami y la única razón por que yo tengo un poco de idioma es porque toda la gente en Miami no habla inglés. Y cuando tú hablas conmigo, por favor, fácil y lenta, por favor, porque entonces soy gringo. Right, I'm telling them, hey, look, I'm a fucking dumb gringo. Please dumb it down. Please talk slow. And then they're like, oh, okay, cool. But they could tell just by my accent that I actually give a shit. That I've actually taken the time to learn how to build that bridge. But also, just having lived in Miami my entire life, and I've worked in environments where no one speaks English, so you have to learn Spanish. And that was better. I took Spanish my entire academic career, all the way up through high school, or all the way through high school, and I didn't retain any of that shit except "Donde está la biblioteca?" But the moment that I was thrown into the fire and fucking had to be amongst Cubans, people that have been in this country for decades, and still don't speak one word of English. It was only then when I actually absorbed and retained the skill to be able to communicate with them. So I do agree. Like it's definitely probably it's the way it's taught in school is trash because it's not retained. It's very proper. It's taught to pass a test. It's taught so that the AP students can get a 4 or 5 on the exam. It's very academic, and it's school. I mean, obviously, okay, so it's supposed to be academic. But I mean, if you really wanted to teach somebody in a language, there's a better way to do it, and it has to be like a more conversational kind of approach. I mean, I'm not saying don't learn conjugations. I wish I learned conjugation and past and future and fucking all the nosotros, all that shit. Like I wish I wish I retained all of that. And you can get that from the academic approach, but I learned much more and much faster being immersed amongst people. And just being thrown in the fire, and it's just like, okay, it's either sink or swim, You weren't living in the USA, you live in Miami. I know. I tell people that all the time, and they don't understand. Actually, I know I have a clip of that. I have a clip of that right here too, but it's not. It started off really good, and I was like, finally, somebody gets it, and then it went in a slightly different direction. But the idea of it is still the same. I did see it earlier. Where was it? Where were you? Where were you? I saw you. This guy.
And I know you're from Florida, and
I'm
every
not.
time you absolutely are Florida.
I'm from Miami, though.
Right, Miami, Florida.
No,
so I know
Miami-Dade
that.
County.
Right, Miami-Dade County, United States of America.
Exactly.
Right, Florida.
No.
Florida is a state.
Yeah, it is.
Miami is in the state of Florida.
Miami is in a state of its own thing.
Okay.
That is not Florida.
Right, yeah,
So
sure.
don't ever disrespect me again.
And I know you're from Florida, and
It literally is that. I tell people that all the time. There's fucking Miami, and then there's the rest of Florida. The rest of Florida is either fucking Disney World Orlando type shit or fucking podunk. The rest of Florida. There's all of that. You have tourist shit or podunk, right? That's the state. And then you have this fucking one section way down at the bottom that's its own fucking thing. And it is North Cuba. It is literally a place where you go. There's no one speaks English. They will literally roll their eyes at you if you try to speak English to them. And they'll look at you like, do you know where you're at, bro? Like, this is not, we don't speak English down here, man. It's a whole different thing, man. He's a Miami supremacist. Everybody down there is. It's like, bro, that's like born and raised in the county of Dade. I lived there my entire life, you know. No, not my entire life. I lived there for 30 years, you know. I was born in Houston, and then my parents moved back. My dad was from Miami, and he moved with my mom and myself back down to Miami. You know, by the time I was 1 year old, I had only spent like 1 year in Houston. I was a fucking 1 year old. And then from then on, I just grew up in Miami, you know. But people in Miami are very like, it's like New York. Like, hey, yo, I'm a New Yorker. I'm born and raised. Miami's same fucking thing, bro. Same shit. It's horrible down there. If you ever want to go down there, if you want to get a hotel on South Beach for a couple of days, if you want to drink some pina coladas and go in the ocean, by all means, go ahead and do that. That's wonderful. That's great. It's a great place to do that kind of thing. But if you want to live there, you do not know what you're getting into. You have no idea what it's like there. You know, if you've never been there, you already think that it's like Art Deco, neon lights, Ocean Drive, palm trees everywhere. No, it's fucking raining every day, mosquitoes every day, nobody speaking English every day. The worst fucking traffic you've ever seen in your life every fucking day. And it sucks. It sucks. It's the worst, man. Why do you think they don't learn English? Because they don't have to down there. It literally was taken over. Miami was taken over. You know, the Marielitos, that's the boat trip in the 80s that brought over people. Those waves of immigrants set the pace for a Cuban or a Caribbean takeover in Miami completely. It's completely taken over. And so that being said, they don't need to. They don't need to fucking speak any English because no one there speaks English. I've literally worked with people who've been in this country for decades, multiple decades, and they still don't speak any English, bro. And I'm not talking about they're like 80 years old. I'm talking about they're in their fucking 30s, 40s, 50s, shit like that. And they still don't speak a lick of English. And I'm like, bro, I know that if I said, you know what, one day I'm going to go move to this country, and when I get there, I'm not going to ever learn their language or adopt their culture at all. And you know what? They better respect me for it. And if they don't, I'm going to look at them like they're crazy. People would think I'm nuts if I did that. People would think I'm absolutely nuts if I did that. Miami, doesn't matter. Rules don't apply. You can go down there. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You don't need to speak English. You could give a shit about. You don't have to give a shit about fucking the country at all. You could just live down there and treat Miami like it's Cuba, and everything's fine, bro. I'm telling you. On Point Miami review. I'm telling you, dude. I am Mr. Miami, man. I'm Mr. Miami. The only thing that's missing from how Miami I am is any amount of Cuban DNA. That's it. Otherwise, I went public school down there. I went private school. I lived in rich neighborhoods, poor neighborhoods. I fucking worked my ass off. I worked on South Beach for years. I worked downtown. I lived downtown. I worked in a strip club. I worked in fucking fine dining. I was all over that city, bro. I am Mr. Miami. I know what it's like. But the thing that's the most memorable about that place is the traffic. But nobody, it's like, You know, that's not like a highlight of a conversation. But I'm telling you, the traffic is so bad down there. You will fucking self-delete if you go down there and sit in any amount of traffic. It's the worst. Mosquito and rain is so big of an issue. Why would rich and mega rich move to Palm Beach and other areas in South Florida? I guess it just depends. I mean, if you're talking about the snowbirds, you know, that's like a cost benefit analysis. They look at their life and they just don't want to shovel snow or put chains on their tires, or, you know, they don't want the boiler to break down in the middle of the winter. You know, they got a lot of shit goes on in the winter, and the people that live in fucking New York or Minnesota are like, fuck it, I'm going to Miami. The worst thing I got to deal with is a mosquito and a hurricane every once in a while. I can take that. You know, so it's just, you know, pros and cons. But yeah, no, the rain is every day. Rain is an everyday thing. Mosquitoes are an everyday thing. Fucking traffic is an everyday thing. The rent is too damn high is an everyday thing. The fakeness is an everyday thing. People are so fake down there. It's like, that cliche, you know, the way LA is perceived with like everybody's got plastic surgery and they're driving Ferraris and how fake it is. Miami is 20 times worse. You know why too? Because they have all the crypto bros down there. After COVID, everybody and their mom packed a suitcase and moved down to Miami and started a podcast and a Bitcoin wallet. And it just fucking grew like a virus. It's fucking horrible down there. I'm telling you, don't go. Go down there, get a pina colada, get a room on South Beach for a couple days, put your toes in the sand, jump in the water, you know, walk on Ocean Drive, you know, get something to eat. Do that for a couple days. That's great. I definitely recommend that. That's always fun. When I go down there, that's what I do. I don't even go fucking see friends and any of that shit. Like I'll hang out with my family for a little bit, and then I'll like go and get stone crabs over at Joe Stone Crabs. That's one of my I'll go to get stone crabs somewhere, either Fort Lauderdale or Miami, somewhere on the water. I'll get stone crabs and lobster, and I'll drink margaritas, and I'll just hang out and just watch the water and watch the boats go by. That's what I do when I go down there. I don't interact with anybody. It's fucking pointless, bro. It's the worst place in the world, man. I'm telling you. What's up, Pack94? Playing Zelda. Is this that Minish Cap? Yeah, well, I am playing Zelda. This is a Link to the Past. This is the SNES version, but I ran it through a randomizer, so I'm just doing like a casual randomized Link to the Past. You spray mosquito repellent product on your body to avoid mosquitoes. It depends. I would if I was outdoors a lot. If I knew that I was going to like some kind of park or if I was in an area of the beach where there may be a mosquito situation going on. Normally when you're on the beach, there's not like a mosquito situation. But, you know, if I knew I was going, you know, to, you know, play basketball for a couple hours or whatever, I might, you know, just put a light layer on, but I wouldn't do it, you know, to just, you know, walk down the block and go to the corner store or something like that, you know. So it just depends. Gators everywhere, landscape, body of water. Yeah. Yep, especially golf courses. You go to the golf courses there, you'll see gators all the time. Press 1 for English should be eliminated as a phrase. Yeah, exactly. Well, Trump made English the official language of the United States the other day. I'm pretty sure he signed an executive order for that. But you know, Grand Design, you were saying like, why do you think people don't learn English? Because in Miami they don't need to. They live with their abuelita, their hermano, los niños, y los tíos también. They live with their whole family. It's like fucking Asian culture, you know. You know, you got the grandma, you got the parents, you got the siblings, you got the kids, the cousins. They all live in one fucking house. They all live in one 4-bedroom house. 12 people. Same thing with Cubans. Same shit, bro. They got tío, tía, abuelo, abuelita, los niños, hermano y hermana, y un amigo también, más o menos, you know. So they literally just surrounded by this positive feedback loop of not having to ever speak English, you know. Can't be interested in alligator RL. All we have here are foxes, and they won't. Yeah, no, yeah. Miami, they're all over the place. Especially like the golf courses. The golf courses down in South Florida, they all have bodies of water in them, and they love to hang out in fucking like these little ponds and lakes that are in golf courses. You'll see them down there all the time, all the time. Very, 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 very common.
In dairy products, including beef, lamb, and butterfat. I thought you said they didn't occur naturally.
And now, can we go back to what I just asked you?
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Now you're okay. So because you don't know, so for 4011, that is genetically modified.
Got it.
That's a genetically modified fruit and vegetable.
So
the barcode takes all the things that you eat. So just because it has a nutritional bar on it doesn't mean
Are they aggressive?
That's why I'd say at least 40.
No, they're pretty docile. Like they will keep to themselves. I'm not saying you could walk up to one, but if you're just like playing, quick 9 holes, you're on the front 9, and you just teed off of the you're on the third hole is a par 4, and you just teed off and you're in the middle of the fairway, and there's a sand trap and a little pond right next to it. You could and then like you could see like just creeping out of the water. It's like the lower half of the alligator's body is still in the water, and the other half is kind of just creeping out, just kind of looking at you while you hit. You could just walk up to your ball and hit the ball, and then see where it goes, and then get back in your cart and start rolling off. That gator's not gonna fucking hurt you. But if you start getting stupid and drunk and walking up to the gator, yeah, then you're asking for problems.
40 to 60% of the foods that we export that goes to Europe doesn't get put on the shelf, and if it does get put on,
this is whack. I'm not gonna do this anymore. Joven is usually good rage bait, but that was pretty fucking. Started off okay, and then it was just kind of like, oh, we're talking about. Do you know what kind of fat is used in fucking? Fuck that. Let's see here. What else do we got? Oh, Andy Pants Gaming. Let's do that. That is perfect rage bait. Let's go. That is fucking rage bait right there.
Do you think
this guy? This is NOK's best friend right here. This is called Based Marvel's Rivals CEO says Western devs are, quote, lazy and woke. That is perfect. Perfect slop for a Friday night. Amazing. I see Destiny there and kind of like that dude and Rob Noor. They at least bring some excitement to debates. I mean, I can appreciate some fucking Destiny content, but I mean, I can't respect him as a person after fucking everything he's been fucking doing lately. Or actually, since the election, really. I can't, between the whole fucking laughing at the dead fireman guy and then this shit with his revenge porn stuff. It's just like, dude, like you were a very relevant person, and now you are a shell of your former self. And if you manage to retain any amount of respect in this space, it'd be a fucking miracle. Now, I will say, after all this shit that he's gone through, or put himself through rather, he still maintains like a decent viewership. I mean, I saw him the other day, he had 10K. I think he averages anywhere between 5 and 8K a stream. But the other day, I don't know, he had a guest or he was talking about something spicy and he had like 10K on. I think he was talking about Ethan and Hassan. So there was like maybe 10 or 11K there. Still got an audience. Same thing with Vosh. You think after the fucking lolly shit with Vosh, he would have fucking taken a hit? No, he's still fucking 5 to 8K a stream. If he's talking about something spicy, he'll be up in the 10, 11 range. I mean, fucking A, man. I do have some stuff in my playlist, though, for like Hassan and Destiny and Ethan and all that. So maybe we'll check that out in a minute. But This Andy Pants Gaming guy always either, some people are like, oh, based, this guy's so based, or some people are like, oh, this guy's the worst person ever, he's so fucking cringe. But regardless of whatever you think about him, it's definitely rage bait. It's sloppy, it's rage bait, and I'm here for it. So let's see. So this is Based Marvel Rivals CEO says Western devs are, quote, lazy and woke. The lecture stream and Amaranth's reaction to the cope was classic. Yeah, exactly. Saying if you go to a Trump rally and you die, he has no sympathy. Yeah. Well, he said he was going to laugh. He said he would laugh. And not only that, but he said, if you're a conservative viewer of mine, he said something like to the effect where he's like, look, I know I have some conservatives in my community, and I love you guys because you guys have been here for a while, and you've definitely contributed a lot. But I will say this, if you go to a fucking Trump rally and you get shot, I will laugh at you. He was saying that to his own fan base, bro. Imagine saying that to the people that give you money every month. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Do you think this, bro?
That's how fucking spoiled he is. I really think he takes his position, his station in life for granted, for sure.
Gives a crap about your pronouns, dude. Don't you care about LGHDTV rights? Ding Lei is just like,
oh wait, hold on. Forgot. There we go.
Do you think this bro gives a crap about your pronouns, dude? Don't you care about LGHDTV rights? Ding Lei is just like, nah, don't really care. They think that they just deserve money for their gay ass art project, regardless of how dumb it is and regardless of the fact that nobody wants it. That's how arrogant these people are. And like, look at the oppression Olympics going on here. What's going on, guys? So Based Chinese spyware game Marvel Rivals keeps increasing its player count. It's up to 20 million players, and it has all of these gorgeous female models in the game. And meanwhile, NetEase has also announced that they're closing their American development studio and firing a bunch of employees. And is it any surprise? Because who wants to deal with these people, man? Like, it's just a bunch of HR violations and a bunch of, you need to use the right pronouns when you're talking to me. Blah. All of the good games are coming from the East now, whether it's Stalker 2 in Russia, whether it's Chinese games,
Wukong.
Korean games, Japanese games. Guys, do you blame NetEase for firing all these American development studios? So the larger story here by Stephen Totillo is, in an industry earthquake, NetEase plans to cut more all-star game studios. And we'll get more into that in a second. But it's because these companies are focused on, oh my gosh, making money. Imagine these companies prioritizing happy gamers because happy gamers give them money. And China is the only country who seems to understand that. And guys, we're going to get more into this in a second, but I think it's an absolute shame. And look at America here, dude. We only have ourselves to blame. And it's because these horrible, horrible people, we've let them work at our game studios. We've sacrificed our values and we've allowed these people to make our video games. 20 years ago, America made the best games and China was doing offshoot work, but now it's flipped. China is making the best games and America is just the lower level consumers now. And I hope you guys will learn. Like, do you think these LGBTQ freaks and weirdos will finally wake up and learn and see what the problem is? That people just want traditional masculinity and femininity in their games. They don't want a bunch of woke garbage and nonsense. So all of this got kicked off when Grums tweeted this. NetEase isn't just laying off the 6-person Marvel Rivals team. NetEase is also pulling funding from Western and potentially Japanese gaming studios. The CEO is said to be very unsatisfied with Western developers, calling them lazy, entitled, slow, and woke, according to a source that I spoke with. And guys, do you think this bro gives a crap about your pronouns, dude? This guy, his name's Ding Lei. He is a internet tech billionaire. He's kind of like China's Elon Musk. Dude, you don't make billions and billions of dollars by being sensitive about people's feelings. I'll tell you that much. So you imagine these lesbians coming up and being like, don't you care about LGHDTV rights? Ding Lei is just like, nah, don't really care. Make me money. That's all I care about. Make me some money. But guys, I just wanted to point out another game that's trending right now is this Chinese game Mecha Break. Guys, Chinese developers are crushing it right now. They just seem to understand
what we want in the West because they don't care about the politics, man. They just want to make cool games with hot chicks and cool dudes and guns and fire and all of the things that we love in video games. And these people are obsessed with their gay ass retarded art projects, man. Nobody wants to play your gay ass retarded art project game. I don't have to pay money for that. Give me cool shit or I'm not going to buy your game. Y'all, how funny is this? This is kind of random, but a bunch of politicians. Germany is one of the most woke countries in the West. And so this was a meeting of a bunch of German politicians.
That's for somebody
and
out there.
Look at the oppression Olympics going on here. You've got top left German guy looking like a final boss, dressed up as a woman. Just all these weirdos. Another guy dressed up as a woman. And then this black guy in a wheelchair. Dude's trying to win the oppression Olympics. He's like, I am the most disabled person you could possibly get. I've got all of society working against me because I'm black and I'm in a wheelchair. But guys, I just want to remind y'all what a great time the 2000s was in the old US of A, because think of all the cultural products we were making in video games. Halo was created here. Uncharted was created here. Gears of War was created here, but it was done by based developers in the 2000s. And guys, what cultural product are we creating now? It can't even match what they were doing with Elder Scrolls Oblivion like 15 years ago, dude. Like, we have these trash developers, we have trash creatives. America is making the worst games now. And 20 years ago, we were making the best games. And so it's absolutely awful. But I want to get into this article really quickly. Stephen Totillo, in an industry earthquake, NetEase plans to cut more all-star game studios. It's actually pretty wild. All of the freaking Western studios that they're closing. Fantastic Pixel Castle, Rebel Wolves.
A bit harsh on the black dude. A bit harsh on the black disabled dude. Neither of those are a choice that he made. That's true. Have you ever seen this guy before that we're looking at right now? Or the video, I mean, the guy that's talking, the guy that made this video, his name's Andy Pants. Have you ever seen one of this guy's videos? He's fucking intense. All right, harsh is probably his daily ethos is harsh. All right. I agree with what I was saying though. I mean, yeah, generally, like he'll obviously like, spicify it a little bit because he's making content and he wants to fucking rage bait people into clicks. So, I mean, whatever, people do what they got to do. But yeah, his style is very harsh for sure. I wish NOK was here right now because NOK loves to fucking like speed run insulting him as he's making his arguments. And it's hilarious. Like fucking NOK destroys him in the chat. If we were watching an Indie Pants video and NOK's in the chat, forget even watching the video. Just watch NOK chat alongside the video, and it's a hilarious kind of like companion to the moment. I prefer just watching NOK destroy this guy because it's fucking hilarious. But yeah, this guy's pretty harsh. Yeah, Trumpian harshness. I don't know. Trumpian harshness. I don't know. It's just more like edgy boy stuff, It's just like, walking up to the line, towing the slur line, edgy boy stuff,
Worlds Untold, Skybox Labs.
Oh, NOK is harsh? No. NOK is just smart. Like NOK just is. He'll NOK like will hear one sentence out of this guy's mouth and literally within 1 second have an amazing one to two sentence comeback, and it'll be already typed and ready to go. The moment you hear the sentence, NOK is already fucking hitting enter. NOK is not harsh. He's not gonna fucking. He's not towing the edgy boy line with slurs and stuff. That's not it. That's not NOK. NOK is just smart and funny.
Jackalyptic Games, Jar of Sparks, Anchor Point Studios, T-0, Bullet Farm, Quantic Dream, and Anchor Point Studios. And guys, I guarantee you, because I did a little bit of this, if you go and look at who works at these studios, it's a bunch of woke idiots with pronouns and LGBTQ disgusting homo flags on their stuff. I respect what this dude is doing because Ding Lei here, do you think this dude gives a crap about your pronouns? Dude doesn't give a crap. He wants a good game that people are going to buy. And Western studios have demonstrated that they cannot create games. Like it began, I'd say it began even back in 2017 with BioWare and just hiring a bunch of woke idiots to work on Mass Effect Andromeda. And it's only gotten worse from there. And what we've proven is that America is quickly becoming a second tier development studio to places like Japan and Korea and China, where the best developers in the world are. So yeah, there's been I'm sure somebody will come up with a term for this, but there's been a huge reversal. In the 2000s, the US was creating the best games. Now the US is consuming games. In the 2000s, China was consuming games. And now I would also include China, Korea, and Japan in here. All of these Eastern companies are creating the best games while the US is lagging behind. And guys, is it any surprise? We've got freaks and weirdos who are confused about their gender. We've got all these degenerates here. We've got people who are playing the oppression Olympics and like, oh, I'm so oppressed. You have to give me free stuff because I'm black and I'm in a wheelchair. But really, a huge problem is women. Women should not be. I don't want to say women entirely shouldn't be in the industry, but we should have way less than we do, because they don't know how to make video games. Honestly, they simply biologically don't know how to make games for men. And then you have freak weirdos like Patrick Weeks saying stuff like this on his Twitter: introduce myself to the team as lead writer and dragon romance specialist at today's meeting. Anybody who wants me to present something on a Friday knows what they signed up for. Dude, get fired, bro. Leave the industry. Nobody, hopefully Veilguard absolutely collapsing shows that this dude does not deserve a job.
I am fascinated with Veilguard. I might fucking buy it. I might buy it and download it. I've never played any Dragon's Age games. I never played, what is it, Origin and Inquisition. I never played any Dragon's Age games. But when Veilguard came out, it was just like this fucking onslaught of the game, like the fans who for some reason are like disproportionately progressive or LGBTQ ish around there. And I only know that because when Veilguard came out, I got recommended a bunch of groups on social media to join for Veilguard, and I was like, all right, whatever. I usually join anytime a new game comes out. I'll join a group to like get a sense of what people are talking about the game, so I could decide whether or not I might actually want to buy it at some point. But the groups that I joined, it's like super lefty all over the place. But then you'll get like a right-wing troll will come in there and say, oh, Veilguard, they just fucking lecture you about pronouns the whole time, and then they just immediately kick that person, right? So they keep it like this bubble. And I just sit in the background and I'm just looking for them talking about the game. But in the course of being in the group, you'll see a lot of fucking back and forth trollery. But that being said, like all the discourse behind Veilguard has been fascinating, and I've heard it's actually for the game itself, it's pretty good. It does have some cringy scenes that you do have to kind of like, bite the bullet for and just like kind of trudge your way through it. But for the most part, I heard it was an okay game, and I was like, all right, well, you know what? I want to see what the deal is. I won't pay full price for it. When it's on sale, I would consider spending, $15-20 maybe. But I'm super curious to see if it's as bad as people said it was, because some people were just like, people destroyed that game. I think it got like review bombed on Steam, like crazy review bombed. All they shut down BioWare. Some of the devs fucking moved on. I think some of them went to Mass Effect. I think Halo even hired a few of them. I don't know, but the fallout from the game is essentially that they shut down BioWare and it was just a massive disaster. I don't know if it was because of the game or because EA owns BioWare and EA is like a giant corporation and they're just fucking greedy or whatever. I don't know. This could be a combination of all of that, but I am curious to possibly at some point get Veilguard and say, okay, fuck it, let's see how fucking woke it is,
At any Western game studio. But guys, moving on here, what is the solution? And I'm just going to be really blunt with y'all. I think all of us need to learn how to code, and all of us need to get off of our asses. I'm personally working on 2 different video games right now. I'm writing and creating the art for 2 different video games. And the only way that this cultural shift is going to happen is if we start creating cultural products. So I love complaining about video games. Y'all know I love complaining about video games, but we all need to be part of the solution too. Whether you're giving your money to somebody who's making based games, or making a based game yourself. And I just want to mention here before I get into the main part of this video, I want to mention the It's Based Game Jam and my buddy Duke over there who runs the thing. These guys, and look, these guys are not making AAA games. They're making games with 4 or 5 people, small indie games, but some of them are actually really good. These guys recently got banned from the homos over on Itch. I freaking hate Itch so much. And it sucks because Itch is like the only place where you can play indie games, and they got banned from it. So please follow these guys. Please join their game jam. Whether you're an artist or a coder, learn how to code, learn Photoshop. I'm doing this in Adobe Premiere right now, but we all need to just level up our skills and stop. All of us, including myself, I'm speaking to myself here. We need to stop consuming and we need to start making. I think is a good thing for all of us. But guys, I want to get into the big problem here that I see with all of the stuff going on with Marvel Rivals. And the problem, as I see it, is entitlement. This is the big problem that we have in the West. And I want to talk about a bunch of useless, shit-stained developers who think that they're entitled. And entitlement begins with, I deserve blank. I deserve a job. I deserve citizenship. I deserve a comfortable life. I deserve. Whereas Ding Lei up there in China, that dude's like, you don't deserve shit. You don't deserve anything. Aside from that, I owe you nothing. These developers think that we owe them jobs. They think that we should they think that they just deserve money for their gay ass art project, regardless of how dumb it is and regardless of the fact that nobody wants it. That's how arrogant these people are. But just going back to Ding Lei, this dude is like, no, you deserve nothing. You deserve nothing. You'll get nothing. I'll fire you when I want to. You need to do exactly what I say or I'll fire you, is what this guy is saying. And that is the right of an employer to say that. Every employer can just say, nope, you're not doing what I told you to do. You're fired. And good for him. Guys, on a larger note here, I just want to talk about entitlement in general. Foxconn, the Foxconn suicides, this was something that happened back in 2007 in China. Look, I'm not going to tell y'all that these are great working conditions in these other countries. China, working conditions in China and Cambodia and the Far East and Asia are absolutely awful. And like, shouldn't that make us so thankful for the way we have it here? Like, guys, life is so easy and so blessed and so wonderful in Western countries compared to waking up every day and working at somewhere like Foxconn, where they're committing suicide and they're killing themselves. So, guys, I just want to encourage y'all with this. You woke up this morning and that's a gift from God, but you don't deserve that. You don't deserve a good job. You could be in Cambodia working on clothes to sell at Old Navy or J. Crew right now. And so I have found a wonderful thing is to wake up every morning and say, I deserve nothing, and everything I have in my life is a gift from God. And the way you become a shitty, resentful, spiteful person like Hassan here, he made a video about me the other day. I'm gonna respond to it pretty soon.
Oh, shit.
But people like this, they hate life, and they hate life because they think that they're owed something. And it's so freeing. It's so freeing and it's so wonderful to just say, I am owed nothing. All of life is given to me by grace, and I could die at any moment because I deserve nothing. I feel like it's really a freeing way to live. But guys, first I want to talk about this guy, Mark Dara, and he was an executive producer on Veilguard. And he essentially said this in a video: I deserve to make whatever I want and you need to buy it.
Did you read the title? Did it say something like your $70 doesn't buy you cruelty? Well, that's what we're going to talk about today. The fact that you bought a game that you didn't like doesn't give you the right to be cruel or unkind to the people that developed that game. Now,
it actually does, Mark. It 100% gives me the right to be cruel and to say whatever I want. Number one, because this is a free effing country. We're not like England. We're not like Ireland where they get thrown in jail for saying stuff on the internet. It's a free effing country, and I can say whatever I want, Mark. But secondly, just because you worked on a game doesn't mean you have to buy it. Mark, you're an entitled piece of shit. I don't have to buy whatever you made. To go back to my quote, to go back to my quote from Daniel, I give you money when you offer something I find value in. Aside from that, I owe you nothing. He's essentially saying I deserve to make whatever I want and you have to buy it. Guys, do we wonder why the West is dying? Do we wonder why this is happening right now? It's happening because of entitled, shitty people. The entire Western game development world is run by these LGBTQ weirdos, and they are why America has dropped to number 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. This is why Western game development studios are closing, is because of this attitude of entitlement. And China and Ding Lei and all of these Eastern people, they don't have that retarded sense of entitlement that we have. But Greg Miller essentially went on stage at the DICE Awards and he said this. He essentially said, I deserve a job in the industry. So last week at the DICE Awards, he
what's up,
proudly announced, stop firing people, was what he said. All of you companies, y'all just need, the solution is that you companies just need to stop firing people like a child throwing a tantrum. And the more I thought about it, what Greg was doing, it's like a child. So imagine you're the father in a household and this is your son getting a bunch of cookies. And imagine that you as the father lose your job and you can't buy cookies anymore. And it's like your son, your little boy saying, well, Daddy, we just need more cookies. We just need more cookies in the house. That's the solution. And you sit your son down and you try to explain to your son, son, I need a job to buy a house and to buy a car and to buy all these things. One of those things being cookies. You're essentially dealing with a man-child here who doesn't seem to understand how economics work because, sweetie, Greg, while you're saying stop firing people, the larger problem is that these games aren't making money. Greg, instead of saying stop firing people to game developers, you should say start making games people want. But he can't see that far ahead because he's like a child eating cookies. He's like, well, the problem is cookies. The problem is we need more cookies in the house. And then you as the father are coming in and saying, Greg, kiddo, the problem is not cookies. The problem is I don't have a job anymore. We're not making money anymore. This is another clip I wanted to show y'all of somebody who I think is incredibly titled. It's this chick, Eddie, who she was an influencer. She was actually friends with the creative director, Corinne Bush of Dragon Age. Watching the meltdown as BioWare basically put her out to pasture and did not care about what she was saying anymore was actually pretty awesome. So let's watch this clip of Eddie talking.
It's just a lot. It's just a whole lot. Because now I'm in a position where I don't think BioWare is on my side.
Yeah, sorry about that, Eddie. So sad, so sad. You don't deserve to have a company's attention. You don't deserve to have anything from a company. And it's clear that with Dragon Age Veilguard being one of the most massive video game failures of a AAA game that we've seen in a while, it makes sense that they would distance themselves from trans weirdos like you, Eddie. You don't deserve money. You don't deserve attention. You don't deserve anything. But it's this entitlement mentality that is absolutely rotting the West to the core. Let's move on to another incredibly entitled person, is Alana Pierce, who keeps sucking all the dicks she can to think that she deserves a job in the industry. Meanwhile, she's working on God of War cookbooks and telling everybody that she works at Santa Monica Studios. So yeah, she's desperately trying to figure out which dick she needs to suck to keep her job. And she tweets things like this: thoughts are with everyone suffering the very unique loss that is pouring all of your time and energy into something for years just to have it be canceled because of poor corporate decision making. You know, it's like you have to explain basic economics to these people. And look, I've worked in a creative field for all my life, so I understand how this junk works. Alana, let me ask you this. Was Sony Santa Monica paying you to launch a successful game, or were they paying you for your work while you were working at the company? And it's clear that Sony Santa Monica was paying you for whatever work you did at that company, whether or not it led to a successful game. That's how every single company works. That's how every single job works. They are paying you to do work, which may or may not contribute to a final product that gets made into a game. But again, the entitlement comes in. She's saying, "Oh, I was entitled to the game that I worked on launching and being successful." No, sweetie, that's not how video games work. That's not how companies work. The company is paying you to work on a game for a while, and they're paying for your creative product for a little while, but they didn't make any promises about a game launching or whatever it is you're expecting. Also, side note here, it looks like Alana is now working on this game Layers Deep. It's a game, kind of looks like a Souls-like game in which you play as an onion. So I would put this game on my non-binary do not buy list, just because Alana, who is a complete leftist, gay communist shill, is working on it. But guys, one last clip I want to look at here.
Tens of thousands of gamers have been laid off at a level that is unprecedented in the industry's history.
I love this brand. I love this company. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do?
I actually started in games relatively late, even though I've loved the industry ever since I was a little child.
And look, I'm absolutely happy that this guy is helping people find jobs, but the reality is that most of these people don't deserve jobs. Like, guys, I keep looping back to the China thing. China has proven that we don't deserve to be, most American developers don't deserve to be working in the industry. We don't deserve to be making games, because the games that are woke LGBTQ weirdos that seem to work in the games industry in America, these people don't deserve jobs. So whenever I see people, it's always people on the left who are complaining about layoffs. But whenever I see people on the left complaining about layoffs, I just think, if your game was not profitable, all you've proven is that you actually didn't deserve a job in the industry. And the industry is going to be better when you are fired. So if Corinne Bush here on the right, who worked on Veilguard, it's a he actually, but if he is fired, I will celebrate, because he made a terrible game. He ruined a franchise. He ruined Dragon Age, and he ruined BioWare. So we should actually celebrate when these people lose their jobs. I guess what I'm really getting at is that not all firings are bad, and not all layoffs are bad if it's bad people. And just to leave y'all with one final funny quote. So this was somebody was mad that Avowed is doing so terribly right now, and they said this: racist, biggest.
Someone complaining about how games are woke because they have an LGBT flag in them. Yeah, this is that Andy Pants Gaming guy. We watched a few videos, I think, over the past few weeks from him. I think Anoke was working on a video about him, and actually fucking Hassan watched one of his videos the other day about this same kind of topic. And he mentioned it in this video, and he's like, well, Hassan mentioned me in a fucking, he reviewed an Andy Pants video, and he's like, okay, well, I'm going to make a video on Hassan right now. But yeah, it's another, that's what we're doing tonight, Mina. We are doing rage bait, boomer, fucking sloppy politics, sloppy culture war, sloppy drama, all that shit, right? I mean, very little high level intellectual stuff going on tonight. I'm just not in the mood. Not in the mood, right? Turned off the keys, turned off the brain and threw the keys over the fence. The dude at Obsidian, who's actively hostile towards white people, and said he puts their resumes at the back of the queue. Oh, you might be talking about, I think it's Josh Sawyer. Josh Sawyer is like one of the head guys at Obsidian. He was like super pivotal with like Fallout New Vegas. That's how long he's been there. He's been there since New Vegas, and probably even before that. But I think you might be talking about Josh Sawyer. Josh Sawyer is a pretty outspoken guy. Shit like this is AIDS. Yeah, I know. That's what we're doing tonight, Mike. Okay. Or no, sorry, that was EC. I've seen a lot of those video games are woke games, and they often contradict themselves within the first 10 minutes of the video. Yeah, well, I mean, just speaking to the video games themselves, I was talking a little bit earlier about possibly actually getting Veilguard and playing it. I've never played any Dragon Age games, but I want to see what all the hype was about, or the anti-hype was about. Anoke said he played it, and he said, you know, there's a couple cringe scenes, but beyond that, you know, it's actually a halfway decent game. So I was like, you know what? If it goes on sale and it's like $15-20, I'll buy it, but I'm not paying $70 for it. But, you know, I was just curious to see, like, you know, what all the hubbub for Veilguard was about. I'm not one of those people who hates a game because of the female protagonists or gay options, though. Kingdom Come 2 is great. BG3 is great. I have not played. BG3 was like game of the year, wasn't it? What, last year or the year before that, whenever it came out. Haven't played Kingdom Come. Female protagonist, don't care. That's fine with me. You know, I think, how many games have I played with a female protagonist? I know I played Mirror's Edge. Loved Mirror's Edge. Loved Mirror's Edge. I mean, you know, the story's kind of like, you know, future daytime cyberpunk kind of stuff, jumping from building to building. But I loved I loved Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge was super fun. Oh, what was it? A Plague's Tale. A Plague's Tale was great. That was a female protagonist. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Just to be clear, the person you're talking about is Danny Lalanders. She's a woman who said she wasn't going to make resumes from white people when they asked for job. Oh, Danny Lalanders. Okay, I thought you might have been talking about Josh Sawyer. The Ukrainian kidnapping videos in Western refuses to show you. I've seen them. I've seen a bunch of them on fucking, you know, like various fucking Twitter or whatever. You know, I've seen a bunch of like, I've seen the Ukrainian kidnapping videos. You know what? I don't know. I didn't really have an opinion about Russia, Ukraine until lately, and I'm kind of just of the opinion where I'm just fucking, I'm definitely sick of fucking, I'm sick of any more money going towards it. That's definitely like my baseline. But I think for the most part, I'm just thinking to myself, sometimes the people that we want to win conflicts don't win. Sometimes that happens, you know. I think we live in an age where we can just manifest all the good guy always winning, and I just don't think that we're in that case. I don't see any situation where Ukraine actually wins. I don't see them coming out on top. I don't care how much money or equipment is thrown their way at the situation. I just don't see them, you know, having a clear path to victory. And if they have to make concessions, you know, in that, I mean, granted, I do think that Putin should answer for some fucking war crimes. That's for sure. Wasn't he kidnapping fucking a shit ton of people in the eastern part of the country and fucking, you know, bringing them back to Russia because, you know, bringing them back to their rightful motherland or whatever? I don't know what the mantra behind that was, but I don't know. I heard there was upwards of thousands of people, especially kids, being kidnapped and brought to Russia. But I'm definitely sick of fucking spending any more money on it, any more equipment on it. It doesn't seem like, you know, Zelensky the other day was like, yeah, he on Fox News with Sean Hannity was like, yes, we have clear accounting. You can come, you can look, you can see the accounting whenever you like. Okay, we have the figures. You can look at them. I doubt that they're fucking. I really doubt that he can account for $100 billion. I really doubt that. So the money, fuck that. And then it's just one of those things where it's like, you know, not everything's a fucking fairy tale where the good guy always wins. You know? And I wish it wasn't so. I wish Ukraine could spank the fuck out of Russia and we could just go home and be happy about this. But no, I don't see them having a clear path to victory. And, you know, how much longer can it go on? You know, even if Russia's economy is kind of fucking on somewhat pins and needles at this point, between whatever they have going on plus the war on top of that, I still think they'll probably have more than enough resources to fucking keep doing this for years. And I just don't think Ukraine will without any more support. And it's like, bro, look, sometimes the bad guy wins, bro. Sometimes the I don't want Putin to win. I don't like Putin. Okay, I don't. Definitely not a thing. But sometimes the bad guy wins, man. Metroid to this day is still one of the best video game series ever. The only one I ever played was the original NES version. I didn't play Super Metroid or like any of the other ones. If there was an N64 version or anything after that, I've only played the OG. The OG. She used to work for Sweet Betty Inc., but she was fired. Okay. That's not the person I'm talking about. Okay. Well, I mean, EC, I think you might be talking about Josh Sawyer. Josh Sawyer, I mean, Maida knows a lot more about this. If Maida can pull information like that out of his ass, I would 9 times out of 10 just believe whatever the hell he says, honestly. But he's usually right. Maida's usually right. But I would say if there was another person that would be what you're describing, it would probably be Josh Sawyer. Josh Sawyer is very outspoken. He's an unapologetic leftist, and he's very vocal. He streams on Twitch. He's very I don't know how active he's on Twitter, but he's known for being, kind of like, anti right wing, I guess. I don't know what a good way to describe it is, but he, if you would describe putting white people's resumes in the back of the pile as anti-right wing or whatever, then that could be something Josh Sawyer would do. Possibly. I don't know. All right, almost done here. It's like a minute left, 2 minutes left.
Industry won again. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Does your day feel that little bit better knowing a great developer comprised of hardworking folks is going to likely be shut down over this? All because you can't whack off to ugly character designs and cry about woke games all the time. Get the memo. This game wasn't for you in the first place. Look, if the game wasn't for us, then of course it's not going to make money. Again, to go back to my wisdom, to go back to the wisdom of my buddy D. Morg, he said this: I give you money when you offer something I find value in. Aside from that, I owe you nothing. Look, Chinese companies are giving players what they want. Chinese companies are giving us attractive women in games. They're giving us fun gameplay. They're giving us what we want. And it's nice to see people like this billionaire guy, Ding Lei. The dude understands that. Dude, do you think this guy cares about the purity or the ideology or whatever of video games? This dude just wants to make money. And guys, at the end of the day, this is what we need to be focusing on. What games are successful, what games are making money, because those are the games that are going to have a future, that are going to have a long life and a long development studio. But getting caught up in pronouns, getting caught up in this satanic nonsense with people who are just like all of these people are just HR violations walking around. They're going to create discord because, guys, as we know, that's what Satan does. All of these people are satanic because what Satan loves to do is he loves to sow discord and he loves to sow problems at your company. And so what these Chinese spyware companies know is they just want to create games. They don't want HR violations and they want efficient workers. So guys, yeah, it's sad to see America go down this rabbit hole. I hate saying that my home country of America is making the worst games now, but it seems that China, Korea, and Japan are number one now. And the great USA has fallen, and it's fallen because of woke satanic leftist idiots. And so we need to stop supporting these people. We need to stop supporting their satanic nonsense. We need to never buy a game from these people again. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Bye.
If you go on these various subreddits, of which we have pulled up is Kyle Kalinske, you go on David Pakman Show or Vow.
Tim Pool's upset at Kalinske and Pac-Man. Imagine for a moment being so fucking stupid and horny, unironically in a roundabout way advocate for China taking over the media industry, but claim to bleed red, white, and blue. Yeah, it's kind of cucked. Yeah. I totally got. I was kind of catching that vibe towards the end there, where he was like, I hate to say it, but it's kind of like taking over, Yeah. Yep. Okay, here. Let's see. What is this? The Political Compass. Hasanabi reacts to Casually Explained. It's only 18 minutes. Everything I got here is, I mean, some of it's in the 30 minute to hour range, but most of it's like in the 20-minute range. So this one's about 18 minutes. It's Hassan, and everybody loves Hassan or hates Hassan. So either way, it's, you know, I think for the most part, nobody in here like loves Hassan. I could care less about Hassan. I don't watch. I've only recently started watching Hassan because of all the Ethan stuff lately. Actually, the only time I've ever watched anything Hassan related has been basically because of anything Ethan related. And the only reason I would watch anything Ethan related is because Chud Logic probably covered it earlier in the day. So, I mean, I don't really normally watch any of this stuff, but I know that it is always good rage bait. So, Political Compass, Hassan sounds right up our alley here. Let's see. Watch something on Medieval World? No, because that's fucking. I mean, Medieval World was funny and interesting and informative, but like I said in the very beginning, we're slop today. Slop. It's only slop tonight. All right. Sloppy fucking politics, culture war, drama, just slop. I just want to piss people off in the chat enough to fucking get some conversations going. That like a medieval world kind of video is a video where I'd want to stop what I'm doing and watch it and pay attention. And I'm just not in that mode right now. You know? I got myself a glass of wine. I got myself a vape. And I got some good company. So that's where we're at. That's the vibe. That's the Friday night vibe. All right, let's see. Not saying we'll never watch one. You know, we might want, you know, maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday. I don't know. You know, it's the weekend, so we can do what we want. But tonight, I'm just in this kind of mode right now.
I've been meaning to watch the Casually Explained video, The Political Compass. Apparently, there's some people who are saying that there's some like liberal takes in it. Anyway, let's watch the Casually Explained The Political Compass now.
Only two political parties, and despite what the name would imply, neither one's very fun at all. This political division means you don't get any nuance in policy, and instead you either vote on which person you hate the least, or just pick one or two things you absolutely don't want someone to mess up, and then you compromise anyway. While most people are not too familiar with the political compass, they have heard—
What was his ban, like a day? I think his ban was only like a day. Oh, no. Hassan was banned for a day. You know what he did in that day? He made a YouTube video explaining what happened. And how he said he was going to be less political from now on, or he was going to be apolitical from now on. So the next day when he got unbanned, he started his stream, and he was wearing a keffiyeh, and he had like a Palestine flag in the back. And then he was like, whoa, hold on. I can't do this. I got to go apolitical. And then he took all that stuff off, put the flag away, and then he put on a MAGA hat. He's like, yeah, okay, let's go. You know? Yeah, but it was like only like a day. He's a fucking, he's an insider, bro. He's a psyop. He's a Twitch psyop, right? Dan Saltman was right, okay? Dan Saltman was right. People like Second Thought, Bad and Banana, Hakeem, and some others turning their back on Hassan for speaking out against anti-Semitism. Interesting. I know most of those. I don't know who Second Thought is though. Who's Second Thought? I know Bad and Banana. I definitely heard of Hakeem. Who's Second Thought? I've heard that name. Disavowing anti-Semitism. Ah, okay, gotcha.
Heard the term left and right. You might have seen a spectrum like this in civics class, and they taught you some vague theory about reactionaries versus radicals or social reform versus conservatism, but this is pretty meaningless to most people. In reality, when someone asks if you're on the left or right in America, what they want to know is how many digits of the pride flag you've memorized. Even the most far left and far right extremes have more in common than you might think. For example, they both share the same common weakness: follow-up questions. Take people on the far left, they all make the same mistake, which is waking up one day, doing absolutely no research, and then thinking there's no way that Ben Shapiro will have heard this one before. Similarly, if you take someone on the far right who says, I believe that white people are superior to the other races, the obvious follow-up is asking if this is their sample group. The reality is that just left or right doesn't capture the full nuance of someone's political beliefs. If you're a fiscal conservative who believes that government debt represents an inability to provide future public programs, the left lumps you in with the people who stormed the Capitol. If you're a liberal who believes that investment into nuclear is the future of clean—
Wait, what?
That just left or right doesn't capture the full nuance of someone's political beliefs. If you're a fiscal conservative who believes that government debt represents an inability to provide future public programs, the left lumps you in with the people who stormed the Capitol. If you're a liberal who believes that investment into nuclear is the future of clean energy, the right lumps you in with the people who think that the hard counter to fracking is a heartfelt land acknowledgement. The political compass introduces a bit more nuance because while you still have a left and right, you can flesh out what you believe about both economic and social policy, and more importantly, see how your beliefs relate to other people's. To give the theme, as you move up the compass, you prefer big government. As you move down, you prefer small or less government. And as you move left, you prefer equal redistribution of resources. And to the right, you prefer to let free markets allocate resources unimpeded. So let's look at each quadrant's highest value first, so you can see which one you most relate to and the—
I don't think it's correct to put Ben here. I think, well, I guess
pros and cons of each. Authoritarian right's highest value is virtue. Pros: everyone can pursue their own ideals. Cons: me and my homies will determine what they are. Authoritarian left is equality. Pros: everyone shares equally in all the stuff.
That's not true.
Cons: there is no stuff.
Okay, both of these things are incorrect. And no, I mean, I didn't know that political compass theory was like this much of a liberal, ironically enough. But I don't think that this is accurate in terms of like everyone shares equally and all the stuff is just not correct. There is no like, you know, we're cutting the tall trees ass attitude in terms of people who are strivers and overachievers will be cut down, and that every single person, like the basketball team, has to have the same height or anything like that. I mean, I guess it's
libertarian left is compassion. Pros: what's mine is yours, what's yours is mine, and we can all love each other. Cons: you hate your wife's boyfriend. Libertarian right is freedom. Pros: the rich get insanely rich, the poor just die. Cons:
okay, fair.
Lastly, the centrist highest value is of course A5 Wagyu. Pros: all that matters to him are beef and gas prices. Cons: his whole world is currently in shambles. In brief, auth right is if it ain't broke for me, don't fix it. Lib left is friendly, horny, and broke. Lib right is temporarily embarrassed millionaires. And auth left is everything would finally be perfect if we just got rid of that one up Jenga block right at the bottom. By using the quadrants, it lets us see there's a lot more nuance to someone's political opinion than just left or right. For example, to someone on the right, everyone on the left seems the same. But libertarian left will say, you know, communism sounds really nice. Everyone living as equals with each other, working together in harmony with the environment. I guess it just seems that while the theory is good, the execution has been really bad. Then authoritarian left would say, yeah, but often necessary. Similarly to people—
okay, that's not this part. You guys are saying skip, but like this part right here is the in the past 3 minutes that I have listened to it, this part is probably the most accurate, I would say.
While the theory is good, the execution has been really bad.
Yes, like lib leftists will unironically say that, and the authoritarian leftists, I guess, will unironically say that. Is that part is not that inaccurate.
Then authoritarian left would say, yeah, but often necessary. Similarly, to people on the left, the right seems all the same, but author-right will say, you know, I get that people are different and can choose to live how they want to. It's just the values of my culture are dying and all this chaos is taking over. If people just embrace how things were before, they see it just works better than this. And lib-right would say, you're so right, baby. Just unlock this video and it'll help cheer you up. The authoritarian side of the compass also gets the libertarian side confused all the time, mistaking both quadrants as woke. But see if you can catch the subtle difference. Lib left says, I treat people nicely because they're human just like me with their own personality and preferences. Makes me sad that some people hate other people just because they don't act or look the way they think they should. Whereas lib right just says, yep, customer's always right. The libertarian side also confuses the authoritarian.
I don't think that exists anymore, by the way. The libertarian right. They do the same thing that the authorite does. I already hate the political quadrant thing to begin with. The political compass is so reductive, and
I hear this all the time, especially in like these fucking like ANCOM and CAP groups that I'm in. Fucking, it's like they're just like, dude, you guys are not even libertarian anymore. Okay, you're basically either fucking normie Republicans like myself, or fucking you're alt right, or you're Nazi. You know, because that's always an option. But it's usually like, yeah, no, you're probably just kind of like either Republican, conservative, or Nazi, basically. You know, like there's no such thing as like a, you know, right-leaning libertarian anymore, apparently. Athon is authoritarian but refuses to accept it. Yeah, I believe that. And oh man. Call me crazy when leftists disagree with the political labels when applied to them because it makes them realize they're closer to radical ideologies they lead on. Man, I mean, well, I don't know how many leftists are out there, but I was watching some kind of fucking, what was I watching? I was watching like just some fucking, it was clips on Instagram. I think it was like this fucking, where was it? This person. Oh yeah, this person right here. This person right here.
Are non-binary folks trans? The short answer?
This person right here. I was watching this and I was like, man, I can imagine like back in the day, this person was just like an Obama voter, and then the DNC screwed Bernie over, and that just like completely just fucking pushed him way to the left in the same way that Obamacare pushed me to the right, or more towards the right. I mean, I think I'm still just like a normie Republican, but what was it? There was like some kind of like, it's just like word salad, anti-capitalist, fucking droning on and on and on and on, with just a nice buzzword accoutrement, you know. Where was it? Dear white autistic influencers. Oh, start it over.
10-foot pole. Why are you silent? An open letter to white autistic and neurodivergent content creators. Why do you talk about disability justice but won't touch racial justice with a 10-foot pole? Why are you silent on issues like genocide, colonialism, and apartheid that overwhelmingly affect autistic and disabled folks of color? Why do you not mention in your explainer videos that racism affects every aspect of the autism experience too? From how the world perceives autistic traits and POC as racist character faults, even violent worthy reasons for harassment and police brutality, to how medical racism makes healthcare access to diagnosis and beyond at times impossible, to how racism just compounds experiences with disability, like difficulty getting resources, a job, accommodations, or even...
How is anybody supposed to understand this, man? How is anybody supposed to understand this? I got in a conversation with someone the other day about politics in real life, and they tried to explain to me about how LGBT people can only have equal rights under communism. And when I brought up all the examples of LGBT people have no rights under communism, they said I was using, quote, fascist talking points, and said that it was telling how quick I was to hide behind the truth. Wow. Wow, man. Was that somebody you knew, or was it somebody just on the internet? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Dude, you and I have had like plenty of conversations since we've known each other. I would never, there's no way that I would ever accuse you of ever using fascist talking points. You're one of the most fucking reasonable people I've ever met. There's no way there's like just all of a sudden Midas spewing fucking fascist talking points. Ridiculous. Real life? Oh, well, there you go. There you go. I mean, I'm all about compassion and empathy. I'm all about it. but this overemphasis on intersectionality just fucking completely like muddies the entire conversation. I think it's fine to observe intersectionality, but if you're only given 5 sentences to get an important point across, and you have to mention race, religion, gender, sexuality, socioeconomic status, disability, if you have to say all of those things within the 5 sentences, I guarantee your point's not going to get across. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Now, if you choose a couple that are important and say, okay, I'm going to focus on these, and then hopefully I'll get another point to bring in the other ones, okay, then fine. But fucking, like, this is just such a fucking word salad here.
Just human decency from others for existing. Why do, even when you know all of this, do you expect autistics of color to do all the work for you of educating white folks because you don't experience it firsthand? For a community who preaches the strength of neurodiversity, where is the diversity? The lack of inclusion of Black and brown perspectives has always been appalling, but absolutely intentional to make influencers more popular and palatable for white comfort. But if your digital and real life communities only reflect people who look like you, that is a reflection of you, your values, and the people you represent and advocate for. If you don't like that, change it. Talk about it. But this whole avoiding topics that make you challenge the complexities of having white privilege while being marginalized in other ways is not enough. Choosing only to opt in when it means posting black squares or MLK quotes taken out of context is not enough. A quick footnote at the end of your content for everyone else is not enough. Racial justice is a vital part of disability justice. Start acting like it. An open letter to white autistic and neurodivergent content.
I mean, to me, it's just like there are probably several points in there that I definitely think make sense, and some of which I would actually probably agree with. But when you piece it together in the way that this person did, now granted, it's an Instagram reel or whatever, and it's content. I know I am taking all of that into consideration. However, that being said, there's still a message trying to be conveyed, and in my mind I'm just thinking no one's going to get any of that. You put too much in there. There's too many intersections, and when you do that, it just comes across like you're fucking moving pieces around on a fucking social justice monopoly board, instead of like, who's the audience for this? Am I the audience for this? Am I the audience for that? Oh, an open letter to white autistic plus neurodivergent content creators. Okay, I am white. I would probably say that I'm undiagnosed autistic. It's probably a mild autism, but there's definitely times when I'm like, yeah, I probably got a bit of the tism. Neurodivergent, I don't know. I don't even think people actually get real diagnoses for being neurodivergent. I think people just say they are that. Content creator? Yeah, I'm streaming. I got a YouTube channel. I guess I'm a content creator, but so yeah, I am the audience for this. Bro. Let me explain why you don't understand or digest this properly, because it's not for you. It's something that uses a lot of buzzwords to reaffirm people's beliefs, not to change people who don't already believe. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But it just made me think of, like, just going back to, like, that political compass. Like, I think that this person was probably just, like, a Bernie broette in 2014, 2015, had no choice but to vote for Obama. Then Bernie gets fucking burned by the DNC, and fucking that just said, okay, I'm done with liberalism. I'm done with Democrats. I'm done with all that shit. I'm just going to be fucking fully entrenched as far left as I can go. Or comfortably. I'm not saying she's Antifa or anything, but the way you imagine that your monitors are always turning off, you should get that diagnosed. That is really happening. Okay, I am not imagining that. It happened once tonight. But it only happened once tonight. So where's the wood at? Knock on wood. Doesn't happen again. Okay, let's get back to the song.
More often than not, every single person that uses the political compass as like a guiding tool is weirdly enough, always around here. Okay, not saying that that is what casually explained politics are, but just look at the PCM subreddit and you will understand virtually everyone is here. Okay, some of them are here, others are here on this reductive quadrant, and they're all talking shit about everybody else, while simultaneously making this seem like it's like here, I think.
Inside, both want to have top-down control of how things are run and how people behave, but auth-right is much more straightforward. If they don't like what you're doing, they're gonna hit you with a stick. If auth-left doesn't like what you're doing, they're gonna convince everyone else that you have a stick. In contrast, if lib-left's life isn't going so well, they just adapt, complain, download Hinge, and wait for an inheritance. Whereas if lib-right's life isn't going so well, they say, no, there is a way to fight the system. Which is of course the nasal strip, buying an online marketing course, and becoming a men's motivational speaker. Because an individual's beliefs radically shape how they relate to other people, another way of understanding the compass is through how each views their ideal romantic relationship compared to how their relationships actually play out in reality. Auth-right's ideal relationship is the classic nuclear family. Nice house just outside of town, stay-at-home wife, good job, couple of kids, and a dog. The relationship auth-right actually gets is their third failing marriage and fourth pair of tack glasses, or they're a virgin in their early 20s with an anime girl as their ex-profile, and their main hobby is using AI to generate anthropomorphic female fighter jets. In either case, they plan to fix their life with a one-way plane ticket to Thailand and become each other's customer. Auth-left's ideal relationship is with Hassan Piker. The relationship
okay, fair.
Auth-left actually gets is with Hassan Piker's chair. Lib-left's ideal
You know what's really funny about this? This knows, as a person who has been in this community for years, he knows that I pause every time. The original meme that went super viral was him knowing that I would pause and being like, thanks for unpausing the video, Hassan. But now, after years and years of Reactgate nonsense, I mean, it's fine. It's whatever. He cooked me. Yeah, I always just let the chair do the talking for me. The original meme is how I came across you. I know. For those of you who don't know, this is the original
I've been trying to
meme.
learn yoga myself, you know. Yeah, okay, buddy. And I'm a tier 3 sub to Hassan for his political views. And we're back.
I'm sorry, what? Son of a bitch. Yeah, back then he cooked me famously for, holy shit, this is 3 million views, because he cooked me because he knew that I used to pause all of my videos and talk for 8 hours on the videos, and now he's turned around and is memeing on me saying I always leave the videos running with my chair.
Relationship is an open marriage in a humble off-grid cottage.
Or sorry, 1 million, my dyslexia, 1 million views 3 years ago.
Near a scenic mountainside where they grow their own food and make their own clothes for a small, like-minded community. This doesn't happen because lib-left doesn't have the millions of dollars it requires for a Hollywood aesthetic hobby farm. Lib-right
He unfollowed. Yeah, maybe he was a tier 3 sub. He unfollowed. Yeah, maybe he doesn't like me no more because I steal from YouTubers or something. I don't know.
I do a relationship is being an 85-year-old billionaire with an harem of Instagram baddies on his mega yacht in Dubai. Haters will criticize such a transactional relationship, but while Lib-right knows that girls only like him for his money, he knows they love him for his terminal heart condition. The next thing you might be wondering is what about the intersections between the quadrants? This is pretty simple because it's usually where the rubber actually meets the road in real life. In Western countries, lib-left cares about the environment, while auth-left likes federal laws forcing you to care about the environment. Center-left is what happens when you're on your third wadded-up paper straw at the movie theater and you realize that maybe some sea turtles need to die so you can live. While you might be thinking, okay, I'm sort of getting this compass thing, we are of course just scratching the surface, because a two-dimensional compass isn't enough to capture the full nuance of a quadrant's views, and you have to introduce the third dimension, which is if you're technologically progressive or regressive. For example, the bottom center on the compass is classically libertarian, believes in self-reliance, saving money, hard currency, survivalism, and only trusts non-mainstream media like Joe Rogan and the Kremlin. If you take this political view and make it technologically progressive, you end up with anarcho-transhumanism, the belief that man will merge with machine and transcend to a higher form of life.
Oh my God.
Exactly. This is the Japanese trying to cope. If you take the same intersection and make it technologically regressive, you get anarcho-primitivism, or return to monk, which is the sentiment, humans just aren't living how we're supposed to, man. While this is a bit of a self-report, when anyone actually describes fishing, hunting, gathering, and doing arts and crafts in a tribe, they think they're describing how life was as a caveman, but they're actually just describing camping. Figuring out where to put yourself on the compass can still be difficult, because even 3 dimensions is not enough to capture the complexity of beliefs the human mind is capable of, which is why we must ascend further to include your capacity to change your beliefs over time to avoid ever thinking you're wrong. Which means we have to go beyond the political polyhedron to the obvious next step, the political tesseract. This political tesseract cannot be pinned down to a single belief, as it's always in a—
Bro, the political tesseract. That is amazing. Oh, I gotta hear about this. All right, let's go. I'm down. I'm down for the political tesseract.
Quantum
I feel like this is what happens when we watch too much J-Reg videos. You know what I mean? In an effort to find like the perfect. I mean, he's joking in general. This is a joke, but there are people who just try to look at the understandably reductive nature of the political quadrant, the political compass, and think that this is like a decent way to define themselves.
Superposition of both support and rejection of any conceivable opinion until someone you don't like expresses their point of view and you're forced to disagree.
Getting too self-aware.
For this reason, it's important to know the point of view of each quadrant for all the most talked about political questions so you can start filling up your debate repertoire. For example, if you asked each quadrant, should we have more gun control? Auth right says no, auth left says yes, lib left says yes, and lib right says yes, I should have more control of guns. How would you fix the economy? Auth left would raise taxes, auth right would cut expenses, lib left would unionize, and lib right would say to another lib right, here's $100, slap me. Ow. Okay, give it back and I'll kick you in the balls. And everyone else would be like, holy shit, they just increased—
I'm not gonna watch Marco Rubio tonight. I'm gonna finish this video and then I'm gonna go because I'm gonna go to the Lakers game and I'm already late.
GDP by $200. Pro-choice or pro-life? Auth right says pro-life, lib left says pro-choice, lib right says on-site, and auth left is checking their quotas.
The One Piece
When
Lakers
should someone
game.
be able to do hormone replacement therapy? Auth left. Anyone with approval from a medical authority can go on hormone replacement therapy at any time. Auth right. Kids shouldn't be allowed to do HRT. Lib left. I just don't want kids going through puberty knowing they wanted the body of a different gender. Lib right. I just don't want kids going through puberty.
Oh my God.
He's not a libertarian, Michael from Pennsylvania. I mean, he's calling libertarians pedophiles, like right libertarians pedophiles, which is a correct thing to call them, so.
What do you think about free speech? Lib right says no one should be punished for voicing their opinion. Lib left's community note points out how other people treat you for your opinion is part of their freedom of speech. Auth right revokes your blue checkmark for violating their terms of service, and auth left has taken down your post for spreading harmful misinformation. The centrist then walks into the room and says, You better take your medication, Elon. You're arguing with yourself again. You might look at the political compass and think, man, it's crazy that people believe in so many stupid ideologies when there's really only one that's actually correct. Which is why before you wage war in the comment section, you need to know the ultimate trap card of each quadrant to make sure you don't fall into an unwinnable argument and instead probe their weakness to appear more correct. Lib left's trap card is the moral high ground. Their weakness is, how's your relationship with your parents? Auth left's trap card is pretending to be lib left. Their weakness is trigger words like—
Oh, let me see this for a second. This will be interesting. Quadrant trap cards.
Correct. Lib left's trap card is the moral high ground. Their weakness is, how's your relationship with your parents? Auth left's trap card is pretending to be lib left. Their weakness is trigger words like America is a decent country or Mazel Tov.
Wait, what? Oh, come on, dude. Mazel Tov. The first one was good. Like America's a decent country is definitely it. But Mazel Tov is like, yeah, okay. Every Marxist Leninist is a anti-Semite. It's just like, yeah, okay. They're anti-Israel, so they're obviously anti-Semitic.
Yeah, find me someone auth left. That is that's going around saying Mazel Tov unironically. Find me that.
That's crazy. It worked? What do you mean?
Country or Mazel Tov. Lib-Right's trap card is the success of free market capitalism. Their weakness is how much tax have you paid in capital gains. Authorite's trap card is their collection of cherry-picked crime statistics. Their weakness is undermining their credibility with questions like dinosaurs. Were they real or just the shape of nuggets? This scares Authorite because they know what you're going to ask the shape of next. Alright, you should be well prepared to go into battle. If this video offended you, just remember there's nothing you can do about it because YouTube removed dislikes ages ago. If you try to leave a negative comment, you will face the full wrath of my terms and conditions. Only positive feedback will get a cute heart. And most importantly, this video is brought to you by Saley. As an American, you might be thinking, with what's going on in my country, I really want to move to Canada. But being unable to read Celsius or the metric system, communication would of course be impossible, and there'd be no way for you to get a local SIM card for your phone. What can you do about it? Well, with Saley, you can download an eSIM onto your phone, giving you data coverage in over 180 different countries.
Ethical compass, like, did he even make inferences to how the authoritarian right is rabidly anti-Semitic? I mean, he showed them with like swastikas and shit, but like who would be?
What more does he need to do? What more do you want him to do, dude? You're just mad that he fucking showed, he gave the Mazel Tov to the alt-right. The ironic Mazel Tov.
To how the authoritarian right is rabidly anti-Semitic. I mean, he showed them with like swastikas and shit, but like,
whoa,
like who would be more predisposed to unlimited anti-Semitism while also simultaneously being sometimes pro-Israel, other times anti-Israel, but definitely permanently anti-Semitic, is this quadrant. Okay, everybody calm down. He's clearly not a right-wing guy. He's just a liberal, I think. Also, it's a meme video. If you get mad at the Political Compass Explained meme video, you're ridiculous. Okay, you're
they would be off left. Yeah,
but I think I know why he unfollowed me. Hassan reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
And my favorite part of a Hassan reaction video is all these like little hammers and sickles everywhere. It's fucking hilarious. All right. What was this? What else do we got? What else do we got? What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? Oh yeah, no, this Destiny. It's not. It is a video about Destiny, but it's from Andrew Wilson, and it's just, you know, I have it in the playlist here, but it's I did watch a little bit of it. It's like him saying, like, you know, if I hadn't found God and I hadn't, like, you know, been through a couple situations, I would have been exactly like Destiny. I would have been a fucking total fucking goon mafia, fucking just absolute gooner degenerate or whatever. That's the basis of the video. Ooh, that was. I think this was a new Vosh video. We can get another Vosh take in here. This is anytime I play Vosh, it's rage bait because nobody likes Vosh. I don't like Vosh either, but I'm a content whore, so I'll watch anything. And I do have this in there because it's got like fucking, it's got MAGA flags and Confederate flags, and it says the truth about the American right. And now that we got Shang in here, I don't know if Shang's American. Are you American, Shang? But I think between like right-wing messaging or discourse on right-wing messaging plus Vosh equals rage. Absolute rage. So it's got to be good. Political test is kind of lame. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm somewhere in the early auth-right. You know, I think before I started streaming, I probably would have been more libertarian leaning. But after like fucking countless political conversations with people, I've come to realize that people like view authoritarianism and libertarianism and libertarian small L, right? I'm not talking about actual libertarians. I'm talking about just the vibe. It could be lib left, you know, right? But just the relationship between authoritarianism and libertarianism, to me, especially after having a lot of conversations about this, and I talked with Anoke a lot about this. But I always get the sense that it boils down to a good guy versus bad guy thing. It's like Russia Ukraine again. You know, it's like Ukraine's good guy, Russia's bad guy. It boils down, like, everybody views libertarian values as good and authoritarian values as bad. But authoritarianism doesn't have to be bad. It just is a specific thing. Now, the more authoritarian you go, the more likely it is that bad outcomes are going to occur. But if you are a father and you are a disciplinarian, no one would consider you a libertarian. No one would consider your style of fathering or fatherdom, whatever the verb is there, to be libertarian. You know, that you would definitely be authoritarian. You know, if you were a very disciplinarian dad, if you were strict, no one would say, "Oh, he's a lib dad." No, you'd be like an auth dad for sure. But if you're an auth dad, that doesn't mean you're bad. You might be viewed as the bad guy because you're a kid and you're viewing the outcomes of your dad being a little bit heavy-handed, as you know. But most times they're for good reasons and they work. And I just don't think that. I remember having a conversation with what's her name, Tokahanis. Anybody know Tokahanis? She's like super libertarian, Ron Paul, this and that, blah, blah. And she was, and we had a conversation about the free market, and she was all about the free market. I'm like, and me too, I'm all about the free market. But at the same time, I was like, okay, well, how do you feel about monopolies? And she was like, I don't like monopolies. Monopolies are bad. And I'm like, okay, so you like the free market, but you don't like monopolies. So let's say we encountered a monopoly. How would you go about stopping a monopoly from being a monopoly? And she said all these things, it was kind of like just regulatory speak, which is fine. But then I was like, okay, considering all of that, would you consider those things that you just mentioned to stop a monopoly libertarian in nature, or would you consider them authoritarian in nature? And she couldn't answer. She refused to say it was authoritarian because they would be things that would have a good outcome, but she knows they're not libertarian because they're against the free market. So she refused to acknowledge that possibly something about an authoritarian approach towards breaking up a monopoly would have a good result, but the method for how you would go about doing it would not be libertarian at all. It would not be free market. It would not be in the marketplace of ideas kind of stuff. It would be heavy-handed, but it would be a good outcome. And I've had a bunch of conversations with NOK about what was it? Oh, exploring authoritarianism, and obviously he's got a lot to say against that, which is totally fine, and he had a lot of great points. But just like the sum of all these conversations has put me in a place where I think we really just, even though there's a realistic and technical and practical way to view libertarianism and authoritarianism, I do think there's some kind of subconscious hidden layer where we don't recognize that there's this good guy versus bad guy dynamic. Maybe if I'm totally wrong about that, let me know. But I think that's kind of the approach I'm coming from. In case you're showing porn on stream, what is he showing porn? Let's see, what's he doing? What's the old Casey doing? It's just code right now. All I see is code. I've been on a pretty heavy politically incorrect content consumption. Okay. Very good. It feels to consume garbage, offensive, shock value content. Yeah. No. Well, I stumbled into that kind of arc. All you got to do is click a couple things and your algo just goes fucking, haywire. And I know my Instagram algo right now is fuck. Damn it, there it is again. My Instagram algo is fucking is like so far right now. It's ridiculous. But I mean, you know, like here's an example of like what my Instagram algo looks like right now. Like this kind of stuff pops up regularly.
I have become the unofficial leader of the right.
Yeah, that's not the one. There we go.
I have become the unofficial leader of the right wing in America. That may sound crazy, but there's simply no one else. There was no one else.
Oh shit. I knew my glasses fell down the other day. I knew it was going to come up. I knew it was going to be like fucking Conrad coming in, pulling a Sigma mode or something. Oh, that was Edgewax. Okay. There we go. Sigma mode activated. Yeah, but my algo's been completely... My Instagram algo is just pushed way to the right wing. Way to the right wing. You click on a couple of videos about Europe and it's done. Absolutely done.
Else promulgating a coherent, cohesive narrative with a mass grassroots movement behind it. It just isn't there. That may sound ridiculous to say, but take a look around. Peter Thiel pays millions of dollars to magazines and art house projects and nonprofits and any kind of political project.
It's like, it's all over the place. My whole algo is like nothing but right-wing shit right now. Progressive is when we gain power. That's progressive. Yeah. You see this? According to gaming analysts, Grand Theft Auto 6 could cost over $100. Is that for the base edition? Like just the normal edition? Fucking ridiculous.
This is where people need to rethink, what is America? Is America a nation?
No, this is what I wanted to show you, Conrad. This is what I wanted to show you. This is... Conrad and I have had this conversation to no end. This is summed up. You take like most of the conversations that Conrad and I have had in terms of just engaging with each other in chat. This video is like chef's kiss too. It's a tribute to those conversations.
This is where people need to rethink, what is America? Is America a nation? Or is America a set of paperwork? What is America? What does it mean to be an American? Is this a place where a bunch of brown people can come and fuck everything up? But as long as they went to the DMV, they're okay? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like people can come here. They're not white, they're not Christian, maybe they are, maybe they're not. They don't give a shit about the rules, they don't respect us, they insult us, they throw their garbage in the street. You're American? Why? And people come here and they maintain tribal loyalties and grudges. And they're expressing both of those things in our politics and in our society. But because they're doing it while living here, while being on the land, that makes them okay. If they did it from their own jurisdiction, it would be a problem. But now they teleported here, now it's not a problem. Okay. It's a very sad fact about America that we clearly don't have a home. Americans are bastards. Americans are now a bastard orphan population. Other people with motherlands and fatherlands, other people with distinct identities in nationality and race and blood and culture. They come here and set up their inferior nations within our borders. And then other nations still come in here with their money and their influence, and they use our military and they use our money, the productivity of our people, which is our time, which is our lives, for their benefit. And we're really just hanging out here until there's no more of us left. And we all know it, but no one's allowed to say it. No one's allowed to say that the blood is a quintessential part of this, that the blood of our people is something that is essential, that we are different, that America was different because we are different. We have to pretend that it's about taking the best and brightest from India and Malaysia or something, and China and Nigeria. It's very frustrating. This is where people need to rethink what is America.
That's probably an amped up version of the kind of conversations that Conrad and I've had. But we've had several conversations about what makes somebody American and what makes somebody German and what makes somebody Japanese and that kind of thing. And I think I've kind of like rethought that a little bit, because I can understand, I think my opinion about that has been essentially, for the most part, as long as, that my opinion has been that America has the sociocultural infrastructure to become an American, and becoming an American is enough. But I think if I had to add anything to that, I think I would have to add that you would have to want to be an American for me to consider you to be an American. It has nothing to do with blood. I think that I know Cubans and Mexicans who were born, people of Cuban and Mexican lineage who were born here and voted for Trump and would wave the American flag, and I would consider them just as American as I am. They don't have to be white, right? But you have to want to be American. I would add that extra layer to it. I think the technical side or the surface level side of just getting your paperwork in order is a minimal part of it. I think that like I said, just the sociocultural landscape of this country can provide that opportunity for someone to become American. But I think you have to want to be American too. Doesn't mean you have to love everything about America. You can be critical of the government, you can be critical of the people in America. That's fine. But I think you still have to want to be American. And then you're okay. But it has nothing to do with race or blood or anything like that. Now, if you're in Germany or Japan or something like that, it's a different story. I don't think you could just get the paperwork and want to be German, and then you would be. I think you have to be German to be German. I think you have to be Japanese to be Japanese. So no one in America is American. Yanks are American, like the actual Northeast Coast Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and everyone else is all kinds of other things, including Southern people. They are their own thing. Okay, gotcha. Well, my lineage is very Northeastern Anglo, so I think I'd probably still qualify as American, even though I was raised in Miami, live in Texas, and my whole family comes from New Hampshire, Boston, that whole area, basically. That's where they started. That's where my grandparents, when my grandparents came from both Ireland and Italy, my great grandparents, that's where they settled. And then my grandparents were raised in essentially that northeastern corridor. So, and they're Catholic though. They're not Protestant. But American support a state that does very un-American things called selective military service force. Military service. I know. Grand Design is not a fan of conscription. I know. Bro's colonizing Texas. I was born in Texas. I was born in Houston. And then I moved to Miami when I was 1 year old, So my blood is Texan for sure. No doubt about it. I just happened to have come back here because of the military. And then when I got out of the military, I just stayed here. Colonizer of the South, yeah. I don't know. I definitely don't share the opinion that the American South is not American. I don't consider the American South, quote, their own thing. I definitely think they're American. But I mean, I would at least update my firmware to include wanting to be American as part of being American. I think you can be an immigrant and be American, but there's the paperwork, which is just the minimum, the bare minimum, and then there's the want, and then I'm fine with that. I don't have any kind of blood and soil kind of fucking ethos about it. But anyways, that was the video I wanted to show you because it reminded me that video reminded me of the conversations we've had in the past there. Oh, speaking of conscription, apparently Poland is fucking figuring something out, and they're gonna pull a Ukraine, I guess, and they're gonna start throwing people into vans.
Będziemy starali się do końca tego roku mieć już model gotowy, aby każdy dorosły mężczyzna w Polsce.
In a speech to the Polish parliament, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said work is underway to make all men in Poland undergo military training. Quote, we will try to have a model ready by the end of this year so that every adult male in Poland is trained in the event of war.
Był szkolony na
This is right up Grand Design's alley here.
wypadek wojny, tak aby ta rezerwa była rzeczywiście porównywalna z
Yeah, preparing for war, very sus, yeah.
adekwatna do ewentualnych zagrożeń. Ale gdybym proponował powrót do zasadniczej służby obowiązkowej.
And he just talks about he's probably going to go. I think what he says here is he's essentially they're going to go for the Swiss model, and they're trying to implement it over the next few weeks. So, but yeah, Poland's getting ready. Poland's getting ready. What else we got here? Oh, there's that lady. There's that lady again. I know you guys have seen her on Twitter. That lady. Oh, this is them. Yeah, this is a guy getting thrown in a van. This is Ukraine right here. There's a poll in Germany asking, would you fight a war for your country? And 19% Germans said yes. Yeah. So they did the same thing in the UK over the past. Maybe it was an official poll, but there's been some content of people going around like London asking whether or not they would fight for the UK, and everybody was like, no. But they were also like, they looked like they all worked at Starbucks kind of people. So I don't imagine they would be saying yes to to fighting for their country, Oh, this was in Germany, I think. Yeah. Did you guys have some kind of celebration over there recently? I can't tell, but I think this is in Germany. Thousands of revelers in Germany's Cologne celebrated the start of the street carnival, undeterred by Islamic State threats to attack. Police are on high alert as festivities unfold, following warnings targeting Cologne and Nuremberg. The week-long celebration marks defiance in the face of terror. Carnival type thing? Yeah. My question is there anybody in this crowd wearing lederhosen? Is this like a lederhosen kind of festival? Very recent, not like a traditional. Okay, gotcha. I was wondering, is anybody wearing lederhosen in here? Probably not, yeah.
The whole thing was a parade of absurdity that went on for hours, like this moment where the proceedings eventually came to an abrupt halt because one candidate identified as non-binary, and that created some confusion because the DNC apparently has strict rules requiring gender balance among the party chairs who are elected. So what do you do when someone shows up and they are none of the genders?
Rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, the non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. To ensure our process accounts for male, female, and non-binary candidates, we conferred with our RBC co-chair, our LGBT caucus co-chair, and others to ensure that the process is inclusive and meets the gender balance requirements in our rules.
And if you're wondering why the Democrats, no Democrat can ever be an effective leader, why they cannot effectively lead the country, it's because this is what they're spending time on. The whole thing was a parade of absurdity that went on for hours, like this moment where the proceedings eventually came to an abrupt halt because one candidate identified as non-binary, and that created some confusion because the DNC apparently has strict rules requiring gender balance among the party chairs who are elected. So what do you do when someone shows up?
Yeah, that's a good one. What else do we got here? What else do we got here? What's this?
We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
Look at her. She's loving it. She's loving it.
Our country will be woke no longer.
I think this was the best part of the night, to be honest. This was the best part of the night. Hands down.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Of course, SCOTUS is fucking stone cold. Stone cold.
We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female.
Oh,
We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies.
This is my favorite part, though. It just looped back, but this is my favorite part.
Policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
Look at her. Look at her. Oh my God.
Our country will be woke no longer.
It's official policy of the United States to be woke no longer. Amazing. Amazing. What else was there? What else was there? Oh, this guy's great. I love this guy. This guy's awesome. He has a whole YouTube channel where he crashes like Zoom calls and shit. But this is the best one by far.
This is a queer fat club.
I'm queer and fat.
Okay, thank you for joining. We're just introducing ourselves at the moment.
Okay.
Do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, Joe?
Yeah, my name's Joe. I go by he, they, and I identify as 275 pounds.
Okay.
I feel like Jay's kind of making fun of me though. I know it's kind of a shock. I know, kind of a new thing.
I'm just, drunk.
Do what?
I said I apologize.
Oh no, you're good.
Are you comfortable leaving the group at the moment?
Why?
I'm not understanding why you're joining the group.
This is the queer and fat group, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I came here for.
Okay. And you said you identify as fat?
Yeah.
Okay. This is just for fat-bodied people.
Yeah, I understand. I identify as a fat-bodied person.
I'm not understanding where you're coming from.
Are you guys comfortable with me here? I mean, I'm pretty chill on my end.
I'm not comfortable. This is a...
I mean, them's the rules, all right? Them's the rules. Anything else in here? Anything else good? Oh, this is for Conrad right here. This one is definitely for Conrad. An Islamic army is growing in Europe. Inshallah, we're going to take over the world soon.
Tell you guys more about the full force mindset. This is an army full of brothers with the same mindset, the same goals, to be the best they can possibly be, physically, mentally, and spiritually, to get stronger with whatever they want. Calisthenics, wrestling, to get stronger in their deen as well. Brotherhood, we compete with each other to bring the best out of each other. Alhamdulillah, I'm saying this with chest, the army is growing, all by the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We try to inspire the youth, even the elderly people, to reach their full potential. May Allah purify our intentions. Join the full force army, inshallah. We're gonna take over the world soon, inshallah. Salute my soldiers. Tell you guys more.
They're in the Netherlands. Is there anything else? Anything else? Anything else? I know there's some other stuff here, but oh yeah, this guy. All right, the European mind. Listen to me, okay? If you're in Europe right now, listen up, Euroids. Okay, the European mind cannot comprehend this. Okay, I'm just letting you know right now. The European mind cannot comprehend this guy. Okay, this is the most American thing you're gonna see for a long time right here.
And touch the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people maybe.
This is basically some fucking millionaire redneck's man cave. All right. Fucking guns. This is a guy's personal collection, dude.
Fools say that you do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words and I might teach you. Play my arms and I might reach you. But my words
Shooting range.
echoed in the wind.
He's got a shooting range in his house, dude. That's how fucking that's how fucking awesome that is. Boomer basement. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I'm wondering, does this guy, Paul Olivier, does he have a shot in Canada? Homie likes his toys? Yeah. He's got a fuck ton. That's a lot of guns, dude. That's a lot. He's got like 5 or 6 or 7 different rooms, including his workbench room. Even his workbench room has guns everywhere. It's American values I endorse. Yeah, exactly. Does this Polivier guy got a shot though?
I know Mr. Carney is going to try to plagiarize my policies right before the election. Policies he has long opposed. But don't believe a word. In just a few months ago, did you hear about this? Mr. Carney moved his company headquarters to New York. Donald.
You think it's really revived Trudeau? I don't know. I gotta imagine he's still wildly fucking unpopular.
Trump's hometown. Shifting jobs and investment into the U.S., just like Trump wanted. He opposed pipelines in Canada while his company bought them in the Middle East. He's a
like Olivier obviously has to like talk strong against Trump because fucking all the discourses was going on. But I think if this guy gets elected and once he's in office, he's gonna be shaking hands with Trump and playing golf with him on the weekends. They're gonna be best buds. The whole tariff thing, that's probably gonna go out the window at some point. They'll work out a deal. The art of the deal,
supported Trudeau's carbon tax in Canada while he profited off of investing in coal in the United States of America. He put his profit before our people. Carney cashed in, Canadians lost out. If he wins, Canada loses.
So the guy that he's running against, this guy Carney, from what I've heard, he's a fan of the carbon tax. He's a fan of green energy, or at least, like a Green New Deal type of situation for Canada, or at least, in rhetoric he is. But at the same time, his businesses involve coal, gas, fucking all kinds of shit abroad in other countries. So he says one thing and does another, and I think that's a pretty strong platform for, Plivet to go to these town halls and just kind of win over the common folk. He was a total Trump PP before January. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like I think they're on the same vibe. I think right now, obviously, he has to talk strong against it because of the discourse that's gone on lately. But if this guy wins and he gets in office, all that shit will be done. They'll work out a deal. They'll be playing golf on the weekends. Yeah. Oh, here's some German stuff for you. A German mother, grandmother, and child gets enriched by Germany's guests.
Furchtbar, sorry. Der pinkelt daran. Oh, Menscheskinders, nee. Junge, pass bloß auf, du.
Die haben ihre Hose runter.
Ja. Guck doch mal, der verliert die gleich.
Mama, geh doch.
Oh, der schmeißt.
Ich hab Angst, Mama.
Stop watching videos like this. Yeah. My feed is full of them. Like I said, I clicked a couple of these videos and my algo went way right, man. Way right, really quick. Oh, here's another Ukraine guy getting fucking snatched up.
Oh, life is bigger. It's bigger than you.
Just pushed him right off his bike. Said, fuck you, dude. Whatever you thought you were going to do today. Maybe he was going to go get a fucking, he was going to go get a fucking, a biscuit and a cup of coffee somewhere. Whatever you guys do over there in Europe.
You are not me. The links that I will go to. The distance in your eyes. Oh no, I've said too much. I set it up. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight. Losing my religion. Oh.
Crazy. Man, I'm actually coming up on my fucking official end date with the United States military in like 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks. My contract will officially be over. So when in America, when you sign a contract to become active duty, what you're really, let's say you sign for 4 years, what you're really signing up for is 8 years, but you're signing up for 4 years of active duty and then 4 years of what they call independent ready reserve. And it's basically like, hey, after your active contract is done, you can go back to be as a civilian, but over the course of the next 4 years, if we need you, we're going to call you. And they haven't called me, but that portion of my contract is up in like 2.5 weeks. It'll be fucking officially done. And I will be a free man once again. Although I've basically felt like a free man over the past couple years since I've been out. Someone also died while running from the men who are supposed to capture the men. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. What would you do if this happened to me? Well, I imagine there's not much I could do in that moment. I mean, if a couple guys come in and they're military, I'm not going to be able to overwhelm a few. I'm not fucking special forces, right? I'm not an MMA fighter. So there's not much I could do. I would probably not resist. I'd probably just fucking go with them and fucking figure out a way to fight my case. I don't know how much of a case I can fight, but you're not gonna overwhelm. If you get accosted by 4 to 6, military personnel, you're not gonna be able to do anything. What am I, John Wick? Am I gonna start fucking? I could pull out my weapon and blow their heads off. Say it was like self-defense or something, but then I'm killing military service members, which is one, not something I want to do, and two, probably something that's going to land me in jail regardless of whether it was self-defense or not. So, I think I'm fucked either way. I think I'd probably just have to go with them. It would just be like, oh shit, here we, what's that meme? The fucking GTA 5 meme where it's like, oh shit, here we go again. I would just be going back to the military, but I will have the advantage of having already gone through the military. So it wouldn't be like, because these people that they're grabbing are just like civilians that don't know what the military's like. But I already know what the military's like, so I would just be like, okay, whatever. Back to the shit, Give me a uniform. Give me a uniform and a cup of coffee, and let's get this over with. Not much you can do, I mean, I'd like to say I'd resist, and I'd fucking, try to fight it, and I'd try to, I'd try to realize my freedom, and I'd like to say that, but there's nothing I could do. 4 to 6 military guys come up to me. I'm not going to be, I'm not going to pull a John Wick on them. What else is there? Anything else there? That's me in the corner. Let me stop. I think we've seen some of this before already. Oh yeah, this was a great clip. Actually, I don't know if you saw this the other night, but I'll play this one more time. This was a good clip. This is interesting. This is one of those moments where it's like, if it's one of those things. The way that you preface this clip is, if a white person said this, ... it'd be no go. It'd be no good. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 if you were a white guy that says the same things that Muhammad Ali is about to say.
What's wrong with me wanting to be with my kind?
When you say integration, it comes under intermarriage too, right? All being together.
Right, sure.
And I'm sure no intelligent white person watching this show, or no intelligent white man in his or her right white mind, want black boys and black girls marrying their white sons and daughters, and in return introducing their grandchildren as half brown, kinky-haired black people.
I
I'm sure
I wouldn't object to that.
Well, you wouldn't, but a lot of them would.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people. No, this is the point.
What I'm trying to say is this. And you don't have it. You say you don't, but you don't have it. You really ain't gonna have it. You on the show, and you got to say that. But
that's not true.
Why would you want to do that?
Because I don't think I'm any different from you. You see.
Yeah, we much different.
I mean, I think society's made us different.
You know we're different. And we all together.
But society's made us different.
No, not society. God made us different.
No, we're just human beings. He made all of us.
We all listen. Bluebirds fly with bluebirds. Red birds want to be with red birds. Listen. Tell me when I'm wrong. Pigeons want to be with pigeons.
But
Tell me when I'm wrong. We should have. More, they don't have intelligence, but yet they stay together. We should have more intelligence than them, right? I don't see no black and white couples in England or America walking around proud, holding their children.
That's because society
and going out.
That's society's fault. I mean, we've got to educate people around it.
Well, life is too short for me to be raised catching hell for something like that. I'd rather go and be my own. I have a beautiful daughter, beautiful wife. They look like me. We're all happy, and I don't have no trouble. I have no trouble. I ain't that much in love with no woman to go through all that hell. Ain't no one woman that good. You understand?
I understand. Yeah, I do understand. I understand. I think it's sad that
it ain't sad because I want my child to look like me. Every intelligent person wants his child to look like him. I'm sad because I want to blot out my race and lose my beautiful identity. Chinese love Chinese. They love the little slanted-eyed, pretty brown-skinned babies. Jewish people love their culture. A lot of Catholics don't want to marry number Catholics. They want the religion to stay the same. Who want to spot up yourself and kill your race? You a hater of your people if you don't want to stay who you are. You shame what God made you. God didn't make no mistake when he made us all like we were.
I think that's a philosophy of despair.
Despair.
I really do.
It ain't no despair. Number one, can't no woman. Let me tell you something. I want to tell you. It's just nature. You can do what you want, but it's nature to want to be with your own. I want to be with my own. I love my people.
What's wrong with me wanting to be with my kind?
When you say integration,
bro, if I ever said something like that, I would be fucking canceled, bro. Instantly. I would never want to say that. If I had my pick of the litter, I'd be number one pick would be like, all right, leg 8 is marrying a Japanese chick. Hands down. That's number one. Number 2 would probably be like Eastern European. Number 3 would probably be, I don't know. I don't think I've had that. I thought that far. Number 3 would definitely not be an American chick. Let's put it that way. But if I said something like that, or any white person, actually, like any Latino could probably say that. Any black person could probably say that. Any member of any religions could probably say that, except white Christians. Yeah, basically. I mean, yeah. There are certain double standards in life that I'm happy to take on, and I think that are probably productive and accurate. But then there's some that aren't, and I'm like, that one is definitely not one where I think that's a double standard where I'm like, okay, no. Not that I would even ever want it. I personally don't agree with him. I'm an American. Like, my priority is more freedom oriented than anything else. I don't care about. I'm not worried about preserving the white race or my bloodline. Well, no, I want to extend my bloodline, but I don't need it to be fucking pure Italian Irish, That's like primarily what my bloodline is there. All right. That's Instagram. I figure if we got to something that we've already seen, then we've reached at least. There's a lot of other stuff in there. Maybe we'll go back to it, but all right, what else? Oh, yeah, this was that we were gonna watch. I was about to put on the rage bait. This is from a couple days ago. What do you want? Only one romantic partner? I'm not built for fucking poly pan kind of stuff, dude. I mean, even with the amount of like red pill content that I fucking watch, and do agree with a lot of in terms of the dynamics between men and women about. I'm not built like that. I'm not built for fucking multiple women. I'm fine with just one. Like, even if I was a millionaire and I could afford to just fucking have like my main chick and some side chicks, I don't even think I would want that. I'm just not built like that. I'm you know, despite this rough American exterior that you see, deep down inside is a pretty sentimental person. And I appreciate connection and relationships and things like that. So I don't think I could fucking I don't think I could like run around with multiple chicks. My Instagram's totally normie. Yeah, we talked about that. My Instagram is primarily food and chefs is number one. That's what most of it is. Politics would be number two. Japanese girls would be number three. Golf, guitars, and pug dogs. That's probably the order in which the amount of content my algo represents. Although now it's a lot of far right shit. But having one partner in LA, one in New York, no, that's not me. I'm not one in Texas. No, I mean, like, I'm not a jet setter to begin with. I take a couple trips. Every year. Usually what I do, I only fly to a couple places every year. I will fly to New York, and I will hang out there during the holidays for about like at least a week, sometimes longer, sometimes 2 weeks. This past trip, I was there for like 2.5, almost 3 weeks. I go to New York, and then I go to South Florida for at least, anywhere between 3 to 5 days and hang out with my family. And then I come right back to Texas. That's oh no, and then I'll go to like Indiana to hang out with my mom for Thanksgiving. But those are the only places that I ever really fly to. I'm not a jet setter. I'm not doing LA. I don't like the West Coast anyway because I don't want to get swallowed up in a fucking earthquake. Earthquakes are like the worst thing ever. Oh man, I had a video of that. Where's that? Oh man, I saw a video of this fucking earthquake and it freaked me out. I don't know if I can find it. This guy was like living somewhere in like Singapore or some shit, and he was like up in his 35th floor apartment, and he went through an earthquake, and I was like, that is the worst thing I've ever seen. Fuck that, man. Fuck earthquakes. So I couldn't do that. I couldn't do California. It's not my thing. But it was just the multiple chicks thing too. I can't do either. It's just not me. I quickly discovered when I started working in a strip club that my tastes in women and sex were very apple pie and vanilla ice cream. It was very straightforward, very traditional. Doesn't mean I'm boring, but I don't need like fucking one chick here, one chick there, and all that. I'd rather have one solid chick that I have an absolute connection with. That's yeah. I mean, I also have like a lot of baggage and trauma too from all the divorce shit that happened in my childhood. So I carry that with me everywhere I go, and I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to live like I'm in a midlife crisis. I don't want to have. I'm in my 40s, right? And I'm unmarried with no kids, never divorced, never married. So I feel like I'm in a pretty good spot in life. A lot of, do I wish I had kids do I wish I had kids at this point in my life? Yeah, sure. It'd be nice to have had kids earlier so I could, spend more time with them, one, and also, get through the whole raising them. But I also raised my brothers when I was younger, especially my youngest brother. I raised him since he was born. I gave him his name before he was even born. And when he was born, I was changing his diapers. I was feeding him. I was burping him. I was putting him to bed. I was reading stories to him. I raised him. Took him to school, did his homework with him, took him to baseball practice. Like my little brother is like essentially like a son by proxy. So I already know what it's like to raise an entire child. And, do I wish I had kids at this point? Yeah, because it'd be nice to at least be that further along in the process. But at the same time, I'm glad that I took the step to make sure that I'm happy with myself and feel accomplished and not go into my 40s and 50s looking back on my life and saying, I wish I did this and I wish I did that. And the reason I didn't do those things is because I met this chick and I knocked her up, So now I'm in my 40s. I've got most of the things that I wanted to do in life done. I have manageable debt. I have great income, and I'm completely free. So I can do whatever the fuck I want, man. And what I want is to have one solid chick. I don't want fucking multiple chicks. Fuck that. It's too much of a headache. I mean, and also too, you got at least 40 years to go. Yeah. I mean, I got 4 or 5 decades left on this planet. I'll be okay. If I'm lucky and my health's okay. But you got to keep in mind too, like one of the things. So I mean, this is like a very niche kind of story, but one of the things. So I worked in a strip club for a few years when I lived in Miami, and for the majority of the time that I worked there, I was actually behind the bar, and that was great. That was a great time. I had a lot of fun, made a lot of money. It was awesome. But for the first 6 months that I was in the club, I was actually doing a completely different job, and I was basically like managing the girls on the floor. So every day I would get to work and I would have a clipboard and I would fill out I would go into the dressing room and all the girls would be like half naked, getting makeup, getting dressed, whatever. And I'm just looking down the halls, seeing which girls are there, writing them down on my clipboard. And I'm like, okay, cool. And my job was to manage them all night. My job was to know where they were, what they were doing, how long they were going to be there, what kind of money they were making. Because when girls make money in the club, they owe the club some of that money. And my job was to keep track of how much money they were making so I could collect it at various points to make sure that the club was getting their money. I had to keep track of their lap dances. I had to coordinate with the DJ to make sure that certain girls would be on stage at certain times. My whole life involved for 6 months, like just managing girls, like 30 or 40 girls a night. And it was a fucking nightmare, dude. It was not fun. It was not fun. Like, it's obviously great to be surrounded by naked girls all the time. I'll never complain about that, but the actual job of managing like herding fucking cats is an understatement, bro. All right. I'm talking like 30, 40 girls a night. They're all trying to rip you off because they don't want to pay the club for the money they're making. And my job is to collect the money that the club is supposed to get from them. So it's this constant war with them. Most of them don't even speak English anyway. It's fucking nightmare, dude. So I already know what it's like to have like fucking like all these chicks around. And that was one of the key moments of my life where I was like, never again. No, I just need one chick. I don't need chicks over here, chicks over there. No. It's not my vibe. Would you ever have a personal chef to cook for you and your date? No, definitely not. I love to cook. I love to cook. I mean, let's see. So I'm not gonna like show you my handle or anything like that, but this is my actual personal Instagram page, and it's nothing but food. It's literally nothing but food. I mean, there's a couple like army pictures, like you'll see me right there. There's me. I was doing some training in where was I? Camp Rylea, which is in Oregon. Well, that's me when I was in the army. But and I have another one here where we went to a ball. That's me and a lot of people from my platoon. But for the most part, this is my personal Instagram page, and it's literally nothing but food. And it's either food that I've gotten at restaurants or food that I've cooked for myself. Most of it's like half and half. Like half I've cooked for myself, and half food that I've eaten out, either in New York or somewhere in Texas, primarily Austin. It's like a split between Austin and New York. But I mean, a lot of this stuff is most of this stuff is like stuff I cook. So I would never feel the need to like hire a chef because I love to cook. It's I don't want to call it a passion because I think that word is fucking overrated. But it's definitely something I really, really enjoy doing. So no, I would never feel the need to get a chef. Now, if she wanted to do that, if that's something she was into, then maybe I'd do it just for her, but it wouldn't be something. It wouldn't be at the top of my mind to do that. It was 59 when Barron Trump was conceived. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm totally fine, man. I mean, well, I think I am. I should probably go see like a fertility specialist and make sure my boys still work, but I know they're shooting. I just don't know if they're swimming. So I should probably go, to a doctor and check that out. But, if that's good to go, I'm down to pop out a kid or two. Turn my wife into like a baby factory. But like I'm probably gonna end up finding a chick in her mid-20s, no baggage, no drama, no fucking crazy ex-boyfriends or divorces or kids or anything like that. Because finding a chick my age that has none of that going on and can still have kids and still wants to have kids is fucking super unlikely. Super, very unlikely. Every chick I'd be on. I gave up on Tinder because putting in Tinder you put the age range of chicks, and I put anything between like 35 and 42 or 43 or whatever, and it was like, I have 2 kids, I have 1 kid, divorced, I have 1 kid, I have 3 kids. It's like, no, not happening. I'm not trying to be a stepfather. Euro girls and military hardware? Yeah, there you go. There you go. No, mine is definitely Japanese girls. Japanese is like number 1. In fact, I found this is what I'm talking about. I saw this girl today and I was like, "Oh man, this is girlfriend material right here." Where's she at? There she is, right here.
お疲れ様です。先輩もから外回りですか？いや、ちょっと今日体調悪くて早退させてもらってるんで。大丈夫ですか？ちょっとだけ熱あるっぽくて。本当だ。一人で帰れます？ちょっと病院行って帰ろうかなと思って。私今日半休なんで後でいろいろ買って持ってきますよ。いや、先輩いないと回らないんで看病は任せてください。
If I saw this chick, it'd be like, "Let's get married right now. Let's get married right now. All right, I'll give you whatever you want."
じゃあ後で住所だけ送っておいてください。お疲れ様。
Instant wife status. Watch any videos or shorts from Homath? I don't know. Possibly. I mean, it's probably creeped into my algo with the amount of red pill shit I've watched over the past year or two. It probably has. All right. All right. Let's see what the Voosh says about the American right. The truth about the American right. Some proper rage bait. He does the hand-drawn illustration, sort of. Oh yeah, no, I have seen that. Yeah. Sort of like political spectrum shit. Yeah, no, I've definitely seen that. He breaks it down like actual math. Yeah, I've definitely seen that. That's great. That's a great creator. Yeah, I like that guy. It's like super logical the way he breaks it down. Super logical. That's very cool. Yeah, I enjoy that. All right, the Voosh truth about the American right. Let's go.
I've been seeing Japanese nationalists and fascists screaming in agony that the American right has no national pride or vision and are worse than communists. It's just that the American right doesn't believe in anything. That's it. I'm not going to give credit to Japanese fascists because, like, they are just as bad as Nazis. At least they seem to actually believe in it. It is kind of funny how Nazism over time has degraded into like an anti-principled principle where people who venerate the Nazis or associate with them or like their aesthetics or do like crusader posting or whatever these people over time have been training themselves to believe in nothing. Whereas that hasn't really happened with Japanese nationalists. You know what I mean? My understanding is that they're still there, they're still prominent, but for the most part, they basically just believe now what they believed then. If you argued with one of them, they would argue in favor of the things they believe in, which are evil, but they do believe in those things. Talk to your average, peepo crusader posting whatever the fuck, and they don't know what the fuck they believe. They just know that they're not getting enough pussy, and they're gonna make it your problem. It's a shit like Imperial Japan. I could be wrong on this, but I don't think the Imperial Japanese were as anti-empiricist as the Nazis, or at least not in the same way, you know? I think that for the Japanese style of fascism was much more around like a militarization of the pre-existing veneration of the Japanese emperor, where you have a pre-existing authoritarian government, like the veneration of the emperor, right, divine right, and then you, through the general cabinet, you militarize it, and then everything after that follows as like a necessity of that power structure, you know. Whereas with the German Nazism, you know, I'm not saying that the Japanese didn't lie to their people, but it was more. Actually, it's a complicated point, I guess. I'd have to think about it. It's more of a military junta than a coherent ideological movement. Yeah, I guess so. There's more. Nazism is more of an idea. Like, people don't talk about any Japanese imperial ideology, at least not the same way. Nazism has turned into this like global ideological force, whereas, you know, in Japan, there are, like, you know, the pro-imperial types, but you don't really talk about it in the same way, like, oh, the ideology of X or whatever. Does that make sense? They still believe things that were wrong, but it's not even that Nazism is a coherent ideology. I guess it's not as like identifiable or recognizable, or I don't know. It's complicated. Imperial Japan was emperor worship. That's a hard thing to export. That's true. That does kind of like lock your ideology in, you know. If the central basis of your belief system is like the divine right of your emperor, it's kind of difficult to export that in the same way as like a smorgasbord of conspiracies. And again, the founding ideological principle of the Nazis was like Aryan supremacy, and that was rooted in a bunch of like very specific conspiracies, but those get lost in a lot of because there are like Indian Nazis, a lot of them, and they're not talking about Aryan supremacy. They're talking about everything the Nazis believed in except for the parts specific to white people, which is a lot of it, but they mold it to their... Nazism ended up being a lot more ideologically idiosyncratic. Whereas Japanese fascism was much more like in on its principle, which is, I almost said respectable. It's not respectable, but at the very least, it's a little bit easier to argue against because they actually believe in something. I don't know. No, it's still easy to argue against as fascism. I'm not saying whether or not it's easy to argue against logically. I mean, whether or not you could actually talk to them. You know what I mean? Why are all Nazis dorks? You know what? I think that's... You have distilled my rambling into a perfect... You've got it perfectly. Why is it that when I imagine a Nazi, I imagine this like disgruntled, disheveled, pedophile, tiny dick, loser, white boy who hates himself, has a poor relationship with his family, and like role plays a pipo, an apu on social media to the benefit of other people exactly like him. And when I imagine like a Japanese imperial fascist today, I guess I imagine just like a regular Japanese guy who's really bad politically. Maybe this is just another example of thing, Japan, where they've won. Maybe if I went over to Japan and I found down a defender of Imperial Japan, it would be some like Hikikomori like some, you know, dickless Japanese virgin who's doing exactly the same thing. You know, I don't know. I think lack of pussy is the cause of both these issues. Exactly. State-mandated girlfriends are actually the only way to fix this. That's not true. Don't. Though they would believe that. A Japanese mechanic who wears national...
I think there was like I remember a conversation that Jordan Peterson had with... Oh, fuck. I don't remember who it was with, but he was like advocating for mandatory monogamy, I think. Not state-mandated girlfriends, but he was definitely arguing for like mandated monogamy as being like the most optimal way for human flourishing. Interesting.
Dress and does calligraphy. Is it wrong of me to think that it's more honorable, and I'll use that word, to be a racist if you actually care about your ethnic pride and heritage? Because the vast majority don't. The vast majority of Nazis will talk about white people, then jerk at the lolicon made in Japan or whatever and they don't know anything about... They're like Americans.
Bro, he's got to be projecting hard there. What was that? What was that, Boosh?
A racist if you actually care about your ethnic pride and heritage, because the vast majority don't. The vast majority of Nazis will talk about white people, then jerk at the lolicon made in Japan or whatever and they don't know anything about...
Man.
They're like Americans, and to them...
That's some fucking wild projection right there. Holy shit. He was never meant to be monogamous. Well, I mean, I guess if you're... What's up, Krill? How you doing? Yeah, I guess if you're coming from like a naturalist, animalistic, I guess, perspective, then maybe. But I just had this whole conversation. I'm a one chick kind of guy, so I'm fine with monogamy.
Them, America is like hamburger or something. Like they don't practice or care about any cultural line. I guess at least you're like standing on with your feet like firmly planted if you have some kind of like principled, because there aren't any American supremacists, any Nazi American supremacists out here who are like, you know what I love? I love baseball. I love apple pie cooling on the windowsill. I love Elvis. I love FDR. I love what he did to the Japanese. I love I love Levi's and blue denim. I love white T-shirts with the sleeves cuffed or whatever, apply my knowledge, I guess. They don't do that. They're just all soy posting and consuming anime.
Soy posting.
They're not like that at all. Yeah, why aren't they Johnny Bravo? Why aren't Nazis like Johnny Bravo? He should be like their prime Aryan specimen, and they're not like him. These American supremacists aren't Americans at all. Get them. Maybe real-life Nazis don't exist today. Well, the crazy thing is that the original Nazis were also like what I'm describing. The losers, I mean, They were also like freakish, insecure, drugged up, like paraphernalia, pedophilia, consuming whatevers. Nazism's always been soy, They didn't even venerate like Germanic culture. You have like some kitsch or whatever, but keep in mind that Germany is a pretty young country. You can go back, Holy Roman Empire, et cetera, but like the big thing the Nazis were jerking themselves off over was neoclassicism. Neoclassicism was being practiced for hundreds of years in like the entire Western world. Like in America, in Washington, D.C., which is all neoclassicist, and of course you have France, it's like all over the place. How is that German? Thing Roman, you soy posters. Rome was just Japan to the original Nazis. Now it's the Japanese, then it was the Romans. Hitler actively prevented Himmler from digging up Germanic huts because it embarrassed him in front of Mussolini's Roman ruins. Yes, literally. They hate their own culture, man. You're German, okay? That means you're a dork-ass Bavarian lederhosen giant strap of the short.
Why are we watching? What's up, T-Bird? A horsecock enthusiast? Because this is a rage bait boomer posting exclusive stream, so we're doing nothing but slop tonight, and he had a video titled "The Truth About the American Right," so I figured that fit right into the vibe. I think you should be mindful of health and intricacies related to the history of family diseases. You should ask relatives if you are on speaking terms if they have any serious diseases. You also talk to genetics. I talked to one and they asked me that. Is that anything specifically why? Highly exclusive and premium, yeah. What was your opinion? Did you hear what Vush was just saying there? In terms of Germany being a young country and explaining these Nazi vibes thing, I guess, that he was going off on there. What was your thoughts on that one? But for Grand Designs, what brought that up? I'm not sure. All premise phenomena is, or maybe I don't know. Maybe you're responding to Crail there. I'm not sure. I know my family's got a little bit of history of cancer, but so far so good with me. I guess I should go to. I haven't been to a doctor in a while. I should probably go. Oh, it just came back. Okay, well, Vush was talking about Germany for a bit, so I was curious to know what your opinion was. Short, you want? Yeah. So.
Anything about, they're like Americans, and to them America is like hamburger or something. Like they don't practice or care about any cultural line. I guess at least you're like standing on with your feet like firmly planted if you have some kind of like principled, because there aren't any American supremacists, any Nazi American supremacists out here who are like, you know what I love? I love baseball. I love apple pie cooling on the windowsill. I love Elvis. I love FDR. I love what he did to the Japanese. I love Levi's and blue denim. I love white T-shirts with the sleeves cuffed or whatever, apply my knowledge, I guess. They don't do that. They're just all soy posting and consuming anime. They're not like that at all. Yeah, why aren't they Johnny Bravo? Why aren't Nazis like Johnny Bravo? He should be like their prime Aryan specimen, and they're not like him. These American supremacists aren't Americans at all. Get them. Maybe real-life Nazis don't exist today. Well, the crazy thing is that the original Nazis were also like what I'm describing. The losers, I mean, They were also like freakish, insecure, drugged up, like paraphernalia, pedophilia consuming whatevers. It's always, Nazism's always been soy, you know? They didn't even venerate like Germanic culture. You have like some kitsch or whatever, but keep in mind that Germany is a pretty young country. You can go back, Holy Roman Empire, et cetera, but like the big thing the Nazis were jerking themselves off over was neoclassicism. Neoclassicism was being practiced for hundreds of years in like the entire Western world. Like in America, in Washington, D.C., which is all neoclassicist, and of course you have France, and it's like all over the place. How is that German? Thing Roman, you soy posters. Rome was just Japan to the original Nazis. Now it's the Japanese, then it was the Romans. Hitler actively prevented Himmler from digging up Germanic huts because it embarrassed him in front of Mussolini's Roman ruins. Yes, literally. They hate their own culture, man. You're German, okay? That means you're a dork-ass Bavarian lederhosen giant strap of the short.
Bro, what is he saying right now, bro?
Original Nazis. Now it's the Japanese, then it was the Romans. Hitler actively prevented Himmler from digging up Germanic huts because it embarrassed him in front of Mussolini's Roman ruins. Yes, literally. They hate their own culture, man. You're German, okay? That means you're a dork-ass Bavarian lederhosen giant strap of the short the short overalls or whatever. You're a dork. Oktoberfest, Wiener Schnitzel, whatever. That's your shit. But no, Hitler's like, oh, what if we made everything look like Rome, but today? Yeah, I love Germanic culture, like big marble columns and stuff. Self-hating losers. I like Americana. That's what I'm talking about. I almost said I like baseball. I don't want to get carried away, but I do like Levi's and blue jeans, okay? I don't actually like apple pie that much. I'm more of a pecan pumpkin pie kind of. I like classic Fords, I admit it. It just reminds me of how all of these America First motherfuckers, when they sell merchandise, it's made in the Philippines. Yeah, or they'll like promote something, like some of the smaller ones that are trying to get their bag. They'll promote something, it's made in China. And it's all shit. Like none of them like America at all because it's just all a grift. No one believes in anything. I feel like that's not the case with Japanese fascists, right? Right? Like if there are the Japanese in Japan who are still imperial defenders, I feel like they would be more likely to authentically venerate Japanese culture, whatever it means to them. It wouldn't be the same kind of like, complete disregard for any historical through line on their side. Japanese fascists hate the West. At least that's consistent. That's all I'm saying. At least that's consistent. They want like state Shinto and shit. Yeah, okay. At least it's consistent. Religion, West, this. I mean, I'm a anti-theist. I'm taking Reddit atheism didn't go far enough. Religion, East. State mandated Shintoism. So like every river and tree has like a dragon spirit and we could pray to little shrines when we walk home from school. You got me. Hey, I've been to Japan and the Shinto shrines were delightful, okay? It's not I don't think it's thing Japan to point out that American Protestantism is the ugliest religion to have ever seized power over a state in human history, okay? At least the Catholics have nice churches, and the Orthodox as well. Holy shit, Protestantism? You should cultivate a personal relationship with Christ. Well, doctrinally that might make sense, but drip and architecture-wise, I am left lacking. Holy shit, the Mormons are so bad. Well, they're Protestants. I don't give a fuck what Protestants say about it. They are. They're literally you. I don't care. They're the same damn thing. Southern churches are nice sometimes. Yeah, maybe in comparison to what they're built next to. There are some nice Baptist, there are some nice Protestant churches. There are some nice Lutheran, whatever. But like, come on, let's speak broadly. Yeah, I mean, there are nice churches in the UK and, like Anglican or whatever, that's after the split.
That was fun. That was fun. Brought that in relation to wanting kids. Oh, okay, yeah. Genetics and specialist doctors would recommend taking some genetic tests and be mindful of family history before having kids. Some partners avoid having kids with each other due to the fact that by having kids, some diseases can have a chance to manifest, and they learn to take that oath by taking genetic specialist. Yeah. No, that's understandable. I mean, it's also understandable too. Like, my ideal market would be a chick in her mid-20s. But I could also understand if I met a chick who was in that vibe, had concerns possibly with me being older, right? And being like, oh, I don't know if I want to have kids with an older guy, because, I guess like the older men get, the more likeliness there is for, birth defects and things like that. So, I mean, I'm not, 80 years old. I'm not 70 years old. So it's, I think guys having kids in their 40s is absolutely fine. But I can understand also, meeting a chick and everything working great until the idea of kids comes up, and then it's like, but you're older. It's like, well, look, that's part of the package here. You get all the wisdom and resources of an older man, but this older man at least wants to, an heir to the throne. So, but I understand. Yeah, you're right. You're right. What's up? Did anything new in soy come out with Xander Hall here? Doomed Gaza, RFK, Aren't Funny, Canada, MAGA, Bill Burr, Amaranth. Oh, another pronoun video. Cringe theist gets hung up on pronouns. This is from The Line. Let me just see this for a second. I don't know, if it's not fitting the vibe, then whatever.
And we got somebody, Jesse. In the pronoun section, it just says a man, and I don't know.
Oh, this guy again. I think this is the same guy that called into the Jovan show. Oh man. Amaranth is old now, bro. Isn't she single? Marry her, adopt me. Didn't she get robbed the other day for some crypto? No. Well, I mean, the Xander Hall video was about Amaranth. It was why I'm glad. How long is this? Let me see. It's like 30 minutes. I don't even know if I want to fucking watch a 30-minute Amaranth video. Whatever. Suffice to say, I mean, I'm not dating a chick that's on OnlyFans, that's for sure. I'm not dating an e-girl on OnlyFans. Fuck that. There's no way I'm going from fucking... There's no way I'm going from that to an American chick with an OnlyFans account, bro. All right. That's the vibe right there. That is the vibe. Okay. Not some fucking American chick twerking on fucking Instagram with an OnlyFans account, going on fucking podcasts every 2 seconds. No fucking way, dude. This is the vibe right here. Total wifey material. Yeah. All right. Whatever. I'm gonna just start this. I'm gonna see if we'll see. We'll see if this goes anywhere. America First Bros need to start dating American women. Bosch is right. No, ain't happening, man. Ain't happening. She protected her honor and her crypto. She shot at the thieves. Yeah, well, I heard that. I did hear that she protected herself. That's based. But I mean, nah. Ain't no way I'm fucking shacking up with a chick that's got her fucking body all over the internet. No way, bro. I already did that. Like, so some legate lore is my first like major relationship, probably about 20 years ago. Fucking, this is when I was actually working in the strip club. I was actually dating a girl who worked there. She was one of the waitresses there, and she was from Cuba. And so I was working in the club, and this chick started working there. Super hot, short Cuban girl, and fucking, and we hit it off, went on some dates, started dating, and fucking after a month, she actually moved in with me. But before all that happened, when we first started dating, what if she has OnlyFans but is a virgin? No, still no. Nope. OnlyFans is fucking deal breaker, bro. Deal breaker. I don't care if you have an OnlyFans and you're just like cooking or doing your art. I don't fucking care. If you have an OnlyFans account, done. Not happening. Deal breaker. End of story. But when me and this girl first started dating, things were great. We were dating for a week and we were just going out. Going out to dinner. Hooking up. I mean, everything was great. Like everything was working fine in the first week or two. And then my best friend came over and he was like, "Hey man, I got to talk to you real quick." And I was like, "What's up? What's going on?" And he's like, "Look, I know you're seeing this chick, and I just want to let you know, long story short, I found her on the internet, okay? And I'm letting you know she's got some videos on the internet, and it's pretty adult heavy." And I was like, "What, you talking about like porn?" And he was like, "Yeah, I found fucking porn of her on the internet." And I'm like, "How the fuck did you do that?" And he's like, "Well, I went to her MySpace page, and then there was a comment on her." This is how long ago it was. It was a MySpace page. Fucking, I clicked on a comment. Some guy made a comment saying something like, "Oh yeah, I can't wait to see one of your new videos," like on her page, and she didn't even know it. So the guy, so my friend clicked on the comment because the comment had like a link or something like that, and the link was to the page where the video, where some of her videos were. So my friend fucking put in his credit card to, like, this is like again, this is 20 years ago. You had to like actually join a website to find whatever porn it was they had. Either that or download it on Napster. But you know, my girlfriend at the time, she wasn't on Napster. 320 by 220, just, yeah, exactly. So my friend like actually like put his credit card in, became a member of the website just to verify the fucking porn, and then came to me and was like, "Look, I'm telling you right now, I was in disbelief." And he was like, "Look, I'm telling you right now, she's on this fucking page. I've seen the videos, and I'm telling you right now, you know, if you want to verify it for yourself, here's my login information. You can go into your house right now and go look and just go fucking see." And sure enough, I went on my laptop and fucking just typed it all in, logged into my friend's account, and found her there. And it was just like videos of her with like fucking, I mean, there wasn't anything like intensely hardcore. It was a lot of like techno music and fucking dildos and shit like that, you know? It was whatever. But once I saw that, I was like, okay, fucking A. I mean, my heart sank to the floor, and I was like, this is not what I signed up for, man. You know, this is not who I thought she was. And then I remember that she had shown before this all happened, she showed me a video of her. And it was a video of her, and somebody else was filming her, and she was skating down the street with like rollerblades, and then whoever was filming her kind of stopped her and was like, "Hey, what's up? What's your name? How are you?" And she was just like, "Oh yeah, hey, my name is this and that, blah blah." And then the video like kind of fast forwards to her being, you know, in this guy's house on his couch. And in my mind, I was not putting this together at all, that this was some kind of porn. In my mind, like, this is 20 years ago. Like, my mind wasn't as jaded as it is now, right? And I was just thinking, like, okay, this is just some fucking cringe, weird video, whatever. Was it hardcore? Well, I think the video that I'm talking about right now led into something hardcore, but the videos that I saw on the website were just her kind of like playing with like toys and shit like that, you know. But it fucking either way, the whole thing wrecked me, man. Like I fucking so she was at work when I found out about it. So she went home after work and I had a key to her place and I knew what time she was getting out, so I fucking went over to her place, let myself in, woke her up, and I told her like, hey, look, I found all this shit on the internet and I can't do this. Like I don't know what to think about this right now. And she's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I found the videos of you on the internet. And she was like, what videos? What are you talking about? I don't believe you. And I was like, all right, well, and I opened up her laptop and I logged in and I showed her, and she was like, she closed the laptop and she just started crying her eyes out. And I felt really bad at that point because, you know, it's not, she didn't want me to find these things. I think she when she showed me that other video before, I think she was just testing to see whether or not I could put together that this might be a possibility. But when I didn't put 2 and 2 together originally, she just probably thought, okay, whatever, he doesn't know, he hasn't seen anything. And then, but then I saw the other videos and then I showed her them and then she started crying. I was like, look, I'm just not sure how I feel about this. So I just need a couple days. I have your key. We work together. We're going to see each other. But, you know, I just need a couple days to just think about this for a bit. And I thought about it for a while. And then, like, after a couple days, I just thought to myself, like, you know, I'm in no position to judge her. She came from Cuba. She came from Cuba. She knew nobody. She barely knew English. I mean, by the time I met her, she knew, you know, plenty of English, but when, you know, it was like when she first got to the United States, she didn't have a social security number. She didn't know anybody and she needed money and she was a pretty girl and she just, you know, did what fucking pretty girls from other countries do when they first get here, you know, if they don't have resources. And I thought to myself, like, yeah, I don't, I'm not going to judge her or blame her for some shit she did in the past. And, you know, I'm just going to go tell her that and see what happens. And then, you know, she was just like, are you sure? Are you sure? And I was like, yeah, look, I'm not going to judge you. You know, like maybe we can, let's start over and let's go slow and then we'll see what happens. And sure enough, you know, it rolled right back into a relationship not too long after that. And then she ended up actually moving into my place and we lived together for about a year and everything was great. And then my mind started to, like, after a year, I was just like, oh man, I'm surrounded by, like, all that shit just went way past. And, you know, I fast forward a year into the relationship and I'm thinking to myself, all right, I'm in the prime of my life. I got money, I got confidence, and I got this fucking hot chick. But at the same time, I'm like, man, I'm surrounded by hot chicks. I could be fucking, you know, getting pussy left and right. So let me just fucking, you know, see what that's like. I didn't cheat on her or anything, but my mind was definitely in that space, and she could tell that I just wasn't into the relationship anymore. And, you know, she was just, you know, she confronted me one day and she was like, do you love me? Do you even love me anymore? And I was like, yes, I do. And she's like, you're lying. I know you don't. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. I don't. And that was that. And then she was like, okay, well, she was like, what should we do? I'm like, I think you should move out and we'll figure something out. So she moved out. We still work together. And then I just fucking went on a fucking wild mid-20s fucking sex-fueled rampage. I wasn't like a fucking, you know, horn dog, but I definitely explored it more. I definitely explored that side of myself more than I ever had prior to that. But the point of that story is that I already went through all that shit, man. I already went through, like, having a girl on the internet and fucking going through all that. Bro, I'm talking about absolute heartbreak, dude. Heartbreak. My fucking heart was broken when I saw those videos. Absolutely heartbroken, man. I would never wish that feeling on anybody. And that's a life lesson I learned early on. No fucking chicks on the internet. No fucking OnlyFans. You know, I mean, if I meet a chick and her, like, Instagram is like her in bikinis and things like that, I'd be like, look, like, I understand why you did that and that's fine. You know, you're like bikinis and, you know, going to the club and that kind of stuff. All right, whatever. But, you know, if we're going to be exclusive, we're going to be dating, you know, I would at least say, you know, private those pictures. or take them off your account and just keep the pictures that aren't, you know, kind of like that, and then you'll have me. You know, that's all you got. I don't ask for much. So, yeah, I would not date a chick with an OnlyFans account. I'm not dating fucking Western American women who are twerking on the internet with 90 bodies and fucking, you know, simps following them around everywhere they go. Ain't happening, man. I need a fucking I mean the chances are I'm gonna end up with an American chick anyway. I'm just saying, like, you know, like this vibe of this Japanese girlfriend mantra is like is a, you know, that's the goal is for something that's like that. But yeah, no way. No fucking OnlyFans chicks. No internet chicks. It's not happening, man. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it again. I already did it once. It was absolute fucking heartbroken, man. Yo, what's up, Malcast? How you doing? I was absolutely heartbroken. So there's no way I'm doing any of that shit ever again. And I wouldn't recommend it. You know, like, I understand if you just want to, like, one night stand or, you know, a fling for a week or two, but, you know, I would definitely not recommend fucking getting involved with a sex worker unless you're like a really progressive sex positive person. Then fine, go ahead. If you're like a polypan, sex positive, whatever the hell, go ahead, have at it. But if you're not that, I do not recommend the fucking sex worker route. You will regret it. I promise you. Some people are equipped to handle that kind of shit. If you're like Adam 22, right? No jumper, that guy. If you're that guy, then yeah, you can handle it. But if you're not that guy, you can't handle it. I'm telling you right now. Why did you not ask her to be friends with benefits? Because I'm not, like I said, I'm not that kind of guy. You know, I'm like a one chick kind of guy. Friends with benefits. I don't know. I don't know. It's just not me. Hey, let's just be friends with benefits. You know? I feel like I just started a sentence with I feel like that's like fucking just like a fuckboy Chad kind of vibe that I just don't have. Hey, what's up? You know, I mean, we can't date, but would you like to be friends with benefits? You know, that way I can still fuck you and not fucking worry about being committed to you at all. Can we do that? That's not me. I'm not that kind of person, you know? Only Pornhub girls? Nah, Pornhub's like fucking... Pornhub's like, fucking... trying to think of like an equivalent. Pornhub's like the MTV of porn, you know? I don't know if that's I don't know if that's an appropriate. I don't know if that's like an actual equivalent, but I think like Pornhub is like the MTV of porn. It's just kind of like, okay, Carson Daly or, you know, Top 20 Countdown, you know, Amaranth. You find shit like Amaranth on fucking Pornhub. How to pick up guys with establishing shots. The latest prawn, yeah. Yo, what's up, Turbo? She took it only in the butt though, so she was still a virgin. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I support friends with benefits. It's not cuckery. I mean, whatever. I don't care. Like, if people want to do friends with benefits, that's fine. I'm just not the kind of guy that's like, hey, yeah, so we can be friends with benefits, right? Like, we could still fuck, but we don't have to date. Is that cool? I'm like, my mind doesn't work like that. I'm more geared towards commitment in relationships and things like that. I've had a bunch of one nights, not a bunch. I've had plenty of one night stands to you know, suffice for you know, adolescent male adventures or just being a young man. I've had plenty of one night stands to be like, okay, I did that, I done that, you know, but it's just, you know, it's not my thing. My only friends with benefits were exes. Have I ever done that? Friends with benefits of exes? No. I've done friends with benefits with fucking chicks I should not have done friends with benefits with. There's definitely at least 1, 2. We're talking like chicks that used to date dudes that I knew. Now, one of them used to be like a fucking best friend of mine. Like one of my best friends. Fucking, and then it was at the same time that I was dating that girl I was just telling you about. After my relationship ended with her, one of my best friends, his relationship ended with his girlfriend, and I ended up like at the same bar as her one night, months and months and months after the breakups. And we were playing pool and getting close, and fucking one thing led to another, and it happened, more than once. But I never really got any closure on this, but she eventually told him about it. And I could tell because the way I interacted with him completely changed. And I felt really bad because, I'm sitting here with this like fucking dark secret that I broke the bro code, and fucking, and he looks like he's about to punch me in the face. So, him and I are still, I mean, we don't talk every day. We talk about like maybe once a year, but we're still, like, that's still like a friend that I could like literally fucking meet up with and have dinner, and we could just pick up right where we left off and fucking, just have a great conversation. But I mean, like, the friends with benefits things that I've done like that have been like shit where it was like, okay, this chick that I was interested in, she broke up with her boyfriend or whatever. Okay, cool, boom. And it's happened with like a best friend of mine. It happened with a dude who I was friends with, but like not, like close with. Once they broke up, there's a chick that I knew in New York, Chinese chick. Fucking, that was great. It happened a couple times, but it was temporary. But I'm just more like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I confuse intimacy with like fucking connection and relationships and things like that. And I don't want to blend those two ideas where I'm being intimate with a woman that I know I don't want to have a relationship with, and have my fucking autism kick in and confuse myself to no end as to what I should be doing in terms of the longevity of anything potential with that person. Keepers are sleepers or sweepers. Yeah, exactly. We all make those mistakes. Yeah. I definitely broke the bro code. It was not cool. Definitely not cool. Like I said, him and I are still friends, but I mean, this is a long time ago. We've all since moved on. He's like married with kids, and he's got a life in a different place, a different city, different state, and we're both grown up. This is a guy I knew since high school. We were in a band together. He was a drummer, and I was a singer. But fast forward 5, 6, 7 years after that, we were like dating these chicks, and fucking, he was dating this fucking hot Chinese chick, and fucking, and then like once they broke up and I broke up with my girlfriend, and I saw her at the bar months later, and we were fucking getting close and playing pool and getting drunk. I mean, it was just fucking, it was on like Donkey Kong. But I was young and stupid. I learned a valuable lesson not to fucking break the bro code. I mean, if I have a son, it's gonna be one of the first lessons I fucking instill in him is to not break the fucking bro code. But whatever. Long story short, I mean, like, just fucking friends with benefits. It's just, it's whatever. I think all that, for me, it's all that shit's overrated. But I'm also like really jaded from having worked in a strip club for 4 years. I was surrounded by fucking adult nightlife and sex and degeneracy and prostitution and drugs and alcohol and fucking, I mean, whatever. I mean, I have some alcohol right here, but I mean, I was just surrounded by that shit for so long that I craved normalcy, like just a normal fucking life, apple pie and vanilla ice cream, that kind of thing. Anyways, that's some deep legate lore. Deep legate lore. What else are we watching here? We watched the Boosh. I'm not watching Sandra Hall. I don't think I'm gonna watch this fucking pronoun one. We're done with Hassan. Temple, no. Jovan. I think I'm done with that guy for now.
Do I have to take it down?
What else is there? How about a woke video game one? Another one. This game wasn't made for you. I'm just gonna put this on and see what happens with it.
The games were not made for me. Oh boy. How many times have you guys heard the line, this game...
Then you have to imagine the people that can't pull away and can only chase the next bigger thrill. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep. That's, I mean, the majority of the people that I knew from the club, you know, whether they be girls that worked there or the customers I met, fucking, that sums up their lives, basically. And, well, I think I'm done with Sigma mode for a minute. Yeah, whatever. I mean, whatever. The moral of the story is fucking, you know, having been surrounded by all that bullshit for so long, like, I just fucking crave like a normal. I just usually just want like something normal. You know, go on a first date, go to the movies, make out, hook up, slowly but surely roll into something genuine, right? Fucking get married without the state and a prenup. Have kids. Create Americans. Provide for the nation. Provide for your family. You know, like, I'm trying to return to tradition. That's what we want to do. Just fucking return to tradition. We're going trad, bro. Trad is back. Trad is back. I'm declaring it. Trad is fucking back, okay? We're going full trad. Full of JD Vance. Yeah, find an Indian wife. Yeah. Yeah, Indian arranged marriage, yeah. Nick Fuentes? I got some more Nick Fuentes, yeah. Let's see. I got plenty of Nick Fuentes. What else do we got here? Where's another one? Where is he at? Where is he at? Where you at, Nick? All right, Mr. Fuentes. I know I got a bunch of you in here. Oh, have you seen this guy? This guy's great.
I have gender skin color dysphoria. Yep. I am a white lesbian trapped in a black man's body. I'm 6 months pregnant and I love my husband, but the LGBTQ community won't accept me. And they tell me you could be what you want to be. And also, since I'm a white lesbian, I'm also a white supremacist and I hate black people.
That guy's awesome. There he is. Oh, here's another one. It says
Everybody always says about January 6th, they're like, why didn't anything bad happen to you?
No, it's this
Not only is AFD against immigration, they're also more sympathetic to Russia. They're skeptical of...
it's so many.
To define what America First is, and to define what an American is, you have to define what a nation is. Let's take it a step further. He says the crux of the America First debate is between those who think Americans are white and those that think Americans are Jeffersonians of any color. I would say what is a nation first? Is a nation a group of people that are working at a company? Or is a nation an extended
Oh, I'll be right back.
family? That's really the question. Where does national identity or identity itself proceed from? Does it proceed from kin and ties that bind, family, an extended family? Does it extend to our real culture? The way our hair looks, the way we dress, the way we joke around, the way we express ourselves, our shared history, our shared features and faces, and everything that comes with it, our food, our habits, our sense of humor, our temperament. Does a nation have those things in common, or is a nation a group of any kinds of people, different colors, different races, different religions, different everything, but they're all just working on math problems. They're all just working on engineering problems together in a room. That's a fucking nightmare. That's not a nation. That sounds like the worst company ever. That's a diversity pamphlet. Could you imagine? And that's sort of the nation we have, where you live in a community of all different kinds of people and nobody talks to each other. You live in a high-rise apartment building with all kinds of people that you don't understand. You have nothing in common with them. You all ride on the public transportation and nobody talks to each other because nobody even knows that they speak English. Different languages are being spoken. Then you go into some big corporate office building and everybody's different and nobody understands each other. That's what we have, and it's a nightmare. It's hell. That's not home. Everywhere we feel uncomfortable, unfamiliar, alien, strange. Everything is chaotic and dissonant. Where's the harmony? Where's the harmony of one people, one creed, one religion, one nationality, one shared history, one shared struggle, one community of people? Where is there any value in that? Is there any value in sameness, oneness, unity, commonality, familiarity? Is that not what a family is? I mean, what is a family? Familiar, family, similar. Because they're a part of the same DNA. It's literally encoded in our DNA that we are similar. Where does nation come from? It's the same Latin root as natal, meaning to be born by birth. Naturalized. It all comes from the same thing. I don't want to live in the kind of nation that Vivek is talking about. I don't want to live there. And I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't think he likes me.
Oh, man.
How else can you say it other than we don't want to live with these people? And I don't want to be your friend. And I'm kind of done being nice about it. I don't want to live in a fucking Indian neighborhood. It's too weird. It's too weird. It's too alien. I don't feel good when I'm in that situation. I don't want to live there. I don't want to live in a black neighborhood. I don't want the country to look like Mexico, where people are celebrating Mexican Independence Day and carrying on with all that. I don't want to live in an Indian neighborhood. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I want to live in a neighborhood with people that look like me. And people go, well, you're Italian. Well, you're this. Well, you're that. Okay, see my face? See my green eyes? See my wavy brown hair? I want to live in a neighborhood where people look like that, where they have skin like mine and eyes like mine and features like mine and brown hair like mine and they speak fucking English, okay? And I don't care if they're fucking Polish. I don't care if they're English. I just want to be American. I want to be white. I want to speak English. I want to be Christian, preferably Catholic, and that's the kind of place I want to live in. Like, I don't know how else to say it other than that, but that's where it is now. I don't want my kids to go to a school where it's all Indian kids. I don't want my kids to go to school where it's all Asians or Hispanics or whatever. It's that simple. And it's getting worse. My entire life, it's getting worse. It's never getting better. And you still can't talk about it. You're still discouraged from talking about it in these terms. But these are the terms. Canada's been destroyed. America's next. So much of America's already like this. And it's just obscene. It's like, this is our home. This is my home. This is my life. This is all I've ever known. I've lived in the same area my entire life, a quarter of a century. And my parents lived here, and their parents lived here, and their parents lived here. And it was one way. And now it's all going away. It is all being changed, and it's becoming completely different. And, you know, by the end of my life, my hometown is going to be foreign. My hometown, where I grew up, all that is going to be completely foreign. And that's just evil. How else can you say it other than...
The ironic thing about this is that I've seen other videos where he's talked about living like a cosmopolitan lifestyle, right? Like I think somebody sent in a super chat saying, you know, if you want to be around your own kind, why don't you live in the South? You know, why don't you live in like Texas or something like that? And he responded by saying, look, fuck that. Fuck that. I need to live near a city. I need to live in a big city. He lives in Chicago, right? And he said something like, look, on the weekends, I like to go out and to get brunch. I like to get avocado toast and a cup of coffee. I want to be around buildings and art museums and things like that. I can't live in some fucking Alabama fucking bumfuck town or whatever, or, you know, fucking Texas or anything like that. It's like, I need to be around culture. I need to be around fucking culture. But the reality is, if you live in any kind of fucking cosmopolitan center anywhere in the United States, you are going to be encountered with fucking diversity, okay? There's going to be diversity everywhere. Everywhere. I lived in Miami for 30 years. There's nothing but diversity down there. It's specific to Caribbean diversity, but it's diversity nonetheless. I lived in New York City for 7 years. There's a shit ton of diversity there. Chicago. I went to Chicago. I go to Chicago, or I used to go to Chicago at least fucking once or twice a year to go visit my family. And they live downtown. Fucking diversity fucking central. If you want to live in a cosmopolitan center like that, then you don't have a choice, man. You don't have a choice except to fucking live amongst everybody else. If you want to live in a fucking white Mecca or something like that, you gotta go to places like fucking, I mean, most parts of Texas are probably like that, but I mean, like, you know, if you go to like Austin, Dallas, Houston, I live in San Antonio. If you come near San Antonio, if you go to those four places, and El Paso, probably a little bit, but mostly San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, and Austin, those four places, you come to Texas, you're going to see some diversity there. The rest of Texas is a very big fucking state. You could probably find some white people, but you won't be around fucking avocado toast, you know? Ground level, no fence along big Victorian. Yeah. I remember the video. I remember when when he got doxxed and that lady found him and he fucking kicked her down the stairs and like fucking tased her or maced her or something like that. Stole her phone and took a picture of himself. Like that thing. It started being like 200 nationalities for like biggest cities, China, Japan. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, I lived in New York. I mean, New York. I lived in Chinatown in New York. All right. Fucking surrounded by I literally, like, my neighbors were Chinese. The moment I walk out the door to my apartment, everything is in Chinese. The buildings, some street signs, fucking everything. Everybody sees Chinese. I lived in Chinatown for 7 years, man. Fucking, and then once you venture outside of Chinatown, then it's just as diverse as you imagine New York to be. But I don't care. I mean, I agree with him. I much prefer to live in a city cosmopolitan type situation. That's just who I am. I you know, avocado toast, cup of coffee, brunch, museums, shit like that. I don't go to museums, but whatever. I need to live near a city. You know, like I did the whole podunk shit when I was in the Army, and I was like, fuck this, man. Fuck podunk shit. I can't do fucking these roadside towns where there's nothing but like, you know, like a fucking Applebee's, and that's like the major thing to do on the weekend. Fuck that. No way. I need a place where there's a lot of shit to do, a lot of restaurants to go to, vibes, fucking people. You know, I need that. So I agree with him on that, but I'm fine with the diversity. You know, I could care less whether or not somebody's fucking from another country or speaks another language. I mean, I adapt pretty well in those kind of environments anyway. So, any language laws in the U.S.? No, there is. Trump just signed an executive order a few days ago to make English the official language of the United States. So there is officially a language law on the books. That just happened a few days ago. Only France has language laws? Okay. Ukraine. It's language laws. All imports need to have French and English packaging. Yeah. No, I mean, you go to New York. You go to Chinatown, everything's in Chinese. Everything. Every building, pamphlets, street signs, you name it. I mean, there is stuff in English too there, but I mean, it's mostly Chinese. Executive orders not allowed. That's true. That's true. You're right. You're right. That is true. So you can't have Chinese only signs in Canada. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, like, you know, like I said, like everything in Chinatown is in Chinese, but they do have also, you know, English accommodations. I mean, it's actually probably mostly English, and I'm just kind of like blowing it up. But I mean, like it is shocking if you go to Chinatown. You won't feel like you're in New York when you're in Chinatown. You'll feel like you're in China. That's how impressively foreign it feels. But I mean, Canal Street is not written in Chinese fucking symbols. It says Canal Street. You know, that's like the main road in Chinatown. Okay, let me see what this woke video game thing is. Asmongold. Asmongold's been fucking killing it lately in terms of viewership and content and everything. I think between fucking Hassan getting banned and Destiny getting fucking shellacked with his bullshit, Asmongold seems to have been kind of on the scene in terms of politics and shit like that. Didn't he only used to do like gaming and stuff, and now he's like venturing into politics? Sport, making English language everywhere first language. Yeah, there you go. All right, let's see. It's called "This Game Wasn't Made for You." Let's see.
The games were not made for me. Oh boy.
How many times have you guys heard the line, "This game wasn't made for you"? How many times have you seen people running to the defense of a game and saying that, well, if you don't like it, stop talking about it? You know, they go and they start posting those memes where it's, you know, stop having fun, but they're still sitting
Rubbing
on the
his
couch
hands.
playing the game.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, this game is great as long as you don't have anybody screaming in your ear telling you that it's bad.
This is like those subreddits that ban anybody who's critical of the game because they're so coping because they spent $60 on a game that's a piece of shit. This is exactly
Stop seeking out negative commentary and criticism on a game if you just want to have your viewpoint reinforced. Stop hitting yourself. That's what you're doing at this point. I recently saw that somebody had posted an entire Reddit thread talking about me and my video on Avowed, saying that I am the one that's ruining commentary around games. I am destroying.
He's one of the only ones that provides fair commentary about it. Like, I've seen a bunch of the other videos about Avowed, and like, I'm sorry, but some of these other, you know, again, I don't like using the term, but some of these other like anti-woke YouTubers, bro, the National Enquirer has more decency than them with thumbnails. Holy shit. And you're gonna compare him to those people?
Video games, the video game community. You guys are helping.
I was actually listening to that today. What was I listening to that on? Who was listening to it? Oh, I think Tomfoolery. I think Tom was listening to it. Yeah, I was listening to it. The thing is that when Theo Vaughn and Hassan were talking, there was a section that they were talking about where they were talking about liberals, but I don't think that Theo Vaughn knows what liberal means in the context of somebody like Hassan. I think, you know, like the way that Theo Vaughn thinks of a liberal is not the same way that Hassan thinks of a liberal. They're not the same. Like, Theo Vaughn thinks liberals are like fucking, you know, soy Democrats or whatever, whereas Hassan thinks that fucking liberals are the antithesis of who he is because he's so leftist, right? Like, you can call a leftist many things, but if you call a leftist a liberal, then you're asking for trouble, right? So I don't think they were like, I think they were talking past each other most of that podcast. But I don't know. I might check it out at some point. I joined Hassan hater, but I will admit Hassan did pretty well. Yeah, it sounded like it sounded like it went well. I can only imagine. Yeah.
By watching my videos in the first place. Shame on you. The even-handed criticism that I had in my Avowed video where I was relatively soft on them in comparison to just about any other game or any other studio, because there were parts of Avowed that I genuinely liked, and I like Obsidian as a studio. No. I'm the bad guy.
That's right.
Have you ever
That's
noticed?
the same thing for me. I was the enemy and I gave the game a 7.
Just a good game doesn't need anybody to run defense for it.
No.
It just exists. It's just there.
It speaks
just does
for
its
itself.
thing. So it got me thinking, what are the chances that these communities are the ones that have been ruining games? We've seen
100%.
so many games come out to seemingly no audience. The quest for the mythical modern audience, where they seem to exist in certain social circles and social media, but the minute that a game hits the market, they evaporate. Where did it go?
They never existed in the first place, and they only put it out there. There's a lot of people who they want to have the right opinions, but they don't actually care about the video games. I've noticed this with a lot of games, is that people will say that like they're fans of a game. Like I noticed this with Metaphor ReFantasio. There were like 4 or 5 people that I talked to about the game, and they were like, yeah, I really liked it. I'm like, how far did you get? They said, I played the demo. I'm like, okay, got it. It's one of those. Yeah, I never played it.
So it got me thinking, who are these games made?
Yep.
Paid for? Why are they making them for them? And why aren't they buying them? Maybe it's not me ruining gaming. Maybe it's you. You know how we can take back gaming? You can start making games yourself. And you guys can do that with today's sponsor, Boot.dev. We oftentimes hear people say, if you don't like the games today, well, then go make them yourself. And here's your chance. I partnered with Boot.dev, the smartest way to master back-end development to help you build your own digital empire. At Boot.dev, you'll learn back-end web development from start to finish with Python and Go. And what's awesome is that Boot.dev knows that not everybody can afford a full membership right away, so you can sign up for free and explore every course in read-only mode. You'll get all of the theory and content without any commitment. Then, when you're ready to truly level up, a membership unlocks interactive challenges, progress tracking, hints, and full solutions. Plus, as you build real projects, you'll earn
It's good that they integrate AI into this too.
level up, compete on leaderboards, and rack up achievements, all while gearing up for a career where backend developers can earn a median salary of over $100,000 a year. Every project that you complete on Boot.dev is a stepping stone to real-world success, turning your coding passion into a career that pays big. So head over to Boot.dev and use my code LegendaryDrops to get 25% off your entire first year on the annual plan. Click the link in the description, join the community, and start coding your future today. I can't be the only one who thinks that it's weird that while, yes, in some circles, some of the avowed criticism can be classified as reaching, the vast majority of it is relatively fair and observable in-game.
I mean, that Oblivion video had me fucked up. I'm going to be honest. Like, I watched that video, and that shit was stressing me out just looking at it.
Been an unbelievable amount of white knighting and running defense in the face of criticism and poor sales on Steam. Avowed is incredible, especially when you don't have a YouTuber lying to you. If you hate Avowed, you probably didn't play it. Stop comparing it to Skyrim. But if the game is so incredible, then why does it need this much defense? The same trend then plays out in Avowed Steam reviews. Plenty of positive ratings, yet their words say they're underwhelmed. Game is okay. It's objectively mid. Wish there was a way to rate games I don't recommend or condemn. Some even go out of their way to tell you not to compare it to other games. This isn't Skyrim. Don't compare it to Baldur's Gate 3 or Kingdom Come.
Has anybody played Avowed? I heard it was okay. I think actually Anoko was playing it.
Deliverance too.
Yeah, I wonder why.
It's this weird mix of gatekeeping and defensive posturing, as if people aren't allowed to be critical of something without being treated like enemies. Nobody is.
I think it's also people that don't like the game, or like maybe they didn't enjoy it a lot, but there's like a form of buyer's remorse where like, now that I've bought the game, I can't think. I killed her, by the way, in the story. Like, after I bought the game, now I don't want to acknowledge that I made a bad purchase decision, so I have to defend myself.
Saying that you can't enjoy Avowed. If you do, that's great. But if
you're
somebody
having
points
fun
out
the
that they
wrong
didn't,
way.
that's not an attack. It's called having an opinion. Suddenly, I start hearing that Avowed isn't made for me, that somehow I should have known not to buy it. Like there was some secret label that was warning me, but I had missed it.
Well,
but
there was a label. It's the fact that it had pronouns in the game.
Time I checked, well, open world fantasy action RPGs are exactly what I play. That's my genre. That's what I love. But apparently there was some secret subsection of that genre that I don't fit into. How does that make sense? Oblivion is one of my most favorite games of all time. I just finished Kingdom Come Deliverance, and now I'm playing the sequel.
I still haven't finished
hundreds of hours in Skyrim and Fallout. I love The Witcher.
It's mid? Okay. Is it supposed to be like kind of like a Skyrim copy basically, or
3, so how am I not the target audience for this? Maybe the problem isn't that Avowed wasn't made for me. Maybe the problem is it was made for no one. Because I've seen a lot of people arguing that games don't need interactivity, that realism isn't necessary, and that games like Avowed don't need to have those kind of features just for the sake of having them. All right, that's fine. Explain this. How does removing basic interactivity from a first-person RPG make it better?
I thought it was supposed to be like their Skyrim.
Please.
It doesn't. And the story was shit. Like, there are so many things about this game that were just kind of very mid. And, like, as somebody, like, again, I was in the cave. I had never seen the light. So even a flicker in the darkness was as bright as the sun. That's why I rated this game a 7. I didn't even realize Oblivion blew this out of the water in 2005. I had no idea. That was tough, bro. It was. I couldn't believe it.
Take the time to explain that to me. How does it enhance the experience when you can't pick up objects, when you can't touch the world, when you can't interact with doors, when people don't move around towns? It doesn't. Oblivion and Skyrim are decade-old games within the same genre, using many of the same systems, yet they feel light years ahead in interactivity. And somehow, we're not allowed to compare them. And why is that? Because it makes Avowed look bad?
Yes.
That's the entire point. If a game
That's the entire reason why they don't compare this to the other game that's better, because then that will make this game look bad. That's exactly right.
Came out in 2025 is getting obliterated by a game made in 2006 and 2011, then maybe the problem isn't the comparison. Maybe the problem is the game itself.
Imagine
Look at the lengths that they have to go to. Yesterday, I saw a Reddit thread pop up that was talking about me and my video on Avowed. And it was titled, "The Hate for Avowed Has Made Me Realize Something." I just fucking hate gaming discourse right now.
No, you hate being disagreed with, and you hate your opinion not being the majority opinion. You don't like it's not gaming discourse. It's the fact that they're not agreeing with you. It's that simple.
I just got done with a video reviewing the cope of a game and saying they should expect more from themselves. Honestly, why? Why does it have to be the best game ever? Why can't it be a good romp? People fucking suck, and I'm sad, and I'm over it, man. The top comment read,
I played this game. I beat the game. I had fun. Like, why can't you just have fun? Why does everybody need to tell you that you had fun? Why can't you just decide that for yourself? These are people like, nobody's telling me. Everybody's saying I'm having fun the wrong way. This isn't fair.
Honestly, I think it's helpful to remember that none of this is about...
These people require social approval. They do. They do. And that's why they're the same group of people that are the virtue signalers. This is what I said. If you want to get rid of the virtue signalers and the people that are trying to put this stuff in games, take away their approval. Because everything is about the approval. They don't care about anything other than optics. And this is what matters to them. If everybody thought this game would be fun, they'd be happy. But they can't be happy playing it. Yeah, they have validation addiction. Exactly. It's narcissism. It's annoying.
Gaming, and it has nothing to do with the games in question.
Yeah.
What we're seeing is a global level slide into extreme partisan rhetoric fueled by both organic and inorganic.
Okay, so with Avowed, is Avowed woke? Right? Is it like, does it have like any kind of Veilguard moments? Or what's some of those other games that were fucking like Crash and Burn, fucking Concord, you know, things like that? Like, is Avowed woke in the same way that like those games are? I heard that there might be like some minor criticisms towards something like that.
Organic media algorithms, the same mechanisms accelerating divisive politics that are bleeding into every aspect of life.
I love how you can say that on a Reddit that bans people for certain types of dissent. Don't you realize you're a fish complaining about water? You're sitting there on a Reddit, and this Reddit is banning people for having disagreements because this isn't the correct way that you can disagree. Reddit's the most inorganic place ever. Yes, exactly. Like, I had fun. I played the game. What's wrong with you? Why can't you just do that?
Keywords, trending rhetoric, and viral talking points. You can find them or some variation thereof in every form of online discourse. I'm not arguing any vast conspiracies, only saying it's an evolving consequence of destabilizing global socioeconomics combined with
The game wasn't that good.
Oh my God.
It wasn't that good. Like, I mean, you don't need to. This isn't. Just stop it. Like, this isn't community college. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this anymore. Stop it.
New technology that has allowed propaganda and echo chambers to spread like
Why would
wildfire.
Donald Trump do
to
this?
clarify further, I'm not saying that all criticism of this game or others is invalid. Actual criticism has always existed and is absolutely
only thing
legitimate.
about it
It's
is
only
the
the
fact that you
hyperbolic
can see
hatred
pronouns.
using
Oh,
all
okay,
the same
gotcha.
keywords that is nothing but a byproduct of a larger dynamic. There are many vested interests in the world who trade on, monetize, and utilize humans' capacity for hatred and fear. They've always been commodities, and now they've become one of the most powerful products in the global market.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe people just don't like the thing that you're doing? Maybe this isn't some global conspiracy, but there's just a lot of people that disagree with you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
Lighting this,
bro, Nomad. Big words for a small idea. God, I couldn't have said it better myself. Holy fuck, there it is, isn't it? Yeah. Well put.
Because it needs to be called out. This is the exact kind of caustic, self-defeating discourse that is poisoning gaming culture and the industry. Someone reads a title, listens to 1 minute of a video, and goes crying into an echo chamber because they're afraid that they have the wrong opinion. Nothing in this entire thread disproves anything that I said. Not one point. Instead of actually addressing any of my arguments, they go straight to political straw men, painting me as a grifter, right-wing agitator, or anti-woke.
Every time, bro. Every time.
Right-wing agitator.
This is like whenever... These are like people that play online shooter games, and every time they lose, it's because they were playing against an aimbotter. Oh, he had a map hack. Yeah, of course.
I can comfortably dismiss my opinion without actually having to engage with it.
Yeah.
Because if you don't slap a label on me first, then you might actually have to consider that I, like many others, just didn't enjoy the game.
Yeah, imagine
Here's the thing.
that.
I don't talk about politics. I don't care about identity wars. I don't make videos talking about DEI. And that's one of the reasons why people like watching my videos in the first place. The only anti-thing I am is anti-bad games. And that video that I had made was about Avowed, a game that felt lifeless, that lacked interactivity, and it was a game that failed to meet my expectations as a fan of this genre. But these people can't process that. They can't seem to accept that somebody might just not like the game, so they have to invent some entirely different narrative, one where they are noble warriors defending against some political invasion.
This is exactly right. It's the Reddit, the like you're fighting against fascism by tweeting about it. It's so exhausting. It's so just unbelievably exhausting. Chibi, thanks for the 10 subs, man. I appreciate it. I hope the legal thing is going well for you. I saw there were some posts. I'm glad to see people defending you and, you know, calling out the bullshit.
Tell themselves that any criticism of a game is part of some orchestrated culture war, as if it couldn't possibly be that somebody just has independent thoughts about a game. This is the exact same kind of mindset that is hurting game development today. Instead of confronting valid criticism head-on, developers and their most vocal supporters are retreating into defensive narratives, dismissing critics as toxic, politically motivated, or somehow disingenuous. They are unwilling to listen to...
It's all a conspiracy.
...to actual feedback that could actually help them improve. So instead, they settle for reinforcing the same echo chambers that got them where they are in the first place.
The only way that these people can survive is in their own little protected reservations, where anybody who comes in who's like you know, it's like a little protected space, like an endangered species.
No one forced any of these people to watch my critique. They sought it out themselves, and they got angry when it didn't reinforce their own opinions. Nothing in that Reddit thread disproved any point that I made. Not a single commenter, not one of them offered a counter argument explaining why Avowed's design decisions were good. Not one justified why basic interactivity had been stripped from a game in 2025 and how that was acceptable. Instead, they made a conversation about me and content creators because it's easier to attack the messenger than to face the uncomfortable truth. When criticism...
It's easier to talk about a person than to talk about an idea. And that's really what it comes down to, I think, more than anything.
cannot be engaged with honestly. When people go out of their way to label or dismiss anybody who disagrees with them, all they are doing is insulating
just a minute. Somebody said Asmon is biased towards Eastern games. How is he defending Monster Hunter Wilds? It's a piece of nothing. Listen, if you want to play Dragon Age the Veilguard, that's fine. But don't make me have to do it. I don't want to have to do it. Yeah, you're wrong. Like, your opinion's just wrong. Like, I'm sorry. Wrong opinion. You're dumb. Yep, just nope. Ban them. Probably should ban them.
This isn't
just giga chatting right through it.
Just bad for discourse. It's actively sabotaging the future of game design. If nobody is allowed to point out what doesn't work, how are things ever supposed to get better? This kind of defensive discourse sends mixed signals to the developers, and it creates an environment where studios have no idea who their audience is. Because when people just defend a game for the sake of defending it, when they attack criticism just to be a contrarian, they aren't helping a game, they're destroying it. This is exactly how we get games that are made for no one. Developers start chasing...
I think that also another big problem is that people are really outspoken about supporting games that, you know, have certain types of like culture ideologies in them, but they don't actually... like when the game actually goes on sale, not on sale, but when the game is now being sold, well, they never had the money to buy the game in the first place. So like they can virtue signal about how much they like this game and how good this game is, but they never played it in the first place and they never had any intention to. They're fake gamers. Yeah. Ultimately, there's people that talk about how good this is, but they're not actually buying the games.
They start building games for an imaginary audience that doesn't exist outside of social media echo chambers. Instead of focusing on what makes a game great, they're wasting resources trying to appease an undefined, ever-shifting set of expectations from a transient group looking for validation. It's how we ended up with games like...
they're not even part of your audience in the first place. They're not even part of it anyway. So true, yeah. Lost records, yeah, exactly. Lost sales.
Concord, Forspoken, Dragon Age, The Veilguard, and more. Games made for Twitter discourse, not players.
Lost jobs.
Games that weren't fun, but were constantly propped up by people that needed them to succeed for personal reasons. Look at the ridiculous priorities that make it into modern games today. Games designed around whether or not you can pet a dog rather than whether or not it actually plays well. This is why Ubisoft thinks...
Bro, millennial game design. You can't break a barrel, but you can pet a dog. Oh, fuck. Please shut it down.
It's worth bragging about how many cats you can have in your village at Assassin's Creed Shadows. That's why developers are spending time designing pointless meme bait mechanics instead of actually refining their gameplay. Look at some of the most common demands that we've seen over the last couple of years. Does the game let me pet the dog? Why are female characters so sexualized? Baldur's Gate 3 would have done better if it was an action RPG. Elden Ring needs a difficulty slider, and it has an accessibility problem. These aren't real design critiques. These are discourse points. These are demands from people that engage with gaming as a conversation piece, not as a hobby. Developers keep
they just talk about it. Yeah, they're not even playing the game. He's right. Yeah, absolutely.
The wrong things, chasing an audience that only exists on Twitter and Reddit. And
when a character is sexualized, it means that they're not fat and ugly.
Sit back and wonder why their games don't sell. Criticism is necessary. It's how this industry improves. It's how bad design gets corrected and good design evolves. But the second you start insulating a game from criticism, the second you start to punish people for legitimate complaints, you aren't protecting the game. You're ensuring that the next one is going to be even worse. You know, not too long ago, I was bringing up how people are so afraid of criticism today. So many people are afraid of any type of negative discourse whatsoever that oftentimes you'll see somebody over on Twitter put out their opinion, and if it gets rejected or criticized in any way, they'll go protected or they'll delete their account.
This is so funny to me. It's like people that they're like, all right, I'm turning off replies because all the Nazis found my post. And like, what was your original post? I hate white people. Okay. For sure, yeah. God, you really got the Nazis riled up with this one, didn't you?
That writer that everybody likes to hate, Listener Mercante, she posted talking about how anybody that was criticizing about, or some of the people they're criticizing about, aren't adding anything meaningful to the industry. I commented back simply saying that that's funny because they're actually contributing with their money, which is likely the most important contribution of all, and protected. These are the kind of opinions that are shaping games. Game developers will always lean towards their fans because they're most likely the people that will buy the game in the future or their next game or whatever it might be. But the problem is that if you're not listening to those that
what's happened is that these people have done a very good job, and you know the facade is beginning. It's completely cracked. It's done, right? It's over at this point. But for a long time, these people actively misrepresented what the fan base was. And they actively tried to gaslight developers and studios and publishers into thinking that actually, if you want to make a really popular game, you have to make it for this, you know, like wide audience of people that doesn't play video games, without ever thinking, why don't they play video games? And where is your mainstream audience?
Criticizing your games, if you're being protected.
Parents, they succeeded for a while, yeah.
They are trying to criticize your games, well, then your audience is going to get smaller and smaller each passing year.
They do.
If you're down to the point where you have to have your fan base out there telling people not to compare a $70 AAA full-price game to games made over a decade ago, you're in a real bad place.
Yeah.
You're in a very, very bad place.
Please, guys, don't look at the 17-year-old. No. The comparison's not fair. You see back then and the Indian, no, it's not the same.
This is why we get tone-deaf games. They are making games for their protectors. And these folks are contrarians. They see people that are out there. And
it's like a steakhouse letting a vegan. Yeah, it's a vegan reviewing steakhouses. Exactly. Yeah, this wasn't for you in the first place.
Themselves as white knights, and they have to defend the game that they like because, well, they can't have a wrong opinion, and the only way to not have a wrong opinion is to go after those people. Anytime they see negative comments, it sends their blood pressure up over 140. They're pulling their blinds down and checking out the window to look outside. Negative discourse can't exist, and because of that, it's painting an incomplete picture for some of these games for what a general audience actually looks like. And that's why they're not finding an audience that resonates with some of these.
This is like that guy at Ubisoft. It's like, how are our games failing? The critical reviewers gave it an 8. Yeah, the gaming critics said it was really good. Yeah, all the users said it sucked, but look at the review. Look at what the reviews said it was good.
Games. And now while the players are definitely making their contribution to muddying the water and making it difficult for some of these studios to nail down who their audience is, it doesn't help that these developers are looking in all the wrong places as well. I saw a tweet the other day from Michael Dowse, Larian Studios head of publishing, and it really hit the nail on the head because he was talking about how so many of these big budget games don't actually tell players what they are before launch, nor do they understand who that audience is before they launch. They rely on billboards, hype, and broad marketing campaigns, but they fail to build any real relevance or resonance before they release. It's a completely avoidable disaster, but it keeps happening because these games are assuming that they have an audience before actually trying to earn one. And that's where this industry keeps going wrong, because for years now, publishers have still been relying on outdated methods to try to figure out what players want. Metrics, surveys, focus groups, and curated fan feedback that's painting a imaginary picture of what that audience actually looks like. Now, what makes matters even worse is today's modern internet culture where people don't actually say what they think. They say what they think they're supposed to say.
Exactly. Yeah. Everybody has opinions that are based off of, like, basically saying the thing that you're supposed to say. Having the opinion that you're supposed to have. You're not going to go off of that, like, off of that narrow road. That's it. Yeah. Their opinions are given to them. Because of fear. What's everybody? I think a lot of the people that are in... So basically a good example of this is that if you look at any form of media, no form of traditional published media criticizes any element of DEI, and it unilaterally supports it with no critical evaluation whatsoever. And you can very clearly see this is not what average people think. It's not. And why is that? Why is that happening?
No, they perform for social approval, and if you're a game developer that's listening to that, well, you're going to get wildly inaccurate data on what players actually want. That's how we end up with insane takes like PC Gamer's recent article claiming that today's teens and young adults aren't interested in romance and video games. Really, the same teenagers and young adults that are obsessing and shipping Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail characters, the same
to be fair, the ones that are doing that are actually 30-year-old bald men. But yeah.
Fueling the insane success of visual novels and dating sims, they don't want romance. Interesting. But because a survey told them otherwise, now developers are going to run with that and take it seriously and start making games under the assumption that this is what people want. This is what happens when you rely on performative data rather than actual engagement. If today's teens and young adults...
common sense. You really think that teenagers don't want to have the ability to romance a teenage guy doesn't want to have the ability to romance the girl in the game with big boobs? Do you really, let's just take a step back here. Do you really think...
What was that point? What did he just say?
Sense. You really think that teenagers don't want to have the ability to romance a teenage guy doesn't want to have the ability to romance the girl in the game with big boobs? Do you really, let's just take a step back here. Do you really think that they don't want that? Because if you really think they don't want that, you are a retard. You're an idiot.
Don't care about romance, explain why Baldur's Gate 3 blew up over its character interactions. Explain why Love in Deep Space pulled nearly $500 million in revenue. Because here's the thing, surveys, focus groups, and social media feedback today aren't about truth, it's about posturing. We live in a world where people unironically call a 21-year-old a former teen in a protected class, where any romance...
Former minor, bro. Oh my God.
And media is scrutinized under a moral microscope, where people...
Former minor.
We live in a world where people unironically call a 21-year-old a former teen in a protected class, where any romance...
Former minor, bro. Oh my God.
And media is scrutinized under a moral microscope, where people are constantly worried about how their opinions will be perceived. And when that's the environment in which you're conducting surveys, you are never going to get honest answers. That's why the best way for you to be able to understand what players want isn't to ask them, it's actually just to go watch what they're playing. Look at the games that have stood the test of time. Dark Souls didn't need to pander to younger audiences to be loved by younger players. Elden Ring didn't need focus groups to figure out whether or not it was a worthwhile investment. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't need to be rewritten for modern sensibilities to be the biggest RPG in years. Marvel Rivals doesn't need to have socially safe designs to be popular. The most successful games across multiple generations are the ones that focus on simply being great games. They weren't built for a specific demographic.
And they're not built for an identity group either. I think that if, like, again, all of this like counter stuff of like, you know, oh, well, we think characters should be made this way, or we think this should be included in your game. You have to keep in mind that the reason why these people exist is because they weren't being represented in the first place. And maybe the reason why they weren't being represented is because they don't exist in that space. Like, it's the same as Kingdom Come Deliverance or a game like this. Like, these are games made for guys. These are guy games. And you're going to make the game for guys. And if you do that, they're going to be happy. This is the same reason why manga is completely outperforming comics in America, is that comic books in America don't know what their audience is. Manga is defined by its audience. Shonens are for young men. That's basically that's the word. They know what they are.
Designed to be socially approved, and that's what made them timeless. But I think the biggest mistake that these developers are making isn't just using bad data, it's that they're trying to forcefully blend audiences that don't need to be blended. Instead of committing to a clear vision, they're trying to make a game that appeals to both youth and adults at the same time, and in the process, they're making games that don't resonate with anyone. I can't be the only one that's noticing how many mature-rated games are suffering from an identity crisis. They want to tackle mature topics, but they refuse to actually write or present them maturely.
That's because the people that write them are stupid, and they're not good writers. That's the reason why. So why are they not able to approach mature topics in a mature way? It's because they're bad writers and they're immature personally. Metaphor had no problem doing that. Final Fantasy 16 had no problem doing that. Disco Elysium, as far as I know, has no problem doing that. I didn't play enough of it to really know. Cyberpunk has no problem doing that. So no, it's just that they're bad at their job. They're bad. Like, it's just that simple.
The language, sanitize the characters, and dull the edges of their stories, leaving players with something that feels completely disconnected from its own themes. The reality is, mature games, or any game for that matter, really doesn't need to be designed for a specific age group. Great games are ageless. Everyone appreciates a great game, regardless of their age, and the moment that you start tweaking the language, tone, and the content to be able to pander to a specific demographic is the minute that you're going to lose the entire audience altogether. This is why, from my perspective, I don't think it's
especially when that demographic isn't your native demographic. I think pandering to your, like, you know, Stellar Blade, right? And having like the character and like all the ass shots in Stellar Blade. Yeah, they're pandering. That's absolutely pandering. But it's pandering to the audience that it's made for.
Worthwhile to target age demographics specifically in video games. Unless you're actually making a game specifically for children or specifically for adults, there really isn't any reason to design a game around who it should be for. Instead, you should be focusing on what makes that game engaging. Look at the games that have stood the test of time. Halo, Dark Souls, Final Fantasy, The Elder Scrolls, Zelda, Super Mario. People who grew up playing these games didn't stop loving them when they turned 30. And guess what? Teens and young adults that are still playing those games today love those games for the same reasons. The things we loved when we were younger shaped our preferences when we got older. How many people still listen to the same music that they loved in high school? How many games do we still play that defined our childhood, or games?
See, this is WoW players. Think about that. Yeah, WoW players still playing WoW. Absolutely.
That are like them. The core of what we find cool, exciting, or engaging stays remarkably consistent throughout our entire life. That's why games don't really need to fit a tailored specific demographic. It just needs to tap into the fundamental love of excitement, challenge, and immersion. Yet for some odd reason, modern game developers, specifically in the US more than other places, don't seem to really understand this. Instead of making a great game, they're obsessing over trying to appeal to two different audiences at the exact same time. Adults because they have the money, and teenagers because they think that's the best way for them to stay relevant. And as a result, we start seeing these games that are these Frankenstein monstrosities that are trying to be everything for everyone, but end up resonating with no one. Look at Veilguard. I keep coming back to this game, but it really is the perfect onion of poor game design and audience recognition. The more you peel back, the more misguided you find it is. I mean, think about it. The characters in the game, androgynous and sterile. Yet for some odd reason, they include romance. Why would you put romance into a game that you can't actually be attracted to the characters that are in the game in the first place? The writing was over-explained and fanalized.
That's a really good point. Why would you want to have romance in a game with ugly characters?
Saints Row Remake.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier that I was thinking about getting Veilguard just to fucking see what all the hubbub's about. I've never played any Dragon Age games. But if it went on sale and it was like $15, I'd be like, fuck it. I'll just buy it just to fucking... I want to see. I want to see what's going on here. I've been told by, a few people that played it that, like, it's a decent enough game to play in terms of gameplay, but, like, the woke scenes, like, they're not as bad as everybody made them out to be. You know, like they are cringe, but they're not like all over the place, and it's not like as intense as like a lot of the vibes were. It's bad. I have a friend at EA that got me a code, and that's the only reason I played it. Okay. You know what though? I mean, like, I think there's some value though in playing a bad game. You know, I mean, like I know if I know the game's bad going into it, then I think then the reason why I'm playing it is to see how bad it is. I think, you know, like I said, I've never played any Dragon Age games, so I don't even know what I'd be getting into, but I wouldn't know any of the lore or anything like that. But I don't have like I would have a problem playing a game that like a new Call of Duty or a new Halo or something like that, or a new Fallout. Like if that game came out and it was bad, I would be upset. I would be upset because that's something I'm looking forward to. But if it's a game I have no vested interest in, and I already know it's bad, you know, and it was on sale, I was just like, you know what? I'll play a bad game just to play it. I want to see how bad it is, you know. Game sounds good, don't get me wrong, it's actually fun, and then the woke shit just starts. Yeah, well, I'm curious. I kind of want to see it, you know.
That's a great point.
Completely disconnected from the game's supposed mature themes. The core fan base, likely in their 30s, get treated like children. This is why so many modern games end up feeling soulless, because they aren't being designed with a strong creative vision. They aren't being designed for a real audience. They're being designed to pass through multiple layers of corporate approval, sensitivity checks, and marketing analysis, stripping away anything that makes them feel personal, passionate, or bold. Instead of creating something great and letting it find its audience, they're trying to chase some imaginary audience that doesn't actually exist. The best games don't need to be age restricted to find success. They just need to be authentic. That's why games like Elden Ring and Monster Hunter pull players from across multiple generations, because they focus on gameplay first. And that's the most important thing. They don't compromise to fit some imagined modern sensibility. They don't try to be everything for everyone. I get that.
That's exactly right. He's completely right. And also a game like Elden Ring does actually increase its level of accessibility because it's open world, so you can choose the path that's best for you. It's the same as Dark Souls. I think that actually in a lot of cases, some of the best video games are very accessible, but that accessibility isn't a toggle on a menu. It's a gameplay style or a way that it's functioned, or the way it functions. I think that's right. I mean, it doesn't, is the meanest barrier to entry? Yeah, exactly. Skyrim? I didn't play Skyrim, so I'm not sure. Can you romance an Elden Ring? I don't know. Maybe.
Criticism and language
depends on what you mean by that.
Colorful. But that's because it's authentic. That's because I'm saying what I
Thea
mean.
gives you a
I mean
hug.
what I say, and my opinions, I'm expressing them openly. And I'm going to get some critical feedback out of it. I'm going to get some people that are critical of me. And guess what? I listen to that stuff because that's how you get better. You need that to be able to improve. But when you have audiences that are out there that are trying to shield games from criticism, shield these developers from the people that don't like their games, well, they're doing far more harm than they actually know.
They are.
And also, it's just rat behavior, and it deserves to be called out.
It is. It's
disgusting.
so embarrassing.
You know, these
It's
companies
so
have
fucking
to adjust
embarrassing.
and adapt. Their methods are outdated. The internet is often inauthentic. And because of that,
you cannot listen to or look at what feedback is online. You have to have your own, you have to be like your own North Star. And it's like, it's such a weird thing where it's like, you need to listen to feedback. You need to hear feedback, but you don't always need to listen to it. And I think that a lot of developers, they don't do either, or they do too much of both. Like, because for example, like I hear feedback for people that give me, but in some of it I take into account, some of it I don't. I think that's very fair.
Have misled creatives that are using performative developers to make performative games for performative audiences, a whole lot of pretending, a whole lot of bad data, and a whole lot of games without any audience.
Yep.
You need observable data. This industry is evolving to the point where it's becoming much more scientific. You need to actually observe your subject, see what they want, see what they're doing.
I don't even think it's scientific. I think it's just common fucking sense. Like, don't make annoying characters in the video games. Don't make every single moment of seriousness doesn't need to be, offset by a Marvel movie line, like some like little funny joke. Not everything has to happen like that. Like, it's just, it is, in my opinion, shitty millennial writing. That's what it is. And that's all it is.
And then iterate on that.
Yep.
You know, I've talked about this before, but I was in on Baldur's Gate 3's early access. Incredible journey. Developer notes were really detailed. The feedback that we would get, the panels from hell, the updates that they would do. The entire time, while they were collecting data, they were doing polls and stuff like that as well. But for the most part, they just sat back and watched how people interacted with the game.
Yeah, let's look at it.
What did people try to do the most? What did they, what spells did they use? What classes did they pick? What choices did they make? They took
Are all theater kids bad? No, but all the people that are bad are theater kids.
That data and then iterated on it, and they just acted as a tailor. fitting it like a glove to the player. And that's how you get great games. That's what you have to do nowadays. You can't come up with some pre-designed audience anymore. That doesn't work. You can't go and read social media. You can't watch, you can't listen to like things that are said on Twitter or on Reddit, because oftentimes people aren't really saying what they mean. They're just saying whatever they can to get the most people to agree with them, because they need that interaction. They need to be accepted, baby. Right here. Get that validation right into my vein.
Yeah, I've got to say the thing to make sure that everybody that I'm friends with knows that I'm on their side and I agree with them. Yep.
But that's what you have to do. You have to ignore that kind of stuff. You have to be dynamic. And I think a lot of these companies are still stuck in their ways. And because of that, it's leading.
Is Asmon a millennial? I don't know. I don't know much about him. I've really only come into knowing about Asmongold over the past maybe 6 months. I know he's been around for a while. I know he's a big streamer, but only until he started like kind of venturing into politics is when he popped up on my radar. I think, I mean, I'd heard of him before. I never watched his streams, but I mean, like once he started talking about Palestine and he got into like his hot water, that's when he started. That's when I started to know who he was, and he's been talking about politics more and more. So I'm not sure. I don't know much about him. I don't know.
To a lot of these games failing to find an audience. I love topics like this. You guys got to keep in mind, I am a marketing major that got into construction. I have a degree that I never got to use. It's the whole reason I made a YouTube channel to begin with, was because I wanted to understand what players' needs were. I wanted to understand how these games were finding an audience or how they were failing to find an audience. And I wanted to be somebody that could advocate for games to be able to reach audiences better. I think that once I get a little bit more comfortable with YouTube and I feel a little bit more stable on the platform, I'll probably start to try to get into at least consulting with marketing and, customer outreach and stuff like that. Because I think that personally, I think I could do a lot of help. I don't know. There's probably plenty of people that are out there, especially on Reddit, apparently, that wouldn't want me to do anything of the sort.
Yeah, I've offered the same thing. I mean, a lot of game developers, like if somebody's making a game and, like they want help, like for example, like a lot of sponsors that I do, they don't want to hear it, bro. Yeah, they do actually. Like a lot of sponsors that I've done before, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not going to do it your way. I'm going to do it my way. And let's just see how the numbers are. And then we do it my way. The numbers are really good. And I never hear a problem again. Nothing goes wrong.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Yep.
But anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, well, like the video, share it with your friends. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. People have been enjoying me over there. If you didn't like the video, well, I guess I'll see another post on Reddit.
Oh, boy.
For that, my friends, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. I'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, I think he cooked with this one, man. I really do.
Family.
Like, it's almost like I didn't even really have a lot to add with this, because I just feel like he pretty much said what he needed to say. Like, I mean, that's the same thing that I would say, honestly. It's like, if you want to make a game that's not made for you, you tell that to enough people, and then you're just going to have a game that's made for no one, right? I mean, that's basically what happens. Look, a guy, I like it. Yeah, there's a video. Give it a like. I watch a lot of the Legendary Drops videos. I think that they're really, really good.
And we got somebody, Jesse.
Okay. I'm gonna fucking send you guys over to everyone's favorite leftist, one Mr. Kairos. So go say hello. Okay, I'm out of here. It's like 7 in the morning. Yeah, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be on later tonight, I'm sure, at some point. I'm probably gonna go watch some hockey and get some wings and then come back and stream. So, or I might stream, I don't know, when I wake up. We'll see. But thank you guys. Fuck Kairos. You're going, Salty. You're going. All right, bud. I'll see you guys later. Peace.